did read the indictment. I said, okay, well, it lays out all these classified documents that the DOJ had requested over the course of a year plus and were not returned. And she compared it to, Biden and Hillary Clinton. I asked, do you see the distinction between the two? And she said, no, that's all a lie. Of course he would turn it over. So the reality is, you can talk about what's in this indictment and what people actually believe about this quote unquote two-tiered justice system that's been the Trump narrative and talking point for the last several weeks. But here we are now talking to them on the ground. Some say they read the indictment, some say they have not, but they definitely, absolutely unequivocally stand behind Trump, and that's why they're out here tonight.
All right, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, thank you so much for your reporting there. Stay safe.
Really strong feelings on both sides. All right, it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Americans are feeling increasingly frustrated at work. Half of U.S. workers say they aren't engaged in their jobs and they're putting in minimal effort. This, according to new research by Gallup.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, that research also shows employee engagement dropping for a second year in a row. Why are workers feeling less enthusiastic about their jobs, and how are their employers reacting to it?
Well, Ellison, Vicky, it may have something to do with employees just being stressed, plain and simple. According to that Gallup poll, 44% of those surveyed said they experienced, quote, a lot of stress the previous day. Now, an author of the report told the Wall Street Journal employers don't seem to be as in touch with employees, possibly because of unclear expectations from their managers. There may also be an element of feeling like they're not trusted to do their jobs as executives change roles and executives change remote work policies to include even more time in the office. So clarity is the issue there. United Airlines is reportedly offering its pilots a deal that would add $8 billion in costs over 4 years. According to Reuters, it might be the richest labor deal for a mainline U.S. airline carrier if the union approves it. It is not clear what pay or benefits are included for the pilots in that deal. And finally, health startup Stat says its new in-ear device will help people better understand why they're dealing with symptoms like dizziness, fainting, and brain fog. It works by measuring blood flow to the head and then sending that data to users' cell phones. The company is stressing that the device is not diagnostic and is not a treatment. But Ellison, Vicky, it looks like the next step in medical technology, one that makes you feel like almost you're in a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, that really.
I was going to say that tripped you up. You're like, what?
At first I thought it was a hearing aid when I looked at it, but so it's not an implant. I'm glad about that. I don't want anything inside the body, Dom.
I look at my smartphone and see what's going on with my body. I don't know. It all seems very, very interesting to me. So
the future is now. All right,
Yeah.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you.
Up next, a stunning story of resilience, how 4 children took care of one another deep in the Amazon jungle to survive for more than a month. You're watching NBC News Daily.
come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
New details today about the unbelievable story of 4 indigenous children who survived 40 days alone in the dense Amazon jungle. One of the children says their mother was actually alive for 4 days after their plane crashed last month. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella with their miraculous story.
The 4 siblings who survived 40 days deep in the Amazon jungle are slowly regaining their strength at a military hospital and talking about the moment they were found last Friday by a team of military and indigenous searchers. The eldest girl, 13-year-old Leslie, was carrying her 1-year-old sister and holding her other sister's hand. They ran to hug me, and Leslie said, "I'm hungry," the searcher says. The Cessna carrying the 4 siblings and their mother crashed deep in the Amazon forest May 1st. It took 2 weeks to locate the wreckage. Searchers found 3 adult bodies in the plane, but no children. The father of the 2 youngest children says the eldest told him their mother was alive for 4 days and told her children before she died that they had to leave. Their grandfather says they stayed by the plane, surviving on the 3 pounds of cassava flour they traveled with. And eventually, when no one came to help, the siblings started walking. For weeks, searchers found clues: half-eaten fruit, small footprints, a baby bottle, a tiny pair of shoes. Their grandfather said Leslie fed her 1-year-old sister baby formula until it ran out, then only water. The other siblings surviving on berries and seeds they found in the jungle. Their family says the kids heard this recorded message in their grandmother's voice, telling them to stop moving. The children finally found just in time. Their grandfather saying Leslie was too tired to walk. The children now playing with each other, reading and drawing pictures, the hospital director said, including these, thanking the military and indigenous search teams. One picture with the words, "Siempre Benecida," always blessed. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News.
Now to the latest on that murder case we have been following in Utah. Corey Richens, the 33-year-old mother of 3 who is accused of killing her husband with an illegal dose of fentanyl, was charged and denied bail at a court hearing yesterday. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has more.
I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed. If Corey was in fact willing to kill Eric for money, who's to say that what she will not do?
Amy Richens, Eric's sister, pleading with the judge to deny bail in an emotional victim's impact statement.
Please protect what Eric put his life on the line for, his 3 boys. Thank you.
With witness testimony from a detective, a private investigator, and a forensic accountant, prosecutors painted a picture of Corey as a calculating killer who acquired dozens of fentanyl pills. The autopsy later revealing a massive dose of the substance in her husband's body.
5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is someone who wants Eric dead. And the person who benefited the most from Eric being dead is the defendant.
Prosecutors also revealing new details about the Utah mom's alleged internet activity, including searches for luxury prisons for the rich. How long does life insurance take to pay? And can the FBI find deleted text messages?
There's nothing to show that Corey did anything to Eric.
The defense arguing these searches were merely in response to what was happening with the investigation, not evidence as of guilt, and claiming there's no evidence linking Corey to the murder.
It could have been accidental. Being bad with money does not make you a murderer.
Corey, who wrote a book to help her children cope with their grief, sitting handcuffed in the courtroom, becoming emotional at times. As a prosecutor described the text messages, she says she sent after finding Eric's body and performing CPR in an attempt to save his life.
And do those text messages read, "I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life?
Yes.
The detective later testifying there's reason to believe no CPR was performed prior to paramedics' arrival. The judge ultimately siding with the prosecution.
The defendant would pose a substantial danger to the community if released on bail.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Well, we are inching closer to former President Donald Trump's first federal court appearance. We are following all the action in Florida. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
So familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thousands of people are now being evacuated in Cuba after record rainfall caused devastating flooding throughout the island. Homes and critical crops have been destroyed, and the military is now working to get people to dry ground. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more on the storm's devastating impact.
A flooding emergency in Cuba turns deadly. Raging water sweeping through homes, leaving communities underwater, thousands evacuated, and at least one person killed. The military using helicopters in some areas to rescue families, including women and children. They warned us before, but we didn't want to leave, and now we had to get out, said this man after he boarded one of the military helicopters. Others, like this elderly couple, rescued on boats from their homes. Cuba's central and eastern areas are the most affected after a weekend of heavy rain causing rivers to overflow. Over 400 rural communities affected by the flooding. We're trying to save everything we can while helping neighbors, said this man. Official media reporting some 10,000 homes have been damaged. More than 7,000 people have been evacuated. Days of rain have left the ground saturated with water, with dams at capacity, and the forecast indicating more rain may come in a country where the needs are overwhelming.
Lack of food, lack of medicine, lack of gasoline, which affects aid to any part of of the country right now.
The flooding already damaging over 2,000 acres of crops, including fruits and vegetables, vital to help with those food shortages.
Add a disaster such as flooding or hurricanes, and it becomes almost unbearable for the Cuban people right now.
Many bracing for another tough year with a new hurricane season just beginning. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
An 80-year-old man was rescued by quick-thinking Boy Scout troops in Oregon after he fell roughly 60 feet off of a hiking trail, a trail that's known as the Hells Canyon Trail. Our NBC affiliate KGW Thomas Schultz has the details of the amazing rescue.
All I recall is seeing light and dirt.
80-year-old Eric Valentine has been an avid hiker for 20 years, hiking most of the Pacific Crest Trail in Washington, Oregon, and California. He's also on the board of directors of Oregon Parks Forever. But last month on a routine hike, Valentine ended up 60 feet below a trail he'd been walking along just 10 seconds earlier.
I knew there was something wrong with my foot and with my neck.
A broken ankle and knee, and fractured C1 and C2 vertebrae, which are the closest to the skull.
It means it's bad.
Michael Valentine is Eric's son. He's also an emergency room nurse at Legacy Salmon Creek. Michael says after Eric's fall, Eric began crawling up the side of the mountain to find help.
I heard a voice calling, "Are you all right?" And I shouted, "No, help."
A driver spotted Valentine and soon waved down a Boy Scout troop canoeing in the river below.
If no one saw him, it might have been a pretty miserable night out on the trail.
Kavanaugh and Troop 77 scouts from Eagle, Idaho began administering first aid on Valentine, who himself has been involved in scouts for more than 40 years, 20 as a scoutmaster.
I feel they are the gold standard of scouting as far as being prepared.
For 3 hours, Kavanaugh says scouts tended to Valentine's lacerations and stabilized his broken right knee while radioing for help. Eventually, he was life-flighted to Boise for medical treatment. That's when Valentine's wife, Meg, received this text, telling her not to panic, but her husband was being flown to the hospital.
Not knowing quite what I would find, even though they said that he was stable and conscious and all that, you still wonder what can happen in those hours.
But without being spotted by drivers and help from scouts, Eric knows his fate could have been much worse.
What I do recall coming to my mind was just wondering how it would end.
Wow, it's good to see him talking and okay. That was from our NBC affiliate KGW, Thomas Schultz reporting.
Up next, a new report shows inflation is decelerating, but some prices are staying high. We're going to break down what it all means for your wallet. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do that wherever you stream, including all the places you see on your screen: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Of course, Flex as well. Try Tubi. The news continues after this.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then, but following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
All right, we want to go back now to our top story, the arraignment of former President Donald Trump on federal charges linked to the classified documents case.
Any moment now, we should see Mr. Trump leave Doral with his motorcade. You're looking at the entrance to his club right there on your screen. We expect him to leave here and then head to the federal courthouse in Miami. There, a judge will read him the 37 felony counts that he has been charged with.
We're going to keep a live eye on this. For now, we want to bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray from Washington. Mark, good to have you on. So let's talk about what the rest of the day looks like for Mr. Trump. Where is he? It takes about half an hour, we're assuming based on Google Maps, to get from where he is now to the federal courthouse. Walk us through the next steps, Mark.
Yeah, on our schedule is that the arraignment and the court proceedings are supposed to happen around the 3 o'clock hour. And as you kind of mentioned, how long it actually takes, he's got the motorcade with him, but you have to build in just amount of a little bit of time. And then the other thing we're watching for is after the proceedings, which are supposed to be pretty short. We are not, of course, going to be able to have cameras in the federal courtroom. But after the short proceedings in the court, you're going to have the former president return back to his Bedminster golf club in New Jersey and give a statement and prepared remarks at 8:15 this evening. So it's going to be a lot of hours on this developing story.
Yeah, and Mark, we're watching as it appears there's some movement at Mar-a-Lago in Doral. It looks like we're seeing the motorcade start to make its way to that courthouse in Miami. We'll remind viewers, the judge who has been assigned this case at random is Judge Alina Habba. However, that is not the judge who is going to be presiding today. Instead, we expect to see the former president appear before a magistrate judge by the name of Jonathan Goodman. In a radio interview last night, Monday evening, Donald Trump was asked by the radio host, Howie Carr of WKRO Radio, how he was feeling heading into today. He said he felt fine. And then he was asked by that radio host if he plans to make any sort of statement after giving his plea. He said no, he expects to just plead not guilty. Mark, from where you're sitting, all right, we're going to stand by for 1 minute. Our special report is starting now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day. We're coming to you live from outside the federal courthouse in Miami, where former President Trump will be arriving shortly to surrender to federal authorities and be arraigned on 37 counts. Mr. Trump departed his Miami area golf course just a moment ago, a trip that should take about 20 minutes. When he enters the courthouse behind me, his arraignment will push America's legal and political systems into uncharted territory. Never before has a former president been arraigned on federal charges, and never before has the leading candidate for one party's presidential nomination faced so much legal jeopardy. This will be the second time in just over 2 months President Trump has had to surrender to law enforcement. When he arrives today, he will be processed by both federal marshals and the FBI. Those marshals are then expected to take his personal information and scan his fingerprints. Once he's in the courtroom, he will be asked to enter his plea. Today will play out very differently than what happened when he was arraigned in New York on a hush money charge, or charges, because this is a federal court. Things are a bit different. There will be no cameras inside the courthouse today, none in the hallways and none in the courtroom itself. We have correspondents inside who will report to us what happens immediately after it happens. Mr. Trump expected to plead not guilty and has blasted the charges as being both baseless and politically motivated. Those charges include 37 counts of breaking 7 different laws, essentially, in connection with his handling of classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago resort. We expect today's hearing to be brief, maybe only about 10 minutes long, but the repercussions will be long-lasting from all this. Senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett are joining me. Laura, let me start with you. Walk us through the mechanics of what a federal indictment looks like.
So, Lester, obviously it's an unprecedented situation to see a former president undergo a first appearance here at this courthouse. But we are told as soon as he walks in that building, he is going to undergo a process much like any other federal defendant. He's going to have his fingerprint scanned. He's not going to have a mugshot taken, we're told. Instead, officials are going to use a stock photo of him. Obviously, his likeness is well known. This is not a suspect who's fleeing. It's somebody who's obviously well known to everyone in the country. And so they're going to upload a photo into their internal database. That's not a photo that we will see, but he's going to have to fill out paperwork, his address, his phone number. Again, all of that routine processing will take place behind closed doors.
And we will talk about the journey that now begins in a moment, but let me bring in Hallie to the conversation. Hallie, what are some of your observations? This obviously goes beyond legal impact.
There is a political context here, Lester, and as we sit here watching some of these live images, it is a bit of political deja vu. He has been indicted and arraigned before. Different court, different level, different charges, but there is a kind of Donald Trump playbook for something like this, and he's following it. Just before he got into the motorcade there, he put out on his Truth Social platform that today, in his view, is one of the saddest days in the history of our country. This is how he has largely handled these kinds of what he perceives as attacks in the past. We are going to, I'm sure, see him plead not guilty based on everything he said and everything that his lawyers have said, and then begins the political pushback. We've already seen so much of it from the former president. He's been out on radio shows talking about how he believes that this is a witch hunt. It is political persecution against him. And will it matter to voters? We are already seeing some of the earliest snapshots of where Republican voters are, and new polling shows that half of the Republican primary electorate doesn't see their view changed because of this indictment at all as it relates to the former president. And in fact, about 12 to 14% view him in a better light after this indictment came out. He has received support from some of his allies on Capitol Hill, even some of his rivals who are running against him for the White House, echoing his attacks that the DOJ has been weaponized against him. The question is, how long will that tone last? We've already seen some rivals sharpen their tone, Lester, like Nikki Haley, who now says if what is in the indictment is true, it is incredibly reckless conduct when it comes to national security.
And Laura, back from the legal standpoint, does Jack Smith care? Does he care about how many people are on the streets here or how many statements are being made in Washington?
He shouldn't. It shouldn't matter one bit to a prosecutor that wants to play this by the book. He should treat him just like any other criminal defendant. Of course, you can't ignore reality. You can't ignore that this is not only the former president, but the current frontrunner for the Republican nomination.
All right. We want to go to Sam Brock right now, who is nearby here as we continue to watch the motorcade make its way from the Doral Country Club to the courthouse. Sam, what are you seeing in terms of crowds and preparations for those crowds?
Yeah, Lester, good afternoon. We heard from officials yesterday, both federal and local. They have the capacity to respond to crowds between 5,000 and 50,000 people. That's not what I'm seeing on the ground right now. As you look around me in the Central Plaza, I would estimate it to be maybe 300 or 400, all different sorts of groups, but nothing so far that's led to any sort of physical confrontation. When I walk around here, Lester, come and check this out for a second. This is the federal building right here. You'll see police cars. They're blocking off the entrance to the courthouse. On the other side are more cars, and then that street itself is actually cordoned off. But that is the only street, notably, Lester, that is completely blocked off. If you were to come to downtown Miami right now, and this federal courthouse takes up a footprint of a couple city blocks, you can basically come right here. Now, there are DHS officials on the ground. I've seen scores of them, probably a couple hundred Miami police officers, many of them who are on bikes or standing right here. But the reality is, and I know there's been some reporting on this, there's no hardened perimeter. We're not seeing metal barricades, Jersey walls, or anything of the like. So right behind where you're sitting right now, about 20 minutes ago, a gentleman walked along the building holding a sign that says, "This ain't Fifth Avenue," and DHS officials immediately met that person and escorted the man right off of the grounds. But it does beg the question, how prepared are officials here? I'm told extremely prepared. Certainly Francis Suarez, who is the mayor of Miami, said they have this entire situation under control. If they need to bring in a cache of other police officers to respond should the situation evolve, involve, they can. And again, we know that the U.S. Marshals as well is leading the federal response when it comes to securing the perimeter. But I'm standing in the middle of the plaza right now, right next to protesters, right next to media. I know you're under a tent. We're all in this same space together. There's someone selling mangoes right down the street. It's just sort of strange, Lester. I mean, you're seeing people in gym clothes going to the gym or going to the coffee shop right next to history being made. And it's all in the same space here in downtown Miami.
Yeah, Sam, we can tell you we had no issues walking through the crowds getting to where we are, thankfully. And we did at one point behind me. The noise level went up. Something happened. Tactical teams, DHS tactical teams came in, observed what was happening, and quickly backed off. So we may not see them in mass here, but they are very close by. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Kristen, we were talking here a moment ago about the political impact, the legal impact, how the language is starting to change a little bit among Republicans. What are some of your observations?
Well, these are incredibly serious charges, Lester. We're talking about espionage charges. We're talking about obstruction of justice charges. Espionage, obviously, unauthorized retention of national defense information. The obstruction of justice charges, let me tick through some of what this indictment alleges. It says that former President Trump suggested that his attorney falsely represent to the FBI and grand jury that he did not have the documents that were being requested, directing one of his top aides, Walt Nauta, to move the boxes to conceal them, suggesting that one of his attorneys hide or destroy the documents, and providing just some documents while claiming that he was fully cooperating, that essentially they had turned all of them over. So those are just among the allegations that amount to these obstruction charges. In terms of what the real world implications are, if you talk to experts, they say, look, there are some serious national security concerns here at stake. These are the nation's top secrets that we are talking about. This is critical information about U.S. nuclear weapons capability, about U.S. military capabilities, about foreign support for terrorist acts against U.S. interests. Why does this matter? Because this information was gathered by people who put their lives at risk to get this information, Lester. And so there is real concern that having this information out in the public could potentially put those lives at risk and also potentially put programs at risk, not to mention the potential impact it could have on the United States allies and the extent to which the United States allies trust the U.S. to handle its top secrets. So there are some incredibly serious implications for this indictment, and that's part of why you are starting to see some Republican candidates break with former President Trump and take a much sharper tone, as Hallie was just talking about, Lester.
Kristen, thanks very much. We're watching the motorcade, actually just a handful of vehicles, not a presidential-style motorcade, but nonetheless a police escort making the way here to the federal courthouse where that arraignment will take place around 3 o'clock, scheduled for 3 o'clock Eastern time. Let me bring Laura back into the conversation. We heard Kristen tick off some of the key points here, but can you, for those who are trying to minimize this or lay it strictly on, politics, how serious, in black and white, how serious are these charges?
It's very serious. As Kristen outlined, there really are two buckets. One is the retention of the documents, which, by the way, are the property of the U.S. government. We're talking about documents that would have had material included in the presidential daily brief. There are not personal records. These are documents that belong to the CIA, the Department of Defense. And so that's on the one hand, but then you also have the obstruction-related charges, as she outlined. And there, what's really unique is that largely appears, at least according to the indictment, to be dependent on Trump's own defense attorney. His own defense attorney, prosecutors using, because he managed to take voice memos of his reflections of things the president was saying to him, making a plucking motion, talking about removing documents for the documents that were going to be returned to the U.S. government, and essentially trying to get his lawyer to participate in the commission of a crime. That's quite serious, especially when it comes to documents like this.
And it would appear, going through the counts, there is a lot of evidence to kind of build the case on, which leads to my question. If you're the defense, it would seem natural you want to get as much evidence tossed out as possible. Is there any low-hanging fruit for the defense?
Well, those very documents that are his attorney's notes, that's the part that's most vulnerable, because normally that would be covered by attorney-client privilege. Normally, attorneys and their clients get to enjoy frank conversations so that you can provide legal advice, but you don't get to use that legal advice in the commission of a crime. And here, prosecutors were actually able to pierce that privilege in a rare move. And so because they were able to pierce it, that might actually be vulnerable to coming in at trial. The defense attorney will get another chance to try to say all of that evidence should be excluded at trial, even though we were able to get it in the course of our investigation.
All right, let's get the big picture now from NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, good to have you with us. We have sat for moments for impeachments, for arraignments, for January 6 hearings. How does this rank in terms of the impact and the legacy of this ex-president?
Look, I think it's going to rank a lot higher for historians 10 years from now. It's amazing to me how I think numb the country is to this moment. Part of it is this is our second indictment. It's not our first. If you want to keep going back, this is a twice impeached president. This is now a twice indicted president. This is a former president who was just found guilty of defamation in a civil court. And yet his political strength, at least among a core group of Republicans, it only grows. And I think, it's one of those where it's going to take us 20 years to sort this out, whether he just successfully created an alternative reality, an alternative media echo chamber, or he rode that alternative media echo chamber and made it one of his own. But the lack of impact of all of this, the fact that you're seeing these Republican candidates, Lester, try to come up with, well, boy, what he did is not good, but... right? They're afraid of going this, and part of it is the voters, and part of it is what of this is going to penetrate the public. But political gravity has always impacted Donald Trump, but not inside the Republican Party. So I think this is going to continue to sort of be intertwined with our politics. And, are the trials going to happen during the primaries, after the primaries, before the November election, after November election? How are these candidates going to do this? I think we're in a moment we've never had before. It's almost like had the O.J. Simpson trial involved a politician, right? And how much it consumed the country. This is going to be, I think, at some point, bigger than anything we could possibly foresee, but I don't think we fully appreciate it in the moment.
All right, Chuck Todd, thanks very much. Our own Kelly O'Donnell reporting that Walt Nauta, the co-conspirator, the alleged co-conspirator in this case, is in this motorcade with the former president. As you see on your screen, they make their way here to the federal courthouse in Miami. Let me bring in Hallie Jackson one more time, if I can. A lot of discussion already. It hasn't even been arraigned, but the clock, the calendar leading up to the election, what happens if he wins the nomination, what happens if he's elected president again. I know that requires an 8-hour answer, but give me your best shot.
I'll try to condense it a bit, and I think some of it will depend on the people we've also learned are traveling in the motorcade with the former president, and those are his attorneys who will be repping him today, Chris Kice, Todd Blanche, who are with him now, en route, as you say, and Kelly reports, Walt Nauta. Listen, there is a sense that this is likely going to be, on behalf of the Trump defense team as much as they can, slow-rolled to as much as they can until after, potentially, the November election. You know this well, Laura. There's a number of legal maneuvers that they could take to slow this down, and that would not necessarily be disadvantageous to Donald Trump. Because remember, as one Republican source put it to me, Donald Trump is never stronger than when he is able to, in some ways, play the victim of political persecution. And so that is going to matter in the primary contest, which, remember, really only goes until, next April, next May, next June, as we look ahead to the convention. After that is the question mark. What happens in the general election? Because right now, while Republicans at this early point seem to continue to be backing Donald Trump, I have heard a lot of conversation from rival campaigns, sources there, from people in the broader Republican orbit who say, hey, can Donald Trump actually win over those voters he has to win over in order to get the electoral votes that he needs in a state like Georgia, for example, where he underperformed back at the last election? So that is where some of the question marks that Chuck was talking about really come into play. You also have to think about what the debates may look like. And I know that there, from sources close to the former president and around him, is conversation about what that looks like. Does he participate at all? When do rival campaigns start to sharpen their knives against Donald Trump on the actual substance of the national security issues raised in this indictment. There are some who raise the prospect of, well, and you hear this, I think, a lot publicly from some Republicans. Well, President Biden is also under investigation for having mishandled classified documents. There are some key differences. There's a lot we don't know right now about the Biden case, but there are some key differences. Namely, Laura, what you're talking about with the obstruction bucket. Multiple legal experts are telling us if Donald Trump had just handed all this stuff over back in January of 2021, this likely would not have been brought at all. When you look at the charges and the counts in the indictment, they handed over something like 15 boxes of classified documents mid-January. The charges all relate to the documents handed over after that. So there is some discussion about if he had just given it up when he was asked to give it up, then maybe we wouldn't be talking about this at all.
All right, Hallie, the motorcade is, looks like it's now in downtown area of Miami. My geography here is not great, so I'm just going to say in the central part of the city, but making its way here. Let me go to Sam Brock. Sam, will any of the crowd here get at least a glimpse of the vehicle?
We don't think so, Lester, because the idea, as both Laura and Hallie have been reporting, is he's going to be going underneath the tunnels in front of the federal courthouse. You will see, though, people moving over here now, kind of in anticipation of his arrival. What you're looking at right now are the police cars blocking the entrance to the courtyard to the federal courthouse. Of course, the courthouse is in the middle there. On the other side, police have cordoned off the entire street. That is where former President Trump is expected to arrive. So the likelihood we're actually going to see anything from our vantage point is not great, but you can hear right now, Lester, some of the energy around here are picking up. And I will add, in terms of just security, if folks are wondering how that's going down, this is a combination of local, state, and federal agents. We've seen DHS personnel patrolling this entire area since this morning. And, of course, hundreds of Miami police officers as well. We're told the county is ready to offer its resources. If asked as of yesterday, that did not happen. But there's just a huge amount of people growing here right now. I would estimate in the neighborhood of probably 300 or 400. Yeah. There were concerns initially. It could be thousands of people here. What folks on the ground said is they were prepared for a response between 5,000 and 50,000 people, and certainly we are nowhere near that threshold.
All right. Sam, let me just point out the best I can what we're watching. It looks like one vehicle at a time being allowed down that ramp into the parking area. We don't know which one the former president is in and if he's in fact in the building right now. You'll note at this location there are no crowds. That area has been blocked off. So it's not clear the awareness of any of the folks here in the crowd as to whether the former president has arrived or not, but you're seeing it on the screen as police position the vehicles in various ways and will carefully stage the entrance. Perhaps they will only allow the one that Mr. Trump is in. But there's a live picture here in Miami of the president presumably now in the building, or at least the garage, where he will face this arraignment. I'm checking my watch. About 9 minutes from now is the scheduled time. Hallie?
He's hosting from the motorcade, as we saw him do, if my memory serves, last time around. At the last time he had to be arraigned back in New York, he's saying, on my way to court, witch hunt MAGA, which frankly, in 3 words, sums up a lot of what his campaign is and has been and is going to continue to be. The idea that the Department of Justice has been weaponized against him. There's been one interesting thing, Lester and Laura, as we talk about the broader Republican Party and how they are in some ways coalescing behind that particular call, and in other ways starting to draw real distinctions about the national security element here. Listen, you have a House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, who just in the last 24 hours pointed out, well, the bathroom that those documents in, bathroom doors have locks. You heard that from Republican Byron Donalds, another very close Trump ally on Capitol Hill, saying, hey, there's 33 bathrooms at Mar-a-Lago. Like, it's not like guests were in and out of where these documents were stored, essentially trying to downplay where these documents had been, according to the indictment.
Well, let me ask you this. You talk about he's kind of working from a playbook. Is it clear, is he running for acquittal or is he running for president with this outreach that he's running?
I think it's the latter, Lester. I think based on all of the public statements that Donald Trump has talked about, he is running for president here. If he were running for acquittal,
those would not be the arguments.
I was just going to say, it is likely that his attorneys would be telling him, please don't be truth socialing on your way to the courthouse here, right? And so clearly, he is talking about this on his own, very publicly, unprompted at his rallies and at his events that we've seen even since this indictment came down. He wants this to be a part of the broader conversation. And let me tell you why some other Republicans are jumping on board with the idea. They say that the DOJ deserves criticism, that it's been sort of a tool of partisan politics. half of Republicans agree. Half of Republicans don't think that the Department of Justice, they see the department unfavorably, same with the FBI. They think that they have little faith in the Department of Justice, according to polling over the last 8, 10, 12 months, and including just recently in March. It is a notable shift for the party, as you have Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, calling on defunding the special counsel altogether, away from that law and order ideology that Republicans had for so long campaigned on. This is a shift, and Donald Trump is driving it.
So, Laura, walk us through. He is presumably in the building right now.
Yeah.
If you can walk us one more time through the processes, we'll see.
So at this point, I don't know that we'll be able to see him. You can see the split screen there. It looks like it's hard to know there. You see a number of people going in. We know he's accompanied, obviously, by his attorneys and his body man, Walt Nauta, who's also been in charge in this case. We'll look to see if we can actually get a shot of him. But the fingerprinting, the electronic fingerprinting, not ink, the scan, the paperwork, they'll upload a stock photo into their internal booking system, we understand. All of that will be behind closed doors. The public should not see any of that. The time when the public will see him, of course, is when he first enters that courtroom and takes a seat at the defense table.
And he will be arraigned not by the presiding judge in this case, but by a magistrate.
Exactly. So a magistrate judge, think of it almost as a judge's helper. They're here because the criminal justice system has to churn so many defendants through. Magistrate judges are there to do this first appearance, this first initial step in the criminal justice process. And that's where the magistrate judge, John Goodman, will inform him of the charges. It's likely that the prosecutor won't actually read everything out. He knows the charges. He's seen the indictment, as we all have at this point. And then he will be expected to enter a plea at this point. Now that his attorneys, there was some debate about whether his attorneys were barred in the district. Now that we've confirmed he has an attorney, Chris Kise, who is actually barred in the Southern District of Florida, it's expected that he will likely enter a plea. And then at some point soon, though, there will be a date for him to actually have all of this happen in front of the judge, the presiding judge, Judge Cannon, who will actually preside over the trial in this case.
Okay, we'll remind folks the cameras are not allowed in federal courthouses or courtrooms, so we will see no video of anything transpiring inside. On the left, that motorcade reassembling for when the former president is completed with his arraignment, presumably having entered a plea and will be leaving. So we'll continue to watch that shot. Let me bring in former U.S. Attorney and former senior FBI official Chuck Rosenberg. He's also an NBC News legal analyst. Chuck, we haven't talked about on this broadcast why we're here, why in Miami when we saw so much grand jury activity take place in Washington. What's the significance of this happening here?
It's a great question, Lester. So the United States government has jurisdiction over these crimes because they're federal crimes. Your question goes to where is the best place to try this case? And that's a concept known as venue. Venue is a bit of an elastic concept. Under the law, venue is appropriate, proper in any place where a crime is begun, continued, or completed. But when you look at the facts of this case as alleged in the indictment, the overwhelming number of those facts allege conduct in the Southern District of Florida. And that's the locus of the obstructive conduct, for instance. So prosecutors don't want to do things that are risky. They want to minimize defects or deficits in their case. And one way of doing that, though venue might have been proper in the District of Columbia, is to bring the case in the place where it's absolutely appropriately venued, the Southern District of Florida. Again, sort of the central point of the obstructive conduct. That's why, Lester, you find yourself with Laura and with Hallie in Miami, Florida today.
Is it somewhat of a risk, however, for the prosecution in terms of the potential jury makeup when you look at this thing geographically? Also, the judge in this case is being looked at carefully for some of her previous rulings that appeared to favor the former president. So is Jack Smith at a bit of a risk here?
I've heard that talk. I tend to discount it. Let me explain. For instance, we tried in the Eastern District of Virginia, in Alexandria, Virginia, one of the 9/11 conspirators. Our courthouse is 3 miles from the Pentagon, one of the buildings attacked that horrific morning. We weren't looking for a jury that never heard of Al-Qaeda or never heard of 9/11. That would be an alarming group of citizens. We were looking for people who could put aside what they heard and be fair. All you need on the jury are people who can be fair. And when the judge is screening jurors for this case, she's going to look specifically for people who say, look, I might be a Republican, I might be a Democrat, I might have voted for Trump, I might have voted for Biden, but I can put all that aside and listen to the evidence adduced in the courtroom at trial and render a fair and just verdict. My experience with juries and with jurors is that they do that all the time. They try very hard to be fair and to be logical and to abide their oath, to put aside any preconceived notions they might have about the case. So I tend to discount concerns that you can't find a fair jury in the Southern District of Florida. Lester, I think you can.
All right, Chuck, we'll ask you to stand by. It's the top of the hour for those just joining us. Let's recap where we are this afternoon, what we've seen and heard so far. Former President Trump's motorcade departed his Doral, Florida country club. At around 1:30 p.m., he arrived at Miami Federal Court at about 1:55 p.m. to surrender to U.S. Marshals ahead of his arraignment on 37 counts. Trump and Walt Nauta have arrived at the courthouse where he, too, will be arraigned on charges in this case. Mr. Trump and Mr. Nauta will be released. They will fill out paperwork and have digital fingerprints taken before facing the judge for today's proceedings. Mr. Trump will not have a mugshot taken. As we understand, they will use a previous existing photo of him to put into the file. Let's bring back our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Laura, what happens now when essentially this kicks off the case? You have the arraignment, face the charges, guilty, not guilty. Now it begins.
Yeah, we really are at step one of what is going to be a lengthy process. And we've talked obviously so much about the charges that he's facing in this indictment, but we should help our viewers understand this is one slice of a bigger mandate that the special counsel has. He was put on to actually investigate not only the former president's retention of these classified documents and the alleged obstruction, but he's also investigating the former president's efforts to stay in office, to cling to power, his efforts to block the certification of the election, to pressure his former vice president to do the same. And so when we talk about the political implications and the timeline and how all of these things run into each other, we have to sort of help our audience understand there could be more to come. We know just today the grand jury in D.C. was meeting. There are witnesses still going in front of the grand jury. We've reported that his former senior advisor and close ally Steve Bannon has been subpoenaed in front of that grand jury. Will prosecutors secure that testimony for trial? There's so many open questions.
Wait a minute. So the indictment we saw, I think you called it a speaking indictment.
Yes, it is a screaming indictment.
Screaming indictment in this case.
Yeah.
But it may not be all.
No, and we, even in this indictment, it's not clear if this is all we'll see on this charges. They talk about people known and unknown to the grand jury. They could always file what's known as a superseding indictment if there's new information gleaned. If there are cooperators that come around on this case, they could file even more charges. Not saying that they will, but that's something at least that our viewers need to understand. This is a small slice, and we are only at the very beginning of a very long process.
And that's actually, not to pile on here, but that's in addition to, Laura, something you alluded to, which is the case down in Fulton County, Georgia, where the lead prosecutor in that instance has suggested and has made a lot of indications that if there is going to be action taken against the former president there related to his push to overturn the legitimate results of the Georgia election in 2020, it'll likely happen sometime in maybe early to mid-August, right? So it's not over on the federal level. It may not be over on the state level. And when you look at the timing, not to get my political nerd brain going here, but you look at the first debate for the Republican primary, that is set to be in late August. So it's entirely possible that you will have a collision of a number of these legal issues that Donald Trump faces as he is sort of entering the really big push of the start of the primary season. It is early days, though, as Laura points out. There is still such a long way to go in both of these
early days, and it makes me think, we've gone from one shock to one shock to one shock in this country, and we move on. This is a long, long time before trial and for even the primary. So will it be hard for Mr. Trump to sustain this campaign, if you will?
To that, I would say he's sustained a campaign largely based on grievances ever since I started covering him in 2015, Lester, and that includes his time in the White House here. He is somebody who understands and who can communicate when he feels personally and professionally aggrieved, and I don't think based on past precedent there's much indication to think that'll change this time around.
Especially since this is part of a larger story for him. If you look at how he talks about the Justice Department, how he attacks prosecutors, he goes back to the Mueller investigation, right? And so he creates a larger narrative so that this fits in perfectly with everything that he has already said that he's been wrongly persecuted about.
That has been an effective argument, too, for some Republicans who still, I mean, just on the phone in the last 24 hours here getting ready for today, still bring up the Mueller investigation and the way that there are Republicans who feel that was an example of this, what we're talking about now, what they're talking about now, the idea that the DOJ, they say, has been weaponized.
All right, we know that the former president is still here because we hear the helicopters over that have been following his motorcade. So whether the actual arraignment has begun, it's not clear. You see on the left side of your screen some of the security teams that are around this area. They have essentially left mostly freedom of movement except right up at the federal building itself here. So you've seen some of the protesters come back and forth. Sam Brock has been watching some of the crowd. Sam, what are you seeing?
So, Lester, you hear the helicopter sounds right now, also the megaphones from where I am with the crowds. You can probably hear this. I'm not standing too far away from where you're seated right now, as there has been sort of a crescendo of activity here in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Clearly, the crowd is aware that Trump is inside of the federal courthouse right now. They're chanting, USA, USA, we love Trump, a variety of other chants. Lester, I want to take your attention, though, to a video that we captured from above just a short while ago of a protester who is one of the few anti-Trump protesters here today, wearing a prisoner outfit, approaching the motorcade. Now, Lester, this is on the other side of the federal courthouse. Where I've been reporting from is where you're allowed to stand, where protesters are congregating. On the other side is where they brought the president into the building, and you'll see him approach the motorcade and immediately be stopped. So, in some sense, it's testament to the fact that the security plan here is working. Although we also saw maybe an hour ago someone walking right next to the federal building behind me, holding up a sign that says, "This ain't Fifth Avenue," and that person, Lester, just strolled right along the federal courthouse. Now, there's been a lot made so far about the fact that there's no hardened borders, or hardened perimeters, I should say, which means that you won't see, generally speaking, metal barricades or jersey walls or anything of that sort. In terms of security and blockading the presence of people, what you see here is just some police officers, several police cars preventing you from getting into the main area, into certainly the entrance of the building, and then I'm told the street on the other side of the building, that is blocked off, and that is where President Trump arrived. But as we stand here right now, this crowd, I would estimate, is somewhere in the neighborhood, and this is a rough ballpark guess based on where I'm standing, 1,000 plus people. The plans, according to the city of Miami, federal officials, DHS, is they can sort of expand and or retract their police presence from 5,000 people to 50,000 if it's required, but nothing along those lines or scale so far. But it really has picked up, I would say, in the last 15 or 20 minutes.
All right, Sam, thanks very much. Hallie?
I just wanted to make a point, just because I've been to dozens upon hundreds upon millions of Donald Trump events over the course of the last 6 years or so, and just how remarkable it is that there is such an intermingling here of protesters with counter-protesters, with members of the media. This is not typically, right, of course not in the White House, there is a bubble around the president when he travels, and even for the former president, that exists, right, that Secret Service protection, which of course he has here, but it is just for people who this is very different from how it usually goes when you go to a Donald Trump event and get this close to wherever the sort of quote-unquote action is.
All right, let me go to Frank Figluzzi. He's a former assistant director for counterintelligence at the FBI and the former number 2 at the FBI's Miami office. Frank, thanks for joining us. You know this turf well. What's the thought on the security plan here that's allowing some of these protesters to get up to the motorcade in some cases?
Yeah, this is uncomfortably close by Secret Service standards. They prefer a hardened perimeter. They prefer a distant perimeter. But there was push and pull and give and take with the city and county authorities. And this is what we've got today. The good news, Lester, is that these numbers so far of protesters appear to be only in the hundreds, not in the thousands. And that means they're far more manageable numbers for the law enforcement community. I think people need to understand, to plan security for an event like this, including the transportation and movement, you're looking at least 10 agencies, local, county, state, and federal, all trying to coordinate and get their piece and their preferences in here. And what I like to tell people is, just as Laura mentioned that we're in the first step of the legal process, we're also in the first step of the security process. By that I mean, we're looking at a protracted period of time as the trial starts and moves forward, where law enforcement is going to have to get it right every single day. And that lone offender that's out there only has to succeed once. So good news, low numbers. Good news, intelligence did not indicate the planning of organized groups. I think this is a test, a measure of the chilling effect that over 1,000 arrests related to January 6th have had on organized violence and sent that message. I think we're seeing that today. The question is whether we'll continue to see that chilling effect moving forward.
All right, Frank, thanks. Laura, let me ask you, is a defendant required to make an appearance at every hearing along the way?
Not at every hearing along the way, but he's obviously entitled to hear the charges against him. He's entitled to confront the government. It's his right under the Constitution to have that
I'm
process.
asking in the context of what we're seeing now. Is this going to become the norm for everyone?
No, but this will come to a head should this reach a trial. And that's where things could get really interesting, as Hallie was alluding to the timeline here. We already know he's facing one trial in March of next year, in the thick of the primary season. If he's facing another trial, this could get tricky in terms of, is he supposed to come off of the campaign trail? Exactly, and that could become very complicated, and a judge is going to have to look at that really carefully.
And by the way, New York State has a trial it wants to conduct, presumably ahead of this one.
Well, and usually, whichever one is filed first gets to go first. There's not supposed to be some deference to the federal indictment, but it will be interesting to see. Obviously, you saw the special counsel already signal he wants to move very, very quickly in this case, but it may not be up to him. And this is where the judge can play a huge role in either slowing things down or keeping things on pace. If the defense files a bunch of motions to try to stop this, pretrial motions to either dismiss it entirely or to gut some of the evidence, she can take as long as she wants to resolve those motions.
And that turns us to our next guest, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, walk through the potential defenses for Mr. Trump. We've heard a number of them tried out over the last weeks leading up to this moment, but what are some of the solid areas of consideration, do you think?
Don't look to the words that are coming out of Trump's mouth for his possible defenses by his legal team. I expect at the end those will diverge considerably. Instead, look for the defense to argue early on that this is selective prosecution. In other words, this is the legal equivalent of whataboutism. There is a motion, a selective prosecution motion. It almost never wins. You have to show that the government didn't prosecute similarly situated people, but prosecuted this defendant. And the challenge normally is, how do you show the people that the government didn't prosecute? This is a unique case in which you can possibly show that. You can, at least the defense may point to Hillary Clinton. The defense may point to other people that DOJ declined to prosecute. That being said, the motion will not work. Statistically, they never work. And even when they do, since 1996, the Supreme Court has said the remedy isn't even necessarily dismissal of the charges. It might be something like a fine or a sanction of the prosecutor, and a defendant doesn't care about that. A defendant wants a dismissal. Beyond that, there will be other pretrial motions. One theme will be essentially that Trump, along the way, tried to comply with the National Archives, tried to comply with DOJ. It was the archives that set unyielding deadlines. It was DOJ that didn't allow rolling production, that set an arbitrary deadline. Now, will this work? It's hard to say.
All right, you're looking at a picture, a photograph of what we believe is the former President Trump waving from the motorcade as it arrived here in Miami for this hearing. A little hard to make out, but we believe that is the former president. We don't quite know what he was looking at that point, if he had a good look at the crowds or simply some of the security forces out there. But just wanted to share that with you. And let me stay right with you for a second, Danny. we talked a moment ago about things that the defense may want to get tossed in terms of evidence. I asked Laura what the low-hanging fruit was. I'll ask it to you.
You look at all the evidence that is coming in the indictment. So the defense doesn't have discovery yet. They will get discovery. The arraignment is the official kickoff of the case. And then the defense will think about what motions it wants to file. There may be something in discovery that they don't see from the face of the indictment that they may want to try and suppress. In this case, you've had search warrants. You've had statements taken by people. You've had statements from Trump himself. All of those are fertile ground to try. And I stress, try to get suppressed. The reality is the vast majority of motions to suppress fail. Judges are not inclined to grant them, and frankly, the bar is just very high. But you make those motions as a defendant anyway. You make a record, and you hope maybe if you lose them that the appeals court might look at it with fresh eyes. But I expect you're going to see a lot of pretrial motions in this case, some of them dispositive to try and throw the entire case out. Those two rarely succeed. The bottom line is this: whether federal judge or state court judges, they don't like to take cases away from the government, from the prosecution. They're far more inclined to let them go ahead. But probably the biggest motions will not come pre-trial, Lester. They will come at the end of the case, when the defense asks a judge to take the entire case into her hands and enter an acquittal, notwithstanding what the jury may have said. And that determination could be unreviewable. In other words, there may be no comebacks if the judge grants that motion. Now, that's yet another motion, Lester, that is almost never granted and statistically is not likely to be granted even if Trump is convicted. But it is something to think about.
All right, let's bring in former U.S. Attorney Paul Charlton. He was appointed by former President George W. Bush. Thank you for being with us. I want to get your thoughts on this notion of how Mr. Trump can delay. And again, we should point out that, he certainly has the right to make whatever legal requests he wants. But what are some of the things at his disposal?
So the most effective defenses, Lester, in any criminal case are delay, and delay. As we were just discussing, there are a number of substantive and case dispositive motions that we can expect to see from President Trump's lawyers.
Paul, I'm going to have to interrupt you just for a moment because Trump's spokesperson, Alina Habba, is speaking outside the courthouse now. Let's listen.
It is about the destruction of the long-standing American principles that have set this country apart for so long. In recent years, we have seen the rise of politically motivated prosecutors who don't care for impartiality, who don't care for due process or equal protection of laws. They have been quietly but aggressively cultivating a two-tiered system of justice where selective treatment is the norm. From the Russia hoax to the attorney generals to the corrupt DAs in Georgia and New York. And now this. The people in charge of this country do not love America. They hate Donald Trump. What we are witnessing today is the blatant and unapologetic weaponization of the criminal justice system. The Biden-appointed special counsel has sought fit to bring 37 federal charges against President Trump, the leading frontrunner, less than a year and a half before an election. Countless other individuals, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden himself, retained possession of classified documents yet have not been prosecuted. And none of them came into possession of those documents while they were president. None of them were president who, as the head and sole member of the executive branch, has the power to summarily declassify documents. The decision to pursue charges against President Trump while turning a blind eye to others is emblematic of the corruption that we have here. We are at a turning point in our nation's history. The targeting, prosecution of a leading political opponent is the type of thing you see in dictatorships like Cuba and Venezuela. It is commonplace there for rival candidates to be prosecuted, persecuted, and put into jail. What is being done to the President Trump should terrify all citizens of this country. These are not the ideals that our democracy is founded upon. And this is not our America. Thank you.
So what's happening right now inside the courthouse? Has he been arrested?
All right, Alina Habba speaking outside the courthouse, a Trump attorney making a number of claims that we've heard the former president make, not breaking any new ground there. Let me ask Laura and Hallie, fact check some of this. One is that he had the power to summarily declassify documents. Not true.
No. And again, to note, they're not his documents. These are documents that are the property of the United States government. We're talking about weapons plans. We're talking about defense plans. We're talking about a plan of attack against Iran, according to prosecutors. These are not just his diary or his notes. These are top secret or secret records. And they've chosen a selective few, so secret, in fact, that some of them, the titles had to be redacted, even within the indictment, which shows you sort of the gravity of it here. And she's making a lot of arguments that we've heard familiar, sort of almost parroting things that we've seen on the president's social media, and she's saying them in a different tone, but they're actually the very same types of claims about the weaponization of the DOJ. But their only evidence for that, Lester, is the fact that other people weren't prosecuted, and yet those are very different cases. Those are not cases in which someone was given a grand jury subpoena and continued to hold on to documents and tried to convince their own attorney to lie to the DOJ about it.
We haven't seen anything quite like this, in
We've
fact.
never seen anything like this from anyone, let alone the former president of the United States.
Now, she is delivering a political defense of her client, far less so a legal one, with very little on the actual merits of what was in the indictment in the first place. That may work outside court. It's going to have to be very different inside court to be persuasive to a judge, to a jury, in all likelihood here. I thought it was interesting, the mention of Cuba and Venezuela. Probably not coincidental, given where we are right now in South Florida and the importance of those communities to the Republican political bloc where we are. All of it speaking to the idea that, as we often say about those close to the former president, she is thinking, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but likely an audience of one here for whom it is important to hear. And hear Donald Trump's attorneys, he wants to hear them making this defense of him. He, I'm sure, is going to be looking at clips of this crowd outside the courthouse, Lester, and glad to see people here supporting him.
And he'll be making remarks later on this evening, probably along the same lines.
Again, it's the idea of that, and it sounds sort of wild to say. We talked about an impeachment playbook while he was in office. Now we're talking about an indictment playbook, because it has happened before. This is what we saw after those state-level charges in New York. He went and had this semi-rally. We anticipate something very similar tonight. Remember, he spends the heat of the Miami summer in Bedminster, New Jersey, at his home and his property there. So he'll be returning. He'll be delivering remarks, likely going to be a forceful condemnation of this arraignment, of the process that has happened here, Lester.
And we should we'll point out just some housekeeping as to where we are now. We understand that the booking process is complete. The processing of both defendants, Walt Nauta and the former President Trump, has completed. So they would go on then to the actual arraignment phase.
Yes, and we should also note just how unusual it is that Walt Nauta, obviously alleged to be his conspirator in this plan to kind of secret the documents, but he's still his body man. He's still his valet. He's traveling down to Miami with him. And one of the things to watch for when this actually gets in front of the judge who's presiding over it is whether she says anything about whether those two should still be communicating. Usually in a conspiracy case, you might not want to see the two communicating after that indictment.
That's something the judge would want to do, or his attorneys?
No, it's something you might actually see the judge bring up. And perhaps the prosecutors will bring it up, not today, because today is the magistrate judge, but to see the presiding judge say something about that will be interesting to see. They might actually, be prohibited from still talking at least about this case, even though they still work together. Again, highly unusual factual circumstance we have here.
Let me go back to Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, you were listening, I'm sure we heard a moment ago, from a member of the former president's team offering a defense that we know well. Is that anything like what's going to be being said in court today, or will be said in court along the way?
No, it's an excellent question, Lester. In order to admit a document, let's say in the public square, all you need to do is wave it in front of a television camera. To admit a document or to admit testimony in federal court, you have to meet strict rules of federal evidence. A judge is the gatekeeper, of course. In court, there are fewer gatekeepers in the public square. And so Mr. Trump and his supporters can say whatever they want for public consumption. The defenses, quote unquote, that you heard offered just a few moments ago on your network are not the types of arguments that a federal judge is going to admit at a trial. They're not admissible, they're not relevant, and they don't adhere to the rules of evidence. And so I think it's important for viewers to understand that there are some things that are for public consumption, perhaps for fundraising, and there are other things that are for juries in a court of law. And those two buckets, Lester, are very different things.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, again. Kristen?
Well, Lester, you were just talking about Walt Nauta, and Laura there was outlining his role in his relationship to former President Trump. And just to give a little bit more context about who Walt Nauta is and why there is so much focus on Walt Nauta, he is 40 years old. He spent 20 years in the Navy. He then went on to be a valet at the White House and then to become former President Trump's body man. He was personally involved, according to this indictment, in the packing and moving around of these boxes, which contained classified and sensitive information, as was former President Trump, by the way, as well. One of the notable exchanges in the indictment that has gotten so much attention that involves Walt Nauta, let me just read you a part of this, Lester. This was a question that he was asked by investigators, quote, "Do you have any information that could help us understand where they," meaning the documents, the boxes, were kept, how they were kept, were they secured, were they locked, something that makes the intelligence community feel better about these things, you know? Walt Nauta, according to the indictment, responds, I wish I could tell you. I don't know. I honestly just don't know." And Lester, that exchange happened after he was shown on surveillance video moving the boxes from one location to another location after a subpoena had been issued for these classified documents. And so that is one of several examples in this indictment that has gotten a lot of attention in terms of what we are talking about when we think about the obstruction charges that Walt Nauta and that former President Trump are facing, Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. Let me bring back NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, give us your thoughts about what's happening in the Republican Party right now. We heard some of those very early statements before most had even had a chance to look at the indictment. Watching this process play out now, presumably full knowledge of what's in the indictment, where does that take the party?
Look, the party, the more it follows Donald Trump down this road, the more the party separates itself from the very voters it needs in order to get a governing majority, whether it's in the House of Representatives, the United States Senate, or the presidency. And that's what's so, the more the base rallies around them, the more this turns off the middle of the electorate. And it's that slice that decides Georgia and Wisconsin and Arizona and Pennsylvania. And there's been so much of this. And what's fascinating is every Republican that's speaking, these elected Republicans know it and believe it. And there is one what if I keep wondering, is I wonder if we didn't have the New York indictment, Lester, and this was the very first indictment, I think there would be a lot more elected Republicans who would have looked for distance first before putting their finger in the air. Obviously, the result of the Manhattan indictment, the political result of it, made all of these elected Republicans decide to go out there and condemn first and ask questions later of the indictment. And who knows if there would have been a slightly different reception if this were the first one, rather than what happened in Manhattan. And I would argue on the Manhattan thing, it reminds me of the Clinton impeachment. Everything that he was accused of by the Manhattan DA was something many voters knew before the 2016 election, right? The Access Hollywood tape told them that information. It's like Bill Clinton. The impeachment of him, hey, they knew that when they voted for him. That wasn't going to be disqualifying. But if the first indictment had been professional misconduct, rather than the first indictment be character misconduct, I just wonder if the Republican Party leaders might have been braver at condemning him for this.
Chuck, I'd like you to speak to this whole issue, these accusations that this is politically motivated, weaponized Justice Department. Is it fair to say that for Democrats, this is politically advantageous?
Well, here's the thing. Yes, it is. But what is the Justice Department supposed to do when somebody defies a subpoena like this? It's sort of like we're prosecuting a 20-year-old Air National Guardsman for releasing all of this classified material on Discord and some other places. And it's sort of the two-tiered justice system is not there, but Donald Trump is actually calling for one. He wants special treatment. The elected Republicans are all but saying there should be special treatment for the political candidates, not for others, that somehow there's different levels of this. And look, it's hard to prove a negative, and I think the Justice Department goes through the same problems you and I go through, Lester, when people like come at the media, hey, you're not covering this, you're not covering Y, and we're sitting there going, hey man, we're just covering the story. We're covering the reality of the moment. We can't cover what you wish were reality. We're simply covering what it is. And I think the Justice Department is sort of stuck here. Donald Trump never should have been charged for this, but he himself made behavioral decisions to force the hand of justice, because if they didn't do it, then you would set an example that would make all of these laws that govern classified documents completely moot. And then who knows what that would do to our system of secrecy in this country, which does have national security implications.
All right, Chuck, thanks. We are approaching the bottom of the hour. For those just joining us, here's where we stand. Let's recap what we've seen and heard so far. Mr. Trump and his alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, were just processed and booked inside Miami federal court. That means they filled out paperwork. They had digital fingerprints taken, no ink, before facing the judge for today's proceedings. Mr. Trump will not have a mugshot taken. They will be using a pre-existing photo of him to complete their files. They arrived at the Miami federal court at about 1:55 this afternoon to surrender to U.S. Marshals ahead of his arraignment on those 37 counts. The pair to be arraigned soon officially. Keep stressing no cameras allowed inside the courtroom. That's the norm in all federal courtrooms. Let's bring back NBC's Sam Brock nearby, out with protesters. Sam, does the crowd have any sense of where this stands right now, or where the former president is?
So there seemed to be sort of an uptick in the response, Lester, when Trump's attorney came out to address that pool, and then sort of the volume has dissipated a little bit since, although it's still fairly high. If you look over my shoulder here, to give you a different perspective, we're now closer to the street off Miami Avenue. These are all the folks that are out here. It goes back probably 50 to 70 people deep. And what's amazing about this visual that you're taking in right now is not just the fact that the only barricades are beyond the crowd in front of the courtyard, but all these tents that you see are the members of media who are all standing in the same space together. The protesters, people who live here that just wanted to see a footnote of history, came out. Multiple people have stopped me just to say, what do you think of all this? And I say, who are you? And it's just someone that lives nearby that wanted to take it all in. And obviously, police presence as well. We know that they were prepared for 5,000 to 50,000 people. We are nowhere close to either one of those numbers as we walk through this space, Lester. One notable thing to point out is that it was right over here earlier today that one of the canines, that bomb-sniffing dogs, came by and actually sat on a piece of luggage or what had an LED TV monitor inside. They cleared out this entire space for about 30 to 45 minutes. So all of the people that were out here, members of the media, demonstrators, bystanders, all cleared out. This was empty at like 11 o'clock this morning. And now, obviously, you're looking once again at sort of front and center history in Miami, downtown Miami, as President Trump is going through this legal process right now. And the crowd has stayed about where it was the whole time. I spoke with Francis Suarez, who's the mayor of Miami. He said they have not received any credible threats of violence. And that was as of a couple of hours ago. So authorities here feeling pretty comfortable about the fact that, yes, there have been demonstrations. We've seen a few moments where there's been confrontation, not a ton of physical confrontation, but people right in each other's faces. But thankfully, there's been no significant incident so far, and the Department of Homeland Security has been scouring this entire area. Miami police, we've seen a couple hundred of them out here today on bikes in what is right now about 90-degree heat with a heat index over 100 degrees. So stifling conditions have not gotten poured on yet, but you would imagine when that 2 or 3 o'clock downpour that is so infamous for Florida comes down, it could clear some of these folks out. But right now it's a steady presence as people here just want to see what's going to happen and generally speaking, voice their support for former President Trump.
Yeah, you had to tempt the weather gods. All right. Thank you, Sam Brock, because this area is famous for those late afternoon thunder showers. Let's bring in Catherine Christian. She's a former Manhattan assistant district attorney and an NBC News legal analyst. Catherine, I want to ask you, Chuck raised this a moment ago about the order of these prosecutions. We know, of course, New York State and the hush money case came first. Can you, for a layman, compare these two different cases and which appears to be more serious or put the former president in more legal jeopardy?
Oh, well, it's night and day. This special counsel indictment is far more serious than the Manhattan DA's office case. That case involves hush money payments to a porn star and a Playboy model and falsifying business records to cover that up. Serious, but this involves national security. It's important that the people understand the documents that Mr. Trump allegedly willfully retained. Almost half of the entire U.S. intelligence community's information and intelligence was impacted by the retention of these documents. 31 counts of willful retention of national defense information. 21 of those counts, 31 counts all pertain to a specific document. 21 of those documents were all classified as top secret. Top secret is defined as if the document were to get into the wrong hands, it would cause severe damage to the national security, grave damage, to the national security of the United States. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about these documents. Documents that were left in boxes that didn't have secured covers. These were not kept in a vault in Mar-a-Lago. They were in a ballroom. They were in a shower. They were in the bathroom. There's a photo in the indictment of a box dropped to the floor with documents spilled out. One of those documents was a very secret document that was called for Five Eyes Only. Five Eyes Only meaning 5 countries: Australia, Canada, the UK, the United States, and New Zealand. A very secret document. And that's listed as one of the counts in 31 charges involving willful retention of defense information. So, all due respect to my former office, that's a serious indictment in Manhattan, but this is the real deal.
No, we appreciate you breaking it down. Let me bring back former U.S. Attorney Paul Charlton. He was appointed. I think we're going to make a change here. We're going to go to Carol Lamb, an NBC News legal analyst. Carol, you've been watching the conversation today, watching the crowd here to greet the former president. What are some of your observations here?
Well, I can tell you one thing. Jack Smith, the special counsel, is not concerning himself with what's going on outside the courthouse today. Jack Smith's whole concentration now is, as it was completing this investigation, it is now how this investigation is going to, how this indictment is going to go to trial, how the former president and his aide, Walt Nauta, are going to be up in front of a jury, what is going to be admissible as evidence, and how this trial is going to be administered. That is his focus right now. A lot of people think that prosecutors do this kind of work for their own personal glorification. That is not the case here. That is not the case with this special counsel. One of the things that struck me about this indictment when I read through it is fundamentally how simple a case it is and what an excellent job the special counsel has done in putting together the facts here. He has text messages and he has videotape that permits him to put together a very clear timeline of what happened, when those boxes were moved, and why they were moved. And the other thing that's really striking about the indictment, before we saw the indictment, you might have thought, well, perhaps the former president kept these facts, kept the boxes and the subpoena and the response to the subpoena at something of a distance. Maybe he didn't really know what was going on between his attorneys and the government. That is clearly shown not to be the case. It is clearly shown by the text messages of Walt Nauta and other employees at Mar-a-Lago that former President Trump was hands-on in what boxes were going to be reviewed personally by him and what documents were going to be reviewed personally by him. That's an extraordinarily persuasive amount of evidence regarding to what the former president did in this case.
Yeah, Carol, I have another question for you, but I want to quickly show some pictures we have from earlier. I think it shows former President Trump leaving the Doral Country Club for the 20-minute or so drive. There it is. This is earlier. They're heading out, presumably, to the vehicles before making their way here for the arraignment, which should be taking place right about, within the next half hour or so. We're told the booking is completed. And Carol, as we watch that, I want to talk about how does a prosecution deal with a case like this? They know there is going to be this public campaign. They know there is the political element. Do you have to acknowledge it? And in some ways, did Jack Smith find a way to quietly acknowledge the politics of this while maintaining the integrity of his case?
In circumstances like this, Lester, of course the special counsel knew that there were politics around this, that everything he said or did, or the fact of the indictment, was going to have some kind of political ramification. And he was well aware that if an indictment was going to be brought, it should be brought as quickly as possible with respect to the Department of Justice policy not to do anything too close to an election. So he was certainly aware of that. But going forward, he really has to focus on this case and let other people take care of extraneous information. He's now brought the indictment. He has to focus on trying this case.
All right, Carol, thank you. Let me bring back Hallie Jackson. Hallie, as we watch all this play out, Carol mentioned that DOJ rule that limits what they can do in terms of a prosecution surrounding politics near around an election, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
As far as the political campaign, and that's something we heard about in previous instances, right? And I think Chuck Rosenberg and Carol and others will tell you it is not a hard and fast law or rule. It is more like a guideline for the Department of Justice. We saw it come up in other instances previously. But the piece of it here, as it relates to Donald Trump and his potential legal jeopardy, does link with the political side of it, and the idea that this is, and this has been brought up by some Republicans publicly, and I will tell you privately, self-inflicted, that he did this to himself, that we would not be here if he had not kept those documents, and as I think Carol rightly notes, was extraordinarily personally involved in the handling and management and sorting of those documents to a degree that really hadn't been previously reported, at least on the full scope of it.
Personally involved, and at least in the prosecution's telling, cavalier. One of the photos that's involved in the actual indictment shows the documents just spilled out everywhere, and not it takes a picture of it and texts it to someone like, oh my God, look at all these documents.
The beautiful mind documents, they called some of these files.
But the idea there being the carelessness with which you're treating the national security secrets of the United States, and again, it shows you how the political maps on to the legal. What is more important to the fitness of office for the presidency of the United States, right? He's not just the former president. He's running to occupy that office again. What's more important than treating our national security secrets sacred?
And yet you are seeing, even just in the last hour, I think, since we've been on the air and since Donald Trump has left Doral and come here, you are seeing the top Senate Republican, somebody who has no love lost for Donald Trump in the least, essentially take a pass on making any kind of comment on this indictment or on the charges or on the seriousness, Laura, of what you're talking about here. Mitch McConnell simply saying, I'm not going to start commenting on the various candidates we have running for president. It is also true that there is only one candidate running for president who is facing a federal indictment on these serious charges related to obstruction, related to these national security secrets of the United States of America. He's also getting backup in other corners from the Senate, which is a different beast than the House, if you will. While John Thune, for example, a member of Republican Senate leadership, called these charges serious, you are now seeing Senator J.D. Vance say that he is going to put a hold on all Justice Department nominees until, in his view, Merrick Garland, he says, drops what he believes is an unwarranted case against Donald Trump. Now, he can slow it down. He can't stop it altogether. But it also shows you there are policy implications that Republicans can pull some levers on here, too.
All right, let's, on that issue of slowing it down, let me bring back former U.S. Attorney Paul Charlton, appointed by former President George W. Bush. I apologize, I had to cut you off a bit earlier, but you were speaking to this very issue of that Mr. Trump's perhaps most effective defense tool will be the ability to delay.
That's right, Lester. And so there are a number of substantive motions that we can expect former President Trump's lawyers to file here a motion to suppress the search warrant, a motion to reconsider the decision that allowed President Trump's, actually compelled former President Trump's lawyers to testify before the grand jury, and a whole number of other motions that they will undoubtedly file. Those motions will take time for Judge Cannon to review, for the prosecution to file responses, and depending on who wins or loses those decisions, there will likely be some appeals that follow those motions as well. And we can't forget that there is a very good reason for the president to at least ask for and seek a continuance in this trial. He's running for president of the United States, and he faces, as we've discussed, other charges for which he needs to be prepared, and we can expect, we think, there may be other charges coming as well. All of that is going to be before Judge Cannon, and it is likely, in my view, that she will continue the case. The objective for Trump's lawyers is going to be to continue this matter until after the election, because that election is going to determine, in no small part, what happens to this prosecution, because depending on who wins the next election for president of the United States, it may very well impact how it is this prosecution goes forward, if at all.
All right, thank you for that. Let me bring back our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Kristen, we have been noting that a number of Republican candidates have kind of sided with the former president on this. They've had his back, but not all, notably Chris Christie. I understand we're hearing from him.
We are hearing more from Chris Christie, who, remember, is not only the former governor of New Jersey, also a former U.S. attorney, who just tweeted, Lester, the GOP must stop blaming our adversaries for the weakness of our candidates. It's Trump. He's a three-time loser. He ends by saying, loser, loser, loser. This is significant for a couple of reasons. Look, Chris Christie has come out swinging since the moment that he entered this campaign, but he is basically saying to the other GOP candidates, now is the time to draw a sharp distinction with former President Trump. If not now, when? He has been very forceful, including at a town hall overnight, essentially making the case these are very serious charges that he is facing if they are true. He's making a second part of this argument, though, Lester, which is that he is saying, look, former President Trump hasn't won anything since 2016, effectively blaming the losses of the 2022 midterms on the former president as well, and calling on his fellow GOP candidates to sharpen their attacks, to join him in this chorus. We saw Nikki Haley, the former UN ambassador, also shift her tone, start to become more critical of former President Trump. Another U.S. attorney, Asa Hutchinson, also quite critical of Trump. Ron DeSantis, though, his closest rival, has not taken direct aim. Neither has Tim Scott, someone who's gotten a lot of buzz as a potential VP nominee. And if you look at the polls, Lester, we've been saying this throughout our coverage, Trump's base of support remains incredibly strong. It remains unchanged. The numbers anywhere from 35 to 40%, maybe even going as high as 60%, depending on how you're counting. Those voters are not for the taking. Those are people who are not going to be moved. However, there are some moderate Republicans in some of the open primaries, for example. There are some independent voters who are for the taking in a primary. And what you're effectively hearing from Governor Chris Christie is, look, if you want to get some of those voters, if you want to shake up this race and not repeat what we did in 2016, which was effectively not lay a hand on Trump and allow him to walk away with the nomination, then you've got to get tougher. Will we start to see that in the debates at the end of the summer? We'll have to see, but Chris Christie really leading the charge here, Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker. Kristen, thanks very much. Hallie, what do you have?
It's not surprising that Chris Christie, the former New Jersey governor, is taking this tack, because that is what his campaign is resting on the foundation of. I mean, he is in this race, sure, to win the White House, but in many ways to take down Donald Trump. And he has been the loudest and most outspoken voice against him for somebody, by the way, who ran his transition for like a brief moment right after Donald Trump initially won the election back in 2016. Obviously, that relationship has since soured, and Christie in many ways sees it as his mission to be the voice speaking out against Donald Trump. His point, loser, loser, loser. Well, Donald Trump will hear that. But I will tell you that behind the scenes, there are other campaigns whose strategy rests on portraying Donald Trump as a loser. Not that explicitly, but I think of, for example, sources close to current Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the governor of the state we're in here, who are likely to be rolling out a strategy of painting Donald Trump as somebody who cannot win on issues like as it relates to culture wars, on education, on LGBTQ plus issues, ways that Ron DeSantis has been effective here in Florida to advocate for those conservative causes, and Donald Trump has been unable to do. So it is a difference in how you deliver the message, right? But ultimately, that appears to be the message that many Republicans will coalesce around. Now, that said, let's also say Chris Christie is not indicative of where the Republican Party is writ large, for all the reasons that Kristen laid out. We talked about how Nikki Haley, who's also running against Donald Trump, came out, sharpened her tone, talked about how the allegations laid out in this indictment are reckless. She also now is saying that she may consider a pardon for Donald Trump if he is convicted, if she ends up winning the White House, because she says of what it would do, what a conviction of Donald Trump would do for the country here.
Shows you how the ground is shifting minute to minute, right? Like, they don't quite know where they want to land on this, but Christie wants to differentiate himself, and he is not in like the highest position. And so, as a former prosecutor, what do? You use what you know, and he knows the law.
And nobody else has that.
And nobody else has that benefit. And if you're already ranking sort of low, what do you have to lose?
I think that's a huge part of the strategy here for Chris Christie. There's also a question of what does it mean if and when Georgia and that potential indictment comes down in mid-August. I will tell you that in my conversations, that is a kind of a data point to come in maybe 6-8 weeks from now, that there are some campaigns looking at, waiting to see, does the tide change if that comes down to? We don't know yet.
Let's not forget, we're also watching Georgia and a potential for a criminal indictment with regard to the election. And what would that do to the political environment? I mean, we would once again force candidates to choose, wouldn't that?
Well, that one's interesting because remember, the central allegation there would be that he actually tried to pressure a fellow Republican.
That's right.
And I wonder if that one makes it a little bit different. You would think that mishandling national security secrets for a party that has sort of stood on the principle that that's something to regard and to be careful with would treat that seriously. But you wonder if pressuring a fellow Republican might be treated differently. It might not. So far, it doesn't seem like anything's been able to really pierce through, but we'll see.
Let me bring in Chuck Todd into the conversation. Chuck, there's a lot to chew on here. Also, I want to get you to weigh in on independent voters. We're seeing how this is animating the former president's base, but we've talked long before all this that he still needs those independent voters.
He does, and this continues to alienate them. But that is not what the focus is, right? And this is where, to really get at the root of this, I really think we have to accept the fact that there's just an alternative conservative media apparatus that has just got an alternative reality, an alternative set of pieces of information. I hesitate to use the word fact there, but it comes where there's just this echo chamber in one side of things, where negative partisanship, and if the media says it's bad, then we're going to rally around and say it's good just because these elites tell us it's bad. And this is what's alienating the middle, and we're setting ourselves up for an election. We've always used this as sarcasm. Oh, it's the lesser of two evils and this or that, and we've had versions of this. But this really is putting voters in the middle, where they're not voting for anybody. They're just simply voting against what appears to be the most unstable result that they want to avoid. Excuse me.
Yeah. What do you make of this talk of pardons?
Look, I don't think a former, it's interesting. There's quite a few other democracies that have had foreign leaders under criminal probe. Some have served time. Some have worn ankle bracelets. I'm waiting for the candidate to say that they would commute his sentence, but not necessarily pardon him. I could understand if you decide, don't let him be a martyr in jail. He shouldn't serve time, but you shouldn't wipe out his conviction either. So if you're wanting to know what do I think actually would happen if Donald Trump were convicted, I think we're more likely to see someone commute his sentence someday, but I don't think he'll ever be pardoned for this.
All right, Chuck Todd, thanks very much. A little before 3 here on the East Coast. We're still waiting for word that the former President Trump has officially faced his arraignment. We know that he has been booked, fingerprinting has taken place, that he has essentially been processed. But the next step and the point of all today was for his arraignment. So we're waiting for word from inside the courthouse. While we're waiting, let's bring back our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Kristen, if you could talk once again to the seriousness of these accusations.
Well, Lester, we know that former President Trump is facing 37 counts of obstruction and espionage charges. And one of the things that stands out about the indictment is that it alleges that Mr. Trump shared some of these classified documents, some of this sensitive information with other people, and also has quotes of him effectively ordering his attorneys to conceal these classified documents. In one example, this goes back to July 2021. This is in Bedminster, New Jersey. Trump showed and described a quote-unquote plan of attack that he said was prepared for him by the Department of Defense. He was showing this to an author who was helping one of his top aides on a book. Trump told the individuals in the room that the plan was highly confidential and secret and said, as president, I could have declassified it, and now I can't, but it is still a secret. On August or on or about September of 2021, also in Bedminster, the former president showed a representative of his Political Action Committee, his PAC, who did not have security clearance, a classified map related to a military operation, and told the representative that he should not be showing it to this person and that this person should not get too close. A couple of other examples, Lester. He said, according to this indictment, to one of his attorneys after a subpoena was issued for this classified information, I don't want anyone looking. I don't want anybody looking through my boxes, these boxes that contain this classified information. I really don't. I don't want you looking through my boxes. He goes on to say, what happens if we just don't respond at all or don't play ball with them, meaning these requests for the documents? Wouldn't it be better if we just told them we don't have anything here? And then finally, he says, isn't it better if there are no documents? All of this gets to former President Trump's state of mind while you have the National Archives, federal authorities demanding to get these documents back. And here's one more critical exchange, Lester, that I just want to read for you. This was one of the conversations that he had with his attorney after the subpoena had been issued for these classified documents. This is according to the attorney telling investigators, quote, he made a funny motion as though, well, okay, why don't you take them, the documents, with you to your hotel room? And if there's anything really bad in there, like, pluck it out. And that was the motion that he made. He didn't say that. So that's from one of his attorneys at the time. Lester, the significance of all of this, putting this all together, again, the indictment is really trying to provide a window into the former president's state of mind as it relates to these classified documents and to show that he understood the significance of the documents of the request and that he did not want to hand them over. And then one more point I will make, the indictment also provides a number of examples from 2016 when former President Trump was attacking his rival at the time, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, for her handling of classified documents. Of course, she was investigated for that. She was not charged with a crime. But in a number of instances, he lays out how he sees the mishandling of classified documents, speaks to how critical they are as a national security matter. And the point of that, this indictment, investigators, prosecutors really trying to show that he understands not only the significance of these documents, but the fact that he was withholding them and not complying with these requests to turn them over, Lester.
Yeah, Kristen, I want to pick up that thought with Catherine Christian, a former Manhattan assistant district attorney. Catherine, to that point, it sounds like it'll be very hard for the Trump camp to claim that, these were underlings that did it. He was not fully connected. He wasn't aware of what they were doing. That sounds like a tough sell.
Yes, this indictment closely shows how closely Mr. Trump micromanaged these documents, how he micromanaged the packing, the storage, the retention, the moving. There is even a text message included in the indictment from his co-defendant, Mr. Norda, to another employee stating he's tracking the boxes, and the he refers to Trump. More to follow up today on whether he wants to go through more today or tomorrow. So the use of that word tracking. So Mr. Trump micromanaged every aspect of his retention, his alleged willful retention of these documents.
All right, Catherine, thanks. We are approaching the top of the hour, and for those, excuse me, just joining us, we want to recap what we've seen and heard so far today. Mr. Trump is inside a Miami federal courtroom where he's facing a judge to be arraigned. That is scheduled to take place at 3 o'clock Eastern, which is 3 minutes away by my clock. That means he was formally charged on the 37 counts in the classified documents case. The former president expected to plead not guilty to the charges against him. He has already been booked and processed, meaning he's filled out all the paperwork. The fingerprinting is done. He's recorded his phone number and other pertinent information. We should remind there are no cameras allowed in a federal courthouse. We will not see any of this. The pictures you're seeing right now are of his departure from the Doral Country Club. We will get more information from inside the courtroom as soon as it happens. We've got a plan worked out to get folks down here who can give us a flavor for what's happening. But right about now is the scheduled arraignment. Again, these pictures a bit earlier as Mr. Trump was about to hop in that SUV and make his way over to the courthouse here in Miami. Let's bring back our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. We've arrived at that time. We believe he's being arraigned. For those just joining us, walk us through what we think is happening about now.
So again, this is under normal circumstances, perhaps a 10 to 15 minute process, and it could go very quickly in this case. It's a magistrate judge that's overhearing this. It's not the case that it's not the judge that will actually preside over the eventual trial. The magistrate judge will call the case. They'll hear. He's entitled to obviously hear the charges, but he already knows what they are. Then he's expected to enter a plea. There might be some discussion about another court date, although the judge who's ultimately going to take this case to trial, Judge Alina Habba, is the one who will set that date. But it could be over relatively quickly. One thing that will be interesting to see once we confirm who all is in the courtroom, it would be, interesting to see whether in fact Jack Smith is in the room. We haven't seen very much of him, Lester. We actually managed to see him on camera very briefly last week, just walking the street, but he's maintained a very low profile. He's only spoke one time when the indictment was actually unsealed to stand up for the rule of law and to stand up for his colleagues at the Justice Department, but that was highly unusual. Otherwise, we haven't heard anything out of him. Now, not saying if he's there that he'll be the one who actually stands up in court, but it's a showing of solidarity for his colleagues who have been under attack.
And if he is there, I think it would be incredibly notable because Donald Trump has been attacking Jack Smith in a serious way, calling him things like a deranged psycho, suggesting without presenting evidence that he is in some way partisan or compromised as part of this investigation. The former president and his legal team have gone after the prosecutors handling this case, making allegations of prosecutorial misconduct, again, without presenting evidence, but obviously the investigation continues into the dynamic of if that is the case, and I don't want to get ahead of our skis here, but if Jack Smith and Donald Trump are in that courtroom together, it is going to be, I think, a significant moment just optically and visually, probably for both of them, but especially for the former president who has really put Jack Smith, the special counsel, in the bullseye.
There's also some question about President Trump's legal team as to, he's lost, 3 members now in the last...
He lost 2 members just hours before the indictment was unsealed, which was something of a surprise. And it was interesting that we were questioning whether they had been fired or whether they quit. They put out a statement saying they had resigned. He hasn't blasted them, at least that we've seen on social media, and so perhaps they ended on good terms. But query how in the world you have a situation where the former president is facing felony serious charges and he doesn't have the most robust legal team that money can buy. Anybody else in this type of situation, think about any other defendant who is well-to-do and has the wealth and privilege of someone like former President Trump. They would have law firms lined up, but in this case, that is not what we've seen. We've seen people quitting at the last minute, and he does have at least one member of his team, Todd Blanche, who's also on the Manhattan hush money case, and so he's managing these 2 major cases against the frontrunner of the Republican Party.
And keep in mind who Donald Trump wants as his attorneys. He doesn't just want people who will defend him legally. He wants people who will also defend him politically. Yeah. This came up in the indictment as we looked through some of those details that we've been talking about even in just the last couple of minutes. You saw in many ways the expectation that Donald Trump wanted his attorneys to be fighters for him first. Right, to be the people who would back him up on all fronts, right? I mean, this is something we've seen from him through the course of years of him having attorneys on various cases, et cetera. He wants people who will, like Chuck, we saw from his attorney earlier in this special report, who came out in front of the courthouse and spoke, he wants that political defense as well as the legal defense, too.
Let me bring back Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, you're privy to this conversation we're having here. Explain how this will work after the arraignment, the motions that we may see, and the process going forward.
Certainly, Lester. Well, Laura was talking about the fact that the arraignment today, which is really a rather perfunctory hearing, is in front of a federal magistrate judge. The action will then move to the courtroom of a federal district court judge in Article 3, and by that I mean presidentially appointed, Senate-confirmed, lifetime tenured
Chuck,
judge,
let me interrupt
Eileen
you here
Cannon.
for a second. We just got word from inside the courtroom that Mr. Trump has pleaded not guilty. Our correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, has been in the courtroom. He's going to run out here shortly. We should get a little bit more information, but that tells us at least that the arraignment is underway. He has formally entered a plea of not guilty. He does have, of course, the presumption of innocence. And Chuck, we've talked about delay tactics and dragging feet. All these things are allowed. It's part of the process. How does a prosecutor, though, try to gain... Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe is out right now. Gabe, what can you tell us?
Hey there, Lester. Well, we just ran out of the courthouse in an overflow room where some reporters were able to listen to the proceedings, which are still underway. Just moments ago, the counsel for former President Trump, Todd Blanche, entered a plea of not guilty on behalf of the former president. Former President Trump is sitting inside that room, and at the defense table, he's sitting at the same table as Walt Nauta, his alleged co-conspirator. We can tell you we're able to see through a video feed, again, the proceedings still underway, and the former president had his hands crossed on that table. The judge in this case, the magistrate judge, just had arrived, Jonathan Goodman, and was going through several procedural steps. The defense waived the reading of the entire indictment, which is typical in this court system. And so now the proceeding continues to be underway. Again, the former president pleading not guilty on this sweeping 37-count indictment. I can tell you that he also appeared with co-counsel. Chris Keyes, a Florida-based counsel. Todd Blanche also is representing him. He is, of course, the well-known white-collar defense attorney from New York. Stan Woodward, another attorney, is also in the room. He is representing Walt Nauta. There were several members of the special counsel's office there. The prosecutors, I'm going to list them: Judy Edelston, Jay Bratt, and David Harbuck. Again, this all unfolded over the past few minutes, Lester. The proceedings began just before 3 o'clock. We did not see the former president enter the room. The video feed started up when he was already seated. It is a packed room. There were some members of the public there, as well as members of the media. And again, we were let in early this morning. We were taken to a media overflow room. No phones, no devices of any kind were allowed. This is an unprecedented arraignment, Lester, as I'm sure you've been discussing, the federal arraignment of the former president. Now, Todd Blanche, again, this is different than what we saw in New York several months ago. In New York, the former president got up and said the words "not guilty" himself. In this particular case, he let his attorney, Todd Blanche, do the talking, saying, "We most certainly plead not guilty." Again, the proceeding is ongoing. Just before the actual arraignment started, we were told the former president was booked, that he had his fingerprint taken with a digital device. And again, we were told that he did not have a mugshot taken here, that they would use a previous photo, that no mugshot would be taken here. So again, that's the latest we have from inside the courtroom. The former president of the United States pleading not guilty to this indictment, Lester.
All right, Gabe, just to be clear, Jack Smith then was not in the courtroom?
We believe that he is in the courtroom, Lester. It was difficult to see exactly who was in the courtroom. It was a grainy video monitor. We did speak with somebody from the U.S. Marshal's office who did tell us that Jack Smith was in the building, and we believe that he may have been seated in the first row. Again, we're trying to get confirmation on that because of the quality of the video feed, but we were told by a spokesperson for the U.S. Marshal's office that Jack Smith was in the building. We believe we saw him in the first row, but certainly several members of his team were there representing the government, seated just feet from the former president, Lester.
And I understand the video feed was of poor quality, but did you get any sense of the former president's reaction to anything that was going on?
He had his hands in front of the desk in front of him, on the desk in front of him, Lester, as the proceeding got underway. When the magistrate judge started speaking and laying out some of the charges, he then crossed his arms very briefly and was listening to the proceedings unfold. Now, I can tell you, Lester, this is different than the proceedings that we saw in New York because it just seems to be that much shorter at this point. The plea came just within a few minutes of these proceedings getting underway, and so there was not the discussion, the motions that we saw in Manhattan in the hush money case, where there was immediately some discussion and there almost seemed to be opening statements from the prosecution. This delved right into it, and the magistrate judge asked the former president's team to enter a plea almost right off the bat, just several minutes into this arraignment. Again, no reaction from the former president, and we could not hear if he was, may have been discussing anything with his counsel. We can tell you that Walt Nauta was seated 2 people from him. If I could set the scene, there was the defense table and the prosecution's table, of course. 5 people seated at the defense table. Walt Nauta seated second from the left of that table. The former president seated second from the right. So they were almost side by side as they face these charges. And I can't tell you, Lester, speaking with some legal observers, it is remarkable to see that happen. They are alleged co-conspirators in this case. Whether or not there might be conditions placed on the defendants as this case moves forward, whether they can speak to each other or not. Very difficult in this case, considering that Walt Nauta works for the former president. And as of now, they seem to be in lockstep, seated at the same table. Again, Nauta with his own attorney, the former president with 2 attorneys, one based in New York, one now based here in Florida. And again, these proceedings are still underway. We are waiting to see what else comes of them as this arraignment moves forward. If I can give you some background, Lester, on what we experienced today as members of the media here. We were brought into the courthouse, brought to the 5th floor. We went through one metal detector and were kept there again. No access to devices, no access to cell phones. We did see through a window the former president, as I'm sure you saw as part of our live coverage, being brought into the building, his motorcade going into a secure portion of this federal courthouse. Then we were told by the U.S. Marshals that he was processed. Again, as I said, no mugshot taken, but that process didn't seem to take very long at all, if only a few minutes. Then there was a system where some reporters were let into the actual courtroom. It was a packed courtroom, large courtroom with room for several dozen people. And there were also some members of the public there as well, though very few. It was mostly made up of reporters. But again, for those just joining us, the former president pleading not guilty to the charges against him, not saying the words not guilty himself, but rather letting his counsel, Todd Blanche, do the talking for him, Lester.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for your excellent reporting from the courtroom. A sense of what's happened there. Again, the former president now has entered a plea of not guilty. Laura, let me just get your thoughts. First of all, having his attorney offer that plea. Do you read anything into that? Is that standard?
It's totally standard. Just so for folks at home who might be wondering if there's any practical difference about entering it yourself versus having your attorney do it, it's totally dependent on the judge and the court's practice. So there's no practical difference. Obviously, we would be interested in any words spoken by the former president in this context. But at this stage, we wouldn't expect him to say much of anything at all. I do find it interesting that the special counsel is there. We've talked about the fact that we haven't seen seen him very much. He's made very few public remarks, only earlier when the indictment was actually unsealed. And so the fact that he's there supporting his two colleagues, one of those colleagues, Jay Bratt, the head of the counterintelligence division, obviously somebody very well known within the Justice Department, and also someone that the former president and his allies have been making a lot of unsupported allegations against. And so to have all of these people in the same room at this moment is quite something.
All right, give me your take on Walt Nauta sitting at the defense table together. I mean, are they officially charged together? Nauta is alleged co-conspirator, so that's the way you would do it.
That's the way you do it. They've been charged in the same charging instrument, as it's known, in this indictment. And we should also note for our audience, Walt Nauta's attorney is being paid by the former president's super PAC. So their fates here are inextricably intertwined. It doesn't mean that they will always be that way. Of course, we know from our reporting there were times where prosecutors actually tried to get Walt Nauta to cooperate, to turn against the former president, and he resisted those efforts. Query whether that will stay the same, but at least for now, they are very intertwined here and aligned.
Danny Savelos is watching with us, a defense attorney. Danny, I don't know how much you were able to hear of Gabe's description from inside the courtroom, but did anything stand out to you?
No, because this is an arraignment, and in federal court, an arraignment is really mostly a non-event. It certainly is a significant legal event. It signals the kickoff of the case. It is the beginning of the speedy trial clock. But in terms of what actually happens, most arraignments are measured in minutes, if that. Sometimes they're done in a long list of defendants who have to be arraigned, especially in state court. Less so in federal court, where it's not as crowded. But in this case, I didn't expect anything shocking at the arraignment. There doesn't appear to have been anything shocking or surprising. There's almost nothing surprising that could happen at an arraignment. So limited are the missions of the arraignment, and most defendants don't bother or don't want to have a formal reading of the indictment. So what happens now is a lot of quiet as the cases go, or the parties go back to their corners and the discovery period begins. As the defense assimilates the discovery, examines it, evaluates it, they may ask for more, they may start filing discovery motions, they may start filing dispositive motions, but even those are weeks and weeks, if not months and months away. So the defense, while we have heard glimmers of what they may advance as their defense, they haven't truly started formulating their defense. They can't just based on the indictment. They need to look at discovery. And that, for a defense attorney in a federal case, is often a daunting task because modern discovery, e-discovery, is measured in terabytes. This means thousands, if not millions, of documents that defense attorneys, we have to look at each and every page, even if they're completely insignificant, and it can look like a haystack, and we're looking for the proverbial needle. With Trump, hopefully he can get a team together that can review all those documents, because for a solo practitioner, it can be overwhelming. So they have their work cut out for them throughout the discovery process, which is not something we're going to see in public. It happens behind closed doors, behind the wall of privilege. And of course, another interesting factor is that it appears, although I don't know, that Nauta and Trump likely may have a joint defense agreement, which means that they could possibly be sharing information and retain privilege. Now, here's what happens, though. If one of those people, maybe Nauta, down the road decides that I don't really want to go to trial anymore, then he may have to leave that joint defense agreement if he ever wants to cooperate with the government. Reportedly, Nauta has no interest in cooperating at this point, but everyone knows, prosecutors and defense attorneys alike, that is only a for now decision. That decision can change over time. As the trial approaches, as this case drags on, defendants who are staunchly, I will never plead guilty, sometimes change their tune as the months drag on.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I want to further it with former U.S. Attorney and former senior FBI official Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, again, these men are considered co-conspirators in this indictment. They appear in court today at the defendant's table. But what is the likelihood that there could be a split there if, in fact, there's a joint defense agreement?
Well, Danny's quite right, Lester. People act in their best interests, and defendants are people. So they also act in their best interest. Typically, for a defendant in a federal criminal case, once they have received discovery, which Danny described, and they filed motions, and let's say the court rejects the defendant's motions and the case is proceeding to trial, the best decision for most defendants in most cases is to plead guilty. Why? Because under the federal sentencing guidelines, which determine the advisory guideline range for a judge within which to sentence, you get credit for pleading guilty. In other words, if you plead guilty and if you cooperate, you could end up spending a lot less time in jail than you would otherwise. In fact, you may end up spending no time in jail at all if your cooperation is unusually valuable. So I wish I had $1 for every defendant who I heard would never cooperate under any condition and later did. When it became apparent what their best interests were and how to effectuate that, pleading guilty and cooperating is often the exit ramp for them. So it doesn't mean Mr. Nauta will do that. He may hang in there. He may insist on a trial. He may or may not be convicted. Time will tell. But many defendants often go their own way. And by the way, regardless of who is paying for his attorney, that attorney has an ethical obligation to Mr. Nauta only. At the very least, they will have a conversation about pleading guilty and cooperating. It would be remarkable if they did not, because Mr. Nauta needs to know what his options are and then to make the best decision for himself. Will Mr. Nauta and Mr. Trump go separate ways? I don't know, but defendants who are charged together and who are to be tried together often do end up going their separate ways. Lester.
All right, Chuck, I'll ask you to stand by. I bring back NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, who we just heard from, came out of the courtroom, told us the president has pleaded not guilty. You've got some more color from in there, Gabe. What can you tell us?
Yes, Lester. So I imagine over the last several days there has been an open question of the Trump legal team in which Florida-based counsel would represent him or help represent him, given that two of his other attorneys had resigned late last week. And, a little bit more about Chris Kise. He's been a fixture in South Florida for quite a long time. He is currently inside that courtroom with the former president. And something that I also heard inside that courtroom, the magistrate judge asked both him and Todd Blanche whether they plan to be here permanently. So this suggesting that this wasn't just a temporary legal counsel and you're here for the trial and appeal. And they both said that they plan to be here for the trial and appeal, suggesting that as far as we know right now, the intention is to keep both of those as part of this legal team, Chris Kise and Todd Blanche. Now, Lester, I also want to talk to you about just some of the differences. Since I was in that courtroom, in that courthouse in Lower Manhattan when the former president was arraigned on those state charges, just a very different feel here in South Florida, of course, just in the layout of this courthouse, but also in the proceedings so far. Again, this proceeding is still underway, so I don't know what's going on there at this moment, but I can tell you in the few minutes that I did see, it was a much less contentious hearing than the first indictment, the first arraignment was several months ago, where almost from the get-go, the state prosecution in Manhattan really started tussling with the Trump legal team almost immediately. So had a very different feel at the start of this proceeding. Again, we were waiting to see when we rushed out of there once the former president pleaded not guilty. We were about to hear Walt Nauta's plea as well. We had every indication that he would plead not guilty as well. But what we're also waiting for at this point, Lester, is what are going to be the conditions of their release? Will they be able to speak with each other? The certain questions, and I'll let our legal experts weigh in on that. But what will be some of the conditions imposed, and whether we might get any sort of timetable for discovery? You recall back during the arraignment in Manhattan, there was a lot of back and forth at the tail end of the hearing over the timetable of this case and whether whether the attorneys could agree on the discovery process here and the timeline here. And the state prosecutors up there had major concerns about whether the former president could take some of that discovery and publish it on social media. There's been a legal back and forth over the last several months about whether he needs approval to post certain things about social media about that charge. So at this point, still a lot of unanswered questions about how this federal case moved forward. Now, for those of us just joining us, I can tell you once again, no reaction from the former president. All I saw him, he crossed his arms briefly and then, put his hands on the table, but no reaction with regards to anything that was said in court just yet. But again, we are waiting from our colleagues that are still inside the courtroom to see how long this hearing actually ends up. There were some indications it could be potentially a very short hearing, perhaps even as short as 10 minutes. It's now gone well past that. And of course, the unprecedented nature of this case, it's anyone's guess at this point, Lester.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, a lot of information there. And yes, we do wait on our colleagues who are still in the courtroom to give us a sense of where this is or when it's over and what things may have been discussed. In the meantime, let me bring Hallie Jackson back into the conversation. What are you picking up on here?
Well, I think one of the first indications that we'll get that this arraignment proceeding has finished is probably from Donald Trump himself on Truth Social, as he is wont to do. He has been active on that media platform as he used to be on Twitter here. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got his phone, he's in the car, if he's talking about what he just experienced here. We know that he's getting ready to head back to Bedminster, where our reporters there in New Jersey are seeing the chairs lined up, ready to go, VIP seats ready to go, including for Mike Lindell, for example, somebody who echoed the former president's election fraud lies. Kash Patel, somebody whose name may be familiar to close watchers of these proceedings, who ended up going in and testifying to the grand jury in this very case. It is likely to be a full-throated condemnation of the people who were in that courtroom with him. I'm struck by, if Jack Smith was in court, the way that was a symbolic "I have your back" message to his team, to the people around him, because they have been under attack from the former president and his allies, his sort of inner circle here, who believe that Jack Smith is leading a partisan witch hunt, as Donald Trump often says, against him. And then I think it's also interesting, the Walt Nauta connection here. We talk a lot about how in the indictment, as you're reporting, Laura, there was an attempt to try to get Walt Nauta to testify against his current boss. Donald Trump prizes loyalty to an incredibly intense degree. Donald Trump also sours quickly on that very same loyalty, and I think that's going to be a dynamic to watch between the two.
Speaking of loyalty, it's interesting that the judge is asking the attorneys on the case to confirm that they're in it for the long haul. It's not easy to get out of a criminal case once you're in it. You can't just withdraw. There's actually a process for that, and you have to get permission from a judge. And it's interesting, at least in the case of Chris Kise, in the appearance form that he submitted earlier today, just hours before this hearing, at the very bottom of it, it says that the actual appearance won't be withdrawn if there's any dispute about the fee between the attorney and the client, which is not something that you just see routinely, but sort of speaks, I think, to the nature of the attorney-client relationship in this case. It'll be interesting to see whether other attorneys get added. We know that they're in active discussions about recruiting other members of a team. In a case like this, 2 lawyers is not enough. Obviously, people at home might be wondering how unusual this is. You need a team for a case like this, as Danny was explaining, to go through the mountain of evidence that prosecutors have amassed and to be able to file motions, to write motions, to be able to argue this case as robustly as he's going to need. You really need a long bench for this.
And yet the special prosecutor has got out and said we want a speedy trial.
Yeah.
Is that something that generally works in the prosecution's favor?
Well, it's interesting. Normally, the right to a speedy trial is for the defendant, obviously, to hold the prosecution's feet to the fire. In this case, you're right. We've heard Jack Smith say that, but it's not really going to be up to him. Again, it's going to all come back to this judge. I know we've talked about it a lot today, but I can't emphasize enough how much power she wields in terms of the timeline.
All right. And will she pick up on the initial hearings? Or obviously a magistrate today.
Yes, now it's out of the magistrate's hands. As soon as they leave today, we will not see him back in front of this magistrate judge. It'll be in front of Judge Cannon.
All right, let's bring back Frank Fuguzzi. He's a former assistant director for counterintelligence at the FBI and a former number 2 at the FBI's Miami office. I'm curious, in looking through the indictment, where you saw the strengths and maybe weaknesses in the government's case.
Well, Lester, it's important as we talk about delay, complications, speedy trial, that we also factor in the potential complications involved whenever classified material is part of the prosecution strategy. And the indictment clearly indicates that at least 31 documents are part of the charges. In fact, each one of those 31 documents constituting a charge of willful, unlawful retention of national defense information. So that the national security community, the intelligence community, has been scrambling with a damage assessment, but yet has had to agree, sign off on the use of those 31 highly classified documents for this prosecution in some way, shape, or form. So how will that delay things potentially? Well, you're talking about defense attorneys getting cleared. You're talking about operating sometimes in a SCIF, which, by the way, the Miami Federal Building has a secure facility for classified information. And you're talking about exposing citizens, jurors, to some classified information. The other thing that intrigues me really about this indictment is about what's not in it, because we know that the search warrant by the FBI on Mar-a-Lago produced 102 classified documents, yet only 31 were chosen for the prosecution purposes. So why is that? And one has to wonder whether the documents not chosen are even at a higher concern in terms of sensitivity, and the intelligence community agencies that may have said to the prosecution, this can never see the light of day. You cannot go with these. And that would be stunning because the ones in the document are highly sensitive.
All right, Frank, thank you. We're getting some indications that former President Trump may be back on the move, that the proceedings may have finished. The garage door has apparently been peeked open a little bit. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, what can you tell us?
Hey there, Lester. So, yes, I'm trying to see those live pictures, and I can't see them at the moment. But I can tell you what the process was last time in New York. Typically, if we get the indication that former President Trump is on the move, they will typically keep the reporters and the public that is in the courtroom for at least 5 or 10 minutes, potentially, while the former president and his motorcade leave the scene, and then we'll be able to get more information. And we have several colleagues in there in the actual courtroom and in that media overflow room that may give us some fresh reporting on what went inside after we left. Again, as soon as I left, we were awaiting that plea from Walt Nada. We had just heard from the attorney from the former president, and then we hope to also learn potentially if any conditions for his release. Obviously, if he is on the move, he is. We'll just have to find out what, if any, conditions were placed on his release, and what comes next in this case, and perhaps whether there's a timeline laid out for discovery. But again, since there's a magistrate judge overseeing today's hearing, it could be that we might just have to see another status conference with Alina Habba, the judge that is assigned to this case. But again, Lester, just an unprecedented federal arraignment here of the former president, and I'll send it back to you.
All right, we'll continue to monitor this picture for signs that the Trump motorcade is leaving. And toward that, a busy night still ahead for the ex-president, Kristen Welker. He's going to continue to make his appeal to the court of public opinion.
He certainly is, Lester. He's going to return to his Bedminster resort. We anticipate we'll hear from him later on this evening. And I can tell you, in talking to sources inside Trump world, there is a defiance that I anticipate will be on display tonight. All of the things that we've seen on Truth Social, we will likely hear tonight when the former president steps in front of the podium. He will reiterate likely all of those familiar refrains that this is a witch hunt, that the DOJ has been weaponized. And what's really interesting is I've been talking to Republican strategists who say, look, prior to these indictments, the former president was focused on rehashing 2020. That was his big talking point. That was his big selling point. Now he has a new foil. Now he has a new line of attack and basically place where he can focus his anger, his ire, and try to rally his supporters around that. And that is when he is often the strongest. We saw his poll numbers go up in the wake of the indictment in New York. Will that happen this time around? We'll have to wait and see. But one notable thing, someone said, look, there is a question of fatigue here. Do voters start to feel fatigue? Because he continues to fundraise, to ask voters to support him. Is there a moment, and will you start to see some Republican candidates say, look, he's focused on himself and not focused on helping the American people? We'll have to see if that line of attack comes out in some of these GOP campaigns. But I anticipate we will hear a defiant and fired up former President Trump tonight when he speaks, Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. We looking down from a helicopter at the crowd here outside the federal courthouse. We are expecting, hopefully, to be joined or hear from some more of our team who've been inside the courtroom monitoring these events. Keep in mind that TV cameras not allowed inside federal courtrooms, so there'll be no video recording of it. We're waiting for the information. We've seen some signs the motorcade may be on the move here shortly. Activity at the garage, so we're just going to follow this and see where it takes us. Let's go back to NBC. Sam Brock, he's out with protesters. Sam, I don't know what your vantage point is, but I've seen a lot of people mingling around, but nothing in the way of a major organization from either supporters or detractors of the former president.
There's a lot of people who are mingling around right now, Lester. The reality is these folks are not going to see former President Trump. The motorcade that you're describing is going to be leaving from the other side of the building. This is all blockaded here. But to Kristen's point a second ago about Trump trying to rally and really energize his base, this was the first time in the history of this country that we've seen an indictment on federal charges against a former president. And this is the crowd here. We're talking about a few hundred people, right? A fraction of what Trump used to get during his campaign rallies. That's what's out here on a footnote to history on this day. I want to show you one other thing as well. As we go to the side of the street that I'm closest to, this is Miami Avenue. And you're not going to see necessarily the motorcade here. You will see cars that are coming through with Trump flags and megaphones and people screaming. This is the street, and the courtroom is right over there. So it's a very unique dynamic here in Miami where they've essentially allowed what the mayor says is free speech with certainly security preventions. But you can stand a couple hundred feet away, drive your car right down the street here, honk, flags, all of that, a couple hundred feet away from where that arraignment just took place. So I did speak with Mayor Suarez earlier today. He said that there were no notable threats that were made regarding potential attacks or anything violence related. He had not seen any. Multiple sources close to both the FBI and DHS that have been planning the security outlay here also said they had not seen any credible threats of violence. And thankfully, so far today, it has gone rather smoothly. There have been brief confrontations. You talk about all the crowds here, lots of MAGA folks, Latinas for Trump, women for Trump, all different groups. I'm talking to the folks who came out, and not that many of them are actually from Miami. Many people from West Palm Beach County, or Palm Beach County, or they're coming from New York or Nashville or Texas or all over the country to be here. But again, just in terms of scale, it's several hundred people. We're not talking thousands. Again, you're seeing another bus come through here. I'm not sure if this is related or not. This most certainly is, with Trump flags. But all this happening in real time. The arraignment of a former president is happening as you have people in Miami just driving right down the street. And again, there was no hard perimeter either. There were no barricades or metal fences or anything of the like that would obstruct someone from coming right down into downtown Miami, pulling up in their car or walking from their nearby apartment and just taking all of this in. And that's what you're seeing in real time. People right now lingering around the courthouse, potentially waiting for the former president to leave. They may or may not be aware of where exactly we stand in the cycle of things right now, but it's just an incredible sort of experience to see this cross-section of people here right now with this level of proximity. And the media is all sort of intermixed into this plaza. We're all standing there together. It's a crush of reporters and people who live nearby, and certainly demonstrators who have been out here all day, and all blended together, standing this far away. The other side of that building, once again, is where we expect the former president to ultimately leave in his motorcade before he gets back to New Jersey. But this right here is a Miami way of absorbing history, and all of the DHS and local police officers who have been on the ground here, so the county police as well, have been here and provided a steady presence, but not an overbearing one by any stretch of the imagination. It's not like you look around and really feel like they're on every square inch of the space. It's just a lot of people milling around, watching and waiting for the former president to leave the courthouse.
All right, Sam Brock, you continue to watch that. We'll continue to keep our eyes on the garage where the ex-president is expected to emerge shortly to make the trip to the airport, in this case to go back to New Jersey to make some remarks later on tonight. Let me bring Hallie Jackson back into the conversation. Hallie, we haven't talked much about President Biden facing a real discipline challenge as this goes forward.
We haven't talked much about him because he hasn't said much about it at all, Lester, right? I mean, and that is extremely intentional. If you listen to the signals that the White House has put out about it. Because of so much attention and pressure from Republicans on whether or not this investigation is politicized, I think the White House is very intentionally taking a hands-off approach on that front. And the president today is doing what presidents do, the business of the office, right? And it is a kind of split screen in a way with the former president here as President Biden continues on with his scheduled appearances, with his scheduled interviews, of course, after that root canal yesterday. Now, there is a notable exception to this, of course, and that is First Lady Jill Biden, who at a fundraiser overnight, according to the Associated Press, said she was a little bit shocked by the response of some of these Republicans to this indictment. That is more than what we have heard in the past from people in and around that sort of inner circle for President Biden, but it does speak to the way that I think the White House wants to be sure that the president does not end up accused of having a heavy hand on this, right? The appearance for Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, for Special Counsel Jack Smith to have full independence is essential for credibility for a large part of the country. You look at the way that a large part of the country sees this, Lester, and based on some of the latest snapshot polling since the indictment, the vast majority of people, something like 80% of people, think it's a huge concern that these national security documents were put at risk. When you look at just the GOP slice, it's much smaller, something like 38%, which again gives you a glimpse into the way that this is being perceived in different corners of the country.
Well, Special Counsel Laura was appointed essentially in anticipation of concerns about conflict, correct?
Yeah, I mean, he was appointed after the former president announced that he was running again, recognizing sort of the extraordinary situation we're facing. The Attorney General announced that he was doing it to try to protect the integrity of the process. And so it's so noteworthy that Mr. Trump keeps saying, obviously, the Justice Department has been weaponized and this is a political persecution, not even a prosecution. And yet everyone is trying to distance themselves from that process. The current president is distancing himself from the Justice Department, and the current Attorney General is distancing himself from the process as well by giving it to Jack Smith, when in the reality, none of them will be immune from the attacks and from all of the vitriol that's being thrown at them. And eventually, the president is going to have to address this. Eventually, he's going to be asked about it in a way where he won't be able to stay silent. And you can imagine at a debate, if Mr. Trump ends up being the nominee, this is going to come up.
And if he does a debate.
If he does a debate, this is going to come up. He's going to be challenged about this in some way. And so for right now, as you said, it'll be a test of discipline. But at some point, he's going to have to say something.
And keep in mind, he's also under investigation from a different special counsel on the issue of retaining documents.
And in a much different posture in terms of the timeline. According to our reporting, that is not nearly sort of in the same position as this one is. He hasn't been interviewed yet, as far as we know. I think there's been some reporting that he would actually sit down with the special counsel that he has. Again, he has his own special counsel, a different prosecutor, Rob Hur, that the Attorney General announced would be overseeing that case. But we still don't know anything about what the results will be in that case. As I mentioned, it's just in a different spot in terms of the procedure.
There is also somebody else who has their own classified documents investigation, and that, of course, is former Vice President Mike Pence, who is now a candidate for the White House himself, officially going up against his former boss. And in many ways, Pence has this very unique abilities, alone in the Republican field because of what he faced, to be able to talk about the national security potential harms, the national security potential implications. You've heard him describe this and his team as serious, these allegations. Obviously continuing to sort of echo the DOJ concern, but he alone in this race has that perspective of somebody who can say, well, I cooperated, right? I did what I needed to do. I didn't get, charged or indicted or arraigned on federal charges here. And I wonder how much we'll see that as this race continues.
Yeah, he could make the Chris Christie argument, right? But he's not. He could say, look, I cooperated. I gave them all the access in the world. They came in for a 5-hour voluntary search. They didn't have to get a search warrant. They didn't have to go through that whole process because I decided to let everyone in. You could see him do that, but he hasn't gone there because he's still trying to do this delicate dance of appeasing the voters while at the same time trying to explain that this is still serious. And it's unclear if he can have that both ways.
Yeah, let me bring Chuck Todd back in the conversation. Chuck, one of the games that's often played in Washington we call whataboutism, and we see it on both sides from time to time, and it's playing largely here. Hillary Clinton, Beau Biden, President Biden, I'm sorry, not Beau, Hunter Biden. These all come up in a way that could be confusing for people. So walk us through the relevance of these various cases.
Well, look, they're relevant within what happened in that moment, but the biggest difference between every one of these cases and Donald Trump is the cooperation aspect. In that, whether it's the classified documents of Joe Biden and Mike Pence, whether it's the email investigation into Hillary Clinton, whether it's the financial investigation into Hunter Biden, the biggest difference between all of them is the obstruction. And the former president has essentially stood in the way, and he's done this with every single investigation, starting with the Mueller report. In some ways, this has been one of his moves. And, the ultimate, we're talking about the sort of the politicizing of all this. Well, Donald Trump announced in November, 2 weeks after the midterms, simply to dare the Justice Department to indict a sitting candidate for office. And so each hand forced the other, right? He does that. It forces. That's when Garland, who had said he was not going to go down a special counsel, decided to go down that road because he felt as if Trump's decision to be an announced candidate forced his hand, and it put us on this road. But this was an intentional act by Donald Trump so that he could use the cover of his candidacy as his chief defense. Sometimes you don't know where his legal strategy begins and his political strategy ends. He has morphed the two together.
Is the political clock going to run out here at some point? I mean, as we march on toward the primaries and a general election, and given the length of time that this case alone could take?
It's possible. You keep referring to something that I think is very smart during this coverage, Lester, which is just sort of, we're so used to the Trump era has brought nothing but blockbuster, unprecedented moments in history to the point where we're numb to it. So it's possible Republican voters get numb to this. They may get worn down. I think Hallie brought that up. That's always possible. I think it really depends on whether he can sort of keep hold on them. The fact is, I thought he'd have worn out long ago, okay? I mean, he wore out swing voters. That we know. We've seen it, 18, 20, 22. That we know. He has not yet worn out enough Republican primary voters to make the party walk away from him.
All right, Chuck, thanks. Let's bring back our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, as we continue to await the president's motorcade to emerge from the garage. But Kristen, weigh in on the politics here. The clock is ticking. These issues of comparisons between what may sound like similar cases. How does all that play?
Well, I think one of the big unknowns, Lester, that we're all waiting to see is, will there be more indictments? He's obviously under investigation in Georgia. Could there be an indictment there? The special counsel still investigating the events surrounding January 6th. There could be an accumulation factor if there are more indictments. So that's one thing I think that his political rivals are watching for. I want to go back for a moment, if I could, to the current commander-in-chief, to President Biden. And this is a very deliberate strategy not to weigh in on these indictments, on these legal challenges of former President Trump. His calculation is not only to draw a sharp distinction with the former president and to say, look, the DOJ is separate. Yes, I'm also under investigation for my handling of classified documents, but I'm not going to weigh in on what they are doing. But he's also trying to and aiming to show every day that he is carrying out the duties of the office of the presidency. That is a political strategy as much as it is part of him going about his daily business and trying to say, look, it's business as usual here at the White House. Because Trump is the strong front runner, obviously Biden world is bracing for the possibility that he could be in a rematch with former President Trump again. And so all of this is laying the groundwork for what could be a really fierce fight between these two again if the former president does win the nomination again, Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker, thanks. On the left side of your screen, the overhead shot here of Miami outside the federal courthouse. You can see some of the agents, security folks at that exit where we believe the motorcade will exit here after a short time. We, as of course, reported that former President Trump entered through his attorney a plea of not guilty in the brief court proceeding here. Walter Nada, his alleged co-conspirator, his co-defendant in this case, seated at the same table. We got the reporting from leading up to the point of his arraignment, so we're not quite sure where we are right now. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez right now, who was in the courthouse for the first part of the proceeding. What can you tell us, Gabe?
Yes. Get John Allen.
I don't think we have. Gabe, you with us?
No, Lester, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry, Lester. We're trying to get some of the attention of some people coming out of this courtroom. Karen Duva, she's a producer with us here. We're trying to get the latest information. Hi, Karen. Karen, yeah, we're live on the air. Just tell me what transpired, what just happened in the past few seconds.
The last few minutes.
Sorry, Lester. This is, of course, we just saw some producers and reporters, journalists running out of the federal courthouse. Karen, if you could just stand over here, or Lester, if you want to just for a few seconds chat with your panel, and we can get some of the latest information from Karen here. All right. We're trying to figure out exactly what happened again in the last 15, 20 minutes or so since I left the courthouse. So, Karen, can you tell us?
Just give us the high sign when you're ready.
Did he leave?
Yes. Yes, he did leave.
He did leave?
Yes.
Okay.
The release recommendations, the prosecution, surrender passport, no travel limits, no. They said no to all the limits of domestic travel, no. Southern Florida, outside Southern Florida, not necessary. They agreed on all of that, those conditions.
So you're saying no. Who said?
The prosecution.
Prosecution. So there are no limits to any sort of travel. So, Lester, those were some of the conditions that we were talking about here. We're waiting to find out what would be the conditions on former President Trump's release. Now, being told by our producer here on the scene, no limits on any travel, no surrendering of passport. Is that correct, Karen?
Passport, avoid all. This is what the prosecution and the defense spoke about 20 minutes about the special conditions, about avoiding all contact with witnesses and the victims. And that's where there was about a 20-minute, not argument, but discussion back and forth. The prosecution feels like they need to present a witness list because President Trump does not know who these witnesses are, and that he has people on his staff, Secret Service, where he will have some communication with them.
Right, and so Karen, if we can stop here so we can bring our viewers in through this, there was a discussion, again, on the limits of this release, and you're saying that was about 20 minutes of discussion. And the question I have for you, was there any limits placed on his conversations with Walt Nada, of course, one of his employees? Was there any restrictions, or was he told not to speak with his alleged co-conspirator?
That's the condition, not about the case. And at that point, when they started discussing that, President Trump crossed his arms, and you could see a little bit of not, being pleased about this condition.
So just to be clear, the judge said that he could not speak with Walt Nada as this case moves forward. Is that correct?
About the case.
About the case. Yes. And so the former president's reaction, he crossed his arms and seemed not pleased about that?
He seemed not pleased about that, and there was a good 20-minute discussion about that. And the government feels like there is a way to be workable about this and to create this list. And this list...
A list, essentially...
Of the witnesses.
A list of the witnesses.
Okay. And so no contact is too broad, no communication.
Okay. Karen, thank you so much. Lester, I'm going to send it back to you in case we're getting some more information. Again, I was just speaking with our producer here in the media overflow, Karen Duva. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, some great raw reporting there. Let's go to Adam Reese. He just stepped out of the courtroom. Adam, could give us what you have.
Lester, good afternoon. The hearing just completed. It was 47 minutes long. Earlier, prior to the hearing, Mr. Trump and Walt Nada, his valet, were booked at the same time when they arrived at the courthouse. In the courtroom, the attorneys were lined up on both sides. On Mr. Trump's side, he was represented by both Todd Blanche and Chris Kise. He sat with his hands early on clasped in front of him. On the other side, you had David Harbach with the special counsel's office, Jay Bratt, the assistant to the special counsel, and Julie Edelstein. More than 40 reporters filled the courtroom, court officers, Secret Service. Judge Jonathan Goodman began the hearing. He thanked the chief judge for the use of the courtroom. He thanked the U.S. Marshals. He thanked the clerk for making all the arrangements. And he said that Mr. Trump's hearing, first appearance, would go first, then Mr. Nauta. He welcomed the attorneys, and he said that Mr. Trump's attorney, his second attorney, Todd Blanche from New York, was welcomed pro hoc vice, which means that he was allowed to represent him here even though he's not part of the Florida bar. Again, Trump sat most of the hearing with his arms crossed. Blanche said they waived the formal reading of the indictment and they entered a plea of not guilty. That plea was entered by Todd Blanche. Essentially, Mr. Trump didn't say a word throughout the entire 47-minute hearing. They requested a jury trial, and they said there's a standing discovery order. I will just go through it quickly for you, Lester. Essentially, there was a lot of back and forth, and that's why something that's typically 15 minutes long, a first appearance and an arraignment, took so long, because the judge was actually going beyond what the prosecutors wanted. The judge said that he wanted to impose special conditions to essentially have Mr. Trump avoid all contact with witnesses and victims unless through counsel, meaning Trump cannot contact anyone, including Mr. Nauta, about the case, very specifically about the case. Long story short, after back and forth between the defense and the prosecution, they came to an agreement that the judge said that he will be very specific and that the government will come up with a list, one list. It won't be exhaustive. It will be narrow in terms of scope, and it will reasonably accommodate Mr. Blanche, Mr. Trump's concerns, and the restrictions will be limited only to contact about the case. So essentially, the upshot is that Mr. Trump can't talk to any potential witnesses about the case. And essentially, Mr. Nauta went next. Mr. Nauta, his valet, kept his chin down, his eyes down. He was very subdued. He went through the same process. His arraignment, because he did not have a Florida-based attorney, his arraignment will be on June 27th at 9:45.
I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment to call attention to the motorcade. Appears to be leaving the courthouse now. We've seen a couple of SUVs making their way out of the garage. One of them carrying former President Trump, who has now, through his attorney, pleaded not guilty to the charges against him regarding often referred to as the documents case. There's the aerial shot. Adam, I'm sorry to cut you off because you have a lot of rich information. Please continue.
Well, Lester, I want to mention about that specifically. When we left the courthouse, we were able to look from the fifth floor back out onto the street in the front of the courthouse and in the rear of the courthouse. And we had heard talk of thousands of people showing up. Well, we didn't really see that. But when I left the courthouse, we did see hundreds of people on both sides of the courthouse gathering, whether they were Trump supporters or anti-Trump protesters, we don't know. But as you see from the aerial shot and the ground level shot, that there were large numbers of people here showing up for this arraignment of Mr. Trump. The judge went on to say that the same challenges with the co-defendant exist with many of the witnesses as well. One of the key witnesses is still the president's lawyer, and that's a big problem. So this is all from Mr. Blanche. He said the facts of this case are everything in Mr. Trump's life, especially it relates to his staff and Secret Service. Mr. Blanche said he's very concerned how Mr. Trump can go on in his everyday life dealing with his staff and his Secret Service when he's not able to communicate. So they came to an agreement. He can communicate with all these people until that master list is given by the government. He can communicate. He just cannot discuss the facts of this case or discuss any of this with witnesses related to this case. Mr. Blanche said in reference to the prosecution, he said, look over there. There are 13 lawyers. The government said that there is a way to make the court's decision workable. The elephant in the room, the government said, is we don't have a list yet. There isn't a list of witnesses yet. They promised it won't include every conceivable witness. that they might call at trial. The judge made a final decision. He said, I'll take one list from the prosecution. It would be no contact, no communication about the facts of the case without approval of counsel. Lester?
All right, Adam, thank you. I just want to point out again, we're looking at ex-President Trump's motorcade now. It was a number of people appeared to be able to run up to the former president's car. We saw him wave as it came out of the garage. We saw police. Well, there it is. Police apparently subduing one individual who appeared to charge the vehicle carrying the former president. But they're on their way to the airport, leaving the Miami area after this. As Adam was reporting, a 47-minute arraignment. I want to bring Laura Jarrett into the conversation right now. We learned a lot from Adam there. What stood out to you?
So that we had wondered whether there would be any conditions on their release. Not that we thought that they would actually have to give up their passport, but on this issue of Mr. Trump and Mr. Nada being able to communicate, given that Nada still works for him, even traveled here with him, and yet is still a co-defendant and an alleged co-conspirator, we had wondered whether there would be any conditions. And we've now learned from Adam and all this great reporting that the judge, actually not the prosecution, but the judge actually said they are not supposed to communicate about this case, which you might wonder, well, how is that supposed to work in reality? But the whole point of it is so that they can't collude on their testimony. They can't try to get their story straight. And because this investigation is ongoing and the prosecution is worried that Mr. Trump doesn't know all of their witnesses who have testified, including, it sounds like, some employees of Mr. Trump, they're worried about providing
Hold on a
list.
second. Our reporting has been that they traveled together to this arraignment
Yes.
today. I don't know if that meant they were in the same vehicle, but it sounds like they'll be able to be together, but just not have that
Exactly.
conversation.
They'll be able to travel together. He'll still be able to work from it. It sounds like the judge acknowledged the unusual circumstance we're in, given that he's still a current employee, but they're not supposed to talk about this case. They're only supposed to talk through their attorneys. And we had wondered whether they were engaged in some sort of joint defense situation. We have to do some more reporting about that. And for people at home, the reason that matters is because of the attorney-client privilege. And so if they have a joint defense agreement, their attorneys can talk without having to worry about any privilege. They can share information. They can essentially be aligned in their defense on this case. And so we have to learn more about that. But it is interesting that the prosecution is going to have to turn over a list of witnesses, other people that the former president cannot talk to when it comes to this case. And again, the whole reason for that is because you're trying to protect that witness testimony, protect the integrity of the investigation. There may be witnesses who are coming before the grand jury in this case, and also coming before the grand jury in the January 6th investigation. And so that's also a concern. Again, shows you just how complicated the legal situation here is for the special counsel. And it's interesting, that this went on for so long, and it sounds like it was really largely led by the judge. As you heard Adam say, this is normally a thing that takes 10 to 15 minutes. This is a short procedure, but it sounds like the judge was trying to be careful and methodical and impose some conditions that even the prosecutor wasn't asking for.
But not required to give up passport or eliminate travel.
That's to be expected.
Hallie.
And that's important because remember, this is a candidate who is out campaigning, right? Who is holding rallies, who is holding events. He'll do one later on tonight in Bedminster, as we've reported. We expect to see him there. So a travel restriction, if that were to be the case, and I don't think anybody expected that, would have created major issues as far as infringement of free speech and what you can do when you're running for office, et cetera. I just also want to make a point to what we're watching here on the former president's motorcade heading presumably back to the airport to fly off to Bedminster. We had a shot at one point of people running alongside the car, and Secret Service agents, it appeared, running alongside the motorcade as well. That is highly unusual.
I've never seen that.
That is not normal.
For a Secret Service protectee, I've never seen anything like that. People getting close to the vehicle like that. Here's the video. We can show you just a moment here.
And they speed up in the car, and the car even turned.
That individual was arrested.
Yeah.
We saw, or at least apprehended.
More people seem to start to try to run in.
Part of the reason this is happening is because the entire perimeter was not secured in the same standard way that we see so often. And so people were allowed to get much closer. So, people at home should understand there are people walking through right now all over the place in an area that would normally be completely locked down.
And this is the person that rushed the vehicle being carried away by police. Let's go to Sam Brock. Sam, I don't know if you were able to see all this, but you can certainly read the temperature of the crowd and how it reacted when the motorcade began to roll.
Yeah, look, it's very, very difficult to even comprehend something like this could happen, Lester. When it comes to a person rushing at the motorcade, we'd seen an incident prior to former President Trump's arraignment earlier today when someone came at the motorcade and had to be pinned down, essentially, perhaps a replay of that. But I do want to comment for a second on what the U.S. Secret Service has said about the security dynamic in general here. Namely, this is not a U.S. Secret Service situation or template. They might be leading the perimeter of the House, but what's actually, or courthouse, excuse me, what's actually happened today has become alarming to officials. And we do have one official telling us they're not concerned about the safety of the protectee, former President Trump, but they are mindful that Florida is a concealed carry state, and that poses potential risk, especially if large crowds assemble, which you see behind me. You have a higher likelihood of people carrying weapons, so the slightest combustion point could very quickly escalate into some problems. And thankfully on this side of things, that's not what we've seen play out, Lester, but I haven't seen any indication of metal detectors or anything that would sort of be a screener for people, depending upon what they would be carrying here. And then on the other side of the building, where the motorcade actually left, people, as you and Hallie were just commentating on, rushing right at the motorcade. I mean, that is unheard of, right? So as I'm standing outside, walking around here, this plaza area, it's all compressed, it's all together. You have members of the media, you have demonstrators, you have people that live nearby that took their dog out today and decided, should I go watch the arraignment of a president or walk down the street? And they're all in this same space together. And the number one concern from the U.S. Secret Service was specifically the lack of hardened barriers around the courthouse area. How could you have a situation where there's a street right here, people just walking up, essentially, undetected or without going through any level of screening, and just kind of hanging out at elbow to elbow here, face to face, in the middle of this plaza? And thankfully, we have not heard any reports of anyone injured. And I did question Mayor Francis Suarez in Miami about this specifically earlier today, said that they had no credible intelligence of any sorts of violence, and they wanted to try to respect the line between free speech and security. Where the rubber meets the road on that, I guess, is really the question. But again, no incident so far today, as there are still people assembled here. But gosh, that video that you were just playing, or perhaps are still playing, of what it looked like when the motorcade left the courthouse, and you have people, demonstrators, running at the vehicle, is really a hard idea for an American public to try to wrap their head around, especially with the political climate and the violence and the rhetoric that we've heard in this country in recent months. The fact that that was even allowed is going to raise a lot of questions.
Yeah, and Sam, we should point out, and Hallie backed me up, and this is someone who did the White House beat for a very long time, but typically ex-presidents are not afforded the level of a protection detail, the 20, 30 long motorcade.
Oh, right.
So we
still get some protection,
yeah, sure,
right? And
yeah.
It's still the Secret Service's responsibility and obligation to make sure that they're protected. As you heard Sam report, and I hadn't seen our team reporting that, and so I'm grateful to him for bringing that to us. They were less concerned about Donald Trump himself, more concerned about the situation more broadly. It is just, and of course, former vice presidents, et cetera, get Secret Service protection for a short period of time after leaving office. It is just so unusual to see this, especially for somebody with as high a profile as Donald Trump and who draws the kinds of crowds that Donald Trump goes in many places that he visits here. The security apparatus around him before he even was in the White House, right? When he was running for president back in 2016 existed, obviously when he was in the White House, and then for this period of time after. And I just think there is going to be a lot of reporting to be done on the sort of nexus between what Miami has done, what the Secret Service wanted. I'm just going to share my personal experience, Lester, because you asked. I've been to tons of Donald Trump events in his capacity as president, before that, after. There's always bike racks. I mean, that's one of the things you can bet money on that you'd see at an event. And I'm talking about those barriers that kind of separate protesters, media, people doing their business, the former president. I have been walking around this site for hours. I haven't seen one, right? And it just speaks to the nature of this security footprint being very different than the security footprint we've seen.
Well, Frank Fabuzzi knows a lot about security, a former assistant director for counterintelligence. Frank, you watched all this play out. You watched the people run up alongside the vehicle. I was wondering what you were thinking during all that.
Yeah, Lester, we talked earlier about what appeared to be a less than optimal security environment and plan. And I've just spoken with someone familiar with the security plan down there, and they described it as the city of Miami digging their heels in, so to speak, about what their wishes were for that egress of the president and not complying with requests, multiple requests, I'm told, for a hardened perimeter, closed street for the egress, and people unable to approach the motorcade. So, as has been said, if you're talking about someone that could have been armed, that individual we saw approaching that was arrested could have had a gun, could have fired off a round at the motorcade, and things would have gotten very serious at that point. So again, if this is going to be protracted, if this is going to trial, if it's going to happen in Miami, there needs to be a revisiting of the security apparatus and planning.
All right, Frank, thanks very much. Joining us on the phone is NBC News producer Adam Reese, who stepped out of the courtroom a minute ago. We talked to him on the phone, and Adam rejoining us. Adam, I just looking over the notes here, make sure I'm clear. Walt Nauta did not enter a plea. Is that my understanding?
That's correct, Lester. He just had his initial appearance. Because he did not have a Florida-based attorney, he could not make a plea. So his arraignment will be later this month. But I did want to pick up where I left off when Todd Blanche, Mr. Trump's attorney, entered the plea of not guilty, requested a jury trial, standing discovery order, and then the judge issued the Brady order, which basically says that the government must disclose all exculpatory evidence. And Lester, I just want to mention a few other conditions that I didn't mention earlier. The government recommends that there be a personal recognizance release. Some conditions, they don't view the defendants, Mr. Trump and Mr. Nauta, as flight risks. The judge allowed a personal surety bond with no financial component, and he said that the person, Mr. Trump and Mr. Nauta, may not commit a federal, state, or local crime. They did not request Mr. Trump's passport, and they did not impose any international or domestic travel limits. So, and they also did not request anything related to firearms or contact with the co-defendant. Again, back to what I had mentioned earlier, that he cannot have any discussions or any mention of this case with any of the witnesses or employees with him.
Adam, let me interrupt you here. We're looking at the pictures. The motorcade obviously has stopped in front of what happens to be a popular Cuban restaurant here in Miami, Cafe Versailles. We don't know what the game plan going forward is, but the motorcade is stopped. You can see that protection detail now fanned out in the streets. And I believe we're going to see him. There's the former president. Our Guad Venegas is somewhere there in the crowd. Guad, what can you tell us about this stop?
Lester, there's supporters have been waiting here for hours now, and you can hear the crowd cheering. We're actually right. What you're seeing is a glass that separates the outside of the Versailles bakery. We're right outside the glass. We can see Donald Trump speaking to supporters. Local politicians have been waiting for him for some time now. And I'll go back to you as we... We'll keep the camera on Trump.
Mr. Trump, but just to be clear, this was a planned stop. Maybe you've lost Guad as well, but we'll watch this scene play out. Hallie?
Yeah, sometimes you see presidents do this, obviously former presidents do this, make this kind of unscheduled, quote-unquote, surprise stop to a place, location. In this instance, Oh, there's Guad. It's Cafe Versailles. Very classic campaign stop. Politicians, people running for president visit here quite often. Obviously, a lot of supporters who have crowded in there. Obviously, we have no microphone next to him. We can't hear what he's saying.
But this goes back to what we were talking about. Is this Donald Trump candidate or
That's
Donald
right.
Trump defendant? This looks like the candidate.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Because presumably in the minutes after a federal arraignment, you would not be going and making a stop and talking politically with all of your reporters, right? And this, supporters, I should say. And so this is an instance where you're seeing Donald Trump do what he often does. Find people who are loyal to him, feed off the energy of a crowd that likes him in a moment when he is feeling attacked.
And in a moment, the nation is watching.
And in a moment, the nation is watching. He is somebody who, they say it all the time, right? For years, he kind of controlled those so-called banners on the bottom of the screen, those words that say right now, Donald Trump visits supporters. He understands the power of an image. And this is part and parcel of that, it seems to me.
All right, but if you're a Republican now running for the nomination against Donald Trump and you're watching this and you've been afraid to criticize him, tell me how that works out.
I think you hold your powder like we've seen many of them do, Lester, obviously with the exception of Chris Christie, who has been one of the more vocal voices against Donald Trump. What I have heard is that you have some people, as he gets closer to our microphone, I'll stop talking, but you have seen some people waiting to see where does the wave go. That's how one Republican campaign source put it to me for a rival campaign. We don't need to ride the wave now. We can see where the wave goes. Don't get out too early criticizing Donald Trump, but keep your options open.
In another context, this would be described as a victory lap, but far from it. This is a man that less than an hour ago, or just minutes ago, actually, walked out of a federal courthouse indicted for the second time since April. We're going to hear him now. Here we go.
Thank you very much, darling. You take care of yourself. Where's Jorge? Right here, sir. Let's get a picture. Come on. This guy, great champ. Just don't fight him. One this way, sir. Justin, one this way.
Trump tiene que salir de presidente otra vez. Tiene que salir otra vez.
Look at the outside.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Some birthday. Some birthday. We got a government that's out of control. Great group. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jordan. Happy birthday to
Juan Venegas is there at the Versailles restaurant. It's a Miami landmark in the Cuban community. And it is where Donald Trump and his motorcade have chosen to stop before heading to the airport and on to Bedminster in New Jersey. Juan Venegas, can you hear me?
Lester, yes, I can hear you. We're standing just a few feet away from where Donald Trump is speaking to local supporters. This is a significant stop. Lester, you mentioned, why is Donald Trump here? Well, this Cafe Versailles in Miami is sort of the headquarters of Latino Republicans. This is a place where they've come once and again to demonstrate in favor of Donald Trump, in favor of the Republican Party. And this stop will have a lot of meaning to that community in South Florida and in Florida in general. This is a Latino community that has supported Donald Trump from the beginning. And today they've shown up here in the dozens. As you can see, he continues speaking to them inside the bakery, Lester.
And the crowd singing happy birthday to the former president. Tomorrow is his birthday, let's point out.
It's worth noting Walt Nauta, his alleged co-conspirator and body man, even with him in this moment. You can see him off to the screen at different points. We'll probably see him in a few minutes, still serving as sort of the go-between for him and some of these supporters.
And if I understand the order right, he's allowed to
he's allowed to be with them,
just not talk about the case.
He's allowed to travel with him, just not talk about the case. But again, just the optics of it, just minutes after appearing in court together in a sort of a celebration stance, the kind of thing you might see after you've been cleared by a jury instead of after your first appearance in arraignment.
He made a few comments, and it was very difficult to hear, but essentially rigged, corrupt system, teased ahead, quote unquote, and I'm using news producer parlance, but talked about the speech that he is going to be delivering later on tonight in Bedminster. But these are the first comments that you are hearing from the former president. Again, unsurprising in concept. This is what he has Truth Social. Now he is sort of saying it verbally here to this crowd of just adoring supporters with, as Guad points out, an important political context and backdrop here in South Florida as he gets ready to head back in his car and presumably now head on to the airport to fly up to Bedminster, where they are ready for him. They've got the chairs out and ready to go.
Chuck Todd, you're watching this. Your thoughts?
Look, surreal. We've always run out of adjectives to describe anything Donald Trump does, but my word, I mean, we've not seen something like this in the United States before, where a political figure like this is under legal threat and he goes to celebrate, and there are people there ready to celebrate, and we've seen this take place in other countries where you've had corrupt, political figures accused of corruption do this, and sometimes they've had success, sometimes they've had failure. It's a very familiar scene to South Floridians watching sometimes the politics of Central and South America, where you see these moments. But clearly he is wrapping himself in this sort of, there is a faction of South Florida, very conservative MAGA Hispanics who are very much rally around, sort of almost see common cause of the injustices of America with Cuba and Venezuela, and he's trying to wrap himself in this, in the sort of the folks who claim they're exiles in the exile community, and it's a real perversion of what the exile community used to fight for. I mean, this is what makes it so surreal to see it here in the United States. We were the safe haven for those that were escaping moments like this. It's just, what a bizarre moment. And I think, again, it's going to take years for us to understand it.
NBC's Garrett Hake was in the courthouse during the entire arraignment. Garrett, tell us what you saw, your impressions, the color in the room, if you will.
Well, Lester, I saw a former president who appeared visibly irritated to be in that room at all today. Unlike in the New York arraignment, by the time reporters were brought into the room, Mr. Trump and his counsel were already seated. And for most of the hour or so we spent in this courtroom together, he sat with his arms tightly crossed against his chest and spoke only to his co-counsels on either side of him. He did not do his own not guilty plea that was made on his behalf by one of his attorneys. And I never saw him turn over his shoulder to look towards the center of the courtroom. If he had, he would have seen Special Counsel Jack Smith, who was sitting behind the prosecutor's table in the audience himself, watching over the proceedings. Smith, much looser, in conversation with attorneys around him, off and on throughout the course of the proceedings. Mr. Trump at a table with just his attorneys. I did not see any of his political aides, family members, anyone else accompanying him in and out of the courtroom today. But, we've been through two of these now, Lester, and I have to tell you, having covered Donald Trump as a candidate and as the president and now as a criminal defendant, you can tell that he is, this is not a person who's put in a situation in which he is not in control all that often. And to be a guest of the state, to be not have his personal freedom for even that period of time, where he has to sit and wait for reporters and members of the public to file in, to be told to stand by a judge and when to sit by a judge, is not a situation in which he finds himself comfortable. And he expressed that physically throughout the course of the hearing. On the way out, again, not making eye contact with anybody else in the room, never turning towards the prosecution side of the room for the duration of the time that he was in the room. Among the prosecutors, a much lighter atmosphere. At the end of the hearing, as the prosecutors filed out another door, Jack Smith, the special counsel, coming up, kind of slapping another prosecutor on the back, throwing his arm around him as they left the room together. So kind of a fascinating scene, having, again, now covered two of these. The sort of visible discomfort that Donald Trump presents while in the room under the control of, in this case, federal marshals and the Secret Service protecting him, but also keeping him in custody in that hearing room. Lester?
Garrett, did Mr. Trump have any family members accompanying him?
No one, Lester. Likewise, in the New York hearing, no family members, no personal aides, no political aides, and in this case, not even Boris Epstein, who's kind of been a legal consigliere to Donald Trump on these other cases. He appeared but didn't speak in the New York case. In this case, it was only the two federal attorneys, Todd Blanche and Chris Kise, who attested to the judge that they'll be Mr. Trump's attorneys permanently, they said, for both trial and appellate purposes going forward. They and the protective detail that accompanies Mr. Trump everywhere as a former president, the only people joining him in the courtroom today.
All right, Garrett, thanks. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe was also in the courthouse for the first part of this hearing and arraignment. What were some of the things that stuck out to you, Gabe?
Well, Lester, some of the things that Garrett mentioned, just how surreal it was to see the former president of the United States in a courtroom having to see all this play out and staying silent. Now, this hearing was different. According to the people who were in the room for the entire arraignment, the former president did not utter a word. That is different from the first court appearance from the first arraignment 2 months ago, where he did enter his guilty plea. What's also different, Lester, is we're just starting to see these sketches from inside the courtroom. Remember, this is different from the arraignment in Lower Manhattan, where a judge did allow some pool photography, those still images, and the cameras in the hallway. We did not see that here. And if you can see, as we're looking at that sketch, I can tell you that was what I had described earlier. The far left of that sketch was Walt Naughta's attorney. And second from the left right there is Walt Naughta and Todd Blanche, former President Trump's attorney there in the middle. Then the former president, obviously, and then Chris Kise to the far right. That is how the courtroom was laid out. Behind that is where members of the media, including Garrett and some of our other colleagues, were there. I can tell you from watching from the media overflow room, watching the attention of the world, really looking at this federal courthouse in Miami, is just incredible to see a former president go through this. I can tell you also, Lester, as someone who grew up in Miami, seeing the former president now in Cafe Versailles, as you have been describing, a landmark here in Miami, also incredible to see. I was there during the 2016 election in the hours after the former president President Trump was elected, and there was incredible celebration there. So it's frankly no surprise, really, that he would head there before heading back to New Jersey. Also striking, and I believe my colleague Laura Jarrett mentioned it, to see Walt Naughta there with the former president in that video as he went to Versailles. So many questions about how this plays out. Of course, Walt Naughta now back here potentially later this month for his formal arraignment once he gets local counsel to sponsor him. He has not yet entered a plea. But so much of this is unprecedented in terms, what type of conversations will the former president be allowed to have with Walt Naughta to other members of his staff? And that is an outstanding question that his legal team wanted clarity on. Who can he speak with? And again, according to our colleagues reporting that they came down at that question by saying that he can speak to his employees, they just can't speak about the case. But also, along with Garrett, having covered two of these arraignments now just in the past several months, just a surreal experience to witness a former president of the United States, first arraigned on state charges, now arraigned in the federal court system. Just a remarkable scene here in South Florida. Lester?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for your excellent reporting from the courtroom and coming out to give us some more of the details. I want to bring back our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, for some final thoughts about what we've seen, where this goes, and what the lasting impact of all this could be. Kristen?
Well, Lester, I keep thinking about the fact that I was outside the courthouse in New York when former President Trump was arraigned for the first time. And the word that keeps coming to my mind as we watch these extraordinary scenes unfold is the word somber. This is yet another somber day for this country. A former president has now been indicted on federal charges. It will undoubtedly deepen the divides within this country, make the election cycle that much more complicated and complex, and yet the nation awaiting to see if there will be yet more charges. So the politics of it we will continue to follow and track. But Lester, this is an inflection point, yet another inflection point for the country as it wrestles with these deep divides around the former president, around these legal challenges that he is facing, Lester.
And Laura, I want to get your final thoughts, but I'm thinking about how we've talked about this was a pretty perfunctory thing. A federal supposed to be, exactly. Your thoughts?
Obviously, a remarkable moment in so many ways and a highly unusual first appearance here at a federal courthouse. But it's just, again, I think worth marking that we are at the beginning of a very long road. I predict the three of us are going to have a lot more conversations about the legal complexities of this case as it moves forward. And it will just be interesting to me to see how much of the legal defense matches up with the political defense we've heard. We've heard the defense of I can do whatever I want as it relates to these documents. I wonder if that will hold up in the court in terms of what his legal team actually puts forth, because that is not what you might call the most robust legal defense to what he's facing here in court. But it'll be interesting to see how those two perspectives align.
And worth noting, we could be here, again, when I say here, in a similar situation before this summer is out.
Perhaps in Fulton County, Georgia, or perhaps in Washington as it relates to the special counsel looking into the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. If you go micro and macro, right? Micro, small picture. What does this mean for the Republican field going up against Donald Trump in the race for the White House? We have seen nothing if not Donald Trump have the ability to capitalize on what he sees as attacks against him to make sure that he keeps his grip on the Republican base. A Republican base that will largely determine who ends up going up against President Biden in the race for the White House come 2024. At what point, if any, do some of these other candidates, I'm not talking about Chris Christie, start to sharpen their attacks and go after Donald Trump? Would it be after potentially a Georgia indictment? Would it be after potentially another January 6th indictment from the special counsel? Big picture, this attack on the Justice Department, the idea that the Justice Department has been weaponized, which again, many Republicans believe based on polling. I hear it a lot in my private conversations with people in Republican circles. What does that do to undermine that institution in this country? A Department of Justice that is supposed to have independence, supposed to be perceived as having this independence to be able to conduct investigations, including on the most serious elements of United States national security. Over and over and over again, Republicans are hammering the DOJ, even those who are being a little more nuanced in their criticism of Donald Trump, calling these allegations perhaps serious. How does that play out, big picture, as it relates to the norms of the Justice Department and its proceedings?
The fact that there's much more time in the summer, potentially more indictments along the way. The question is sometimes do the number of cases begin to work in his favor from a political standpoint?
Does it become, and again, from a political standpoint, does it become noise to people who hear Donald Trump and legal problems and who have been hearing that since 2015, Lester?
Yeah. All right. Ali, thank you. Laura, thank you. That concludes our NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching, everyone. So long for now from Miami.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd, reporting from Florida and continuing NBC's breaking news coverage of the arraignment of Donald John Trump, the first time a former president has ever been arraigned on federal criminal charges, pleading not guilty to all 37 counts against him. The former president departed the courthouse a short time ago. He's now heading to the Miami airport. From there, he will fly back to his golf club in New Jersey. That's where he plans to address supporters tonight from his club, where he'll be spending the summer months. Moments before that, the former president made an unannounced stop, though it appeared to be somewhat planned out, as supporters were waiting for him at the well-known Cuban cafe for in Miami, particularly for politicians, Versailles. It has been a must-visit spot for Republican candidates, whether you're running for dog catcher or president of the United States. He could be heard giving supporters an impromptu stump speech while calling the U.S. a nation in decline. It was quite the spectacle, somewhat unnerving for those of us who grew up in South Florida, seeing that's more been a symbol of sort of freedom and rule of law and things like that. To see it in a moment like this was startling for some of us. But let's back up for a moment. Here's how we got there. Mr. Trump left his club in Doral, Florida, not very far from downtown Miami. Earlier this afternoon, he arrived at the courthouse shortly before 2 p.m. Then he was booked, electronically fingerprinted, and appeared before a magistrate judge. That's where he officially pleaded not guilty to 37 felony counts tied to his mishandling of classified documents. And according to one of our reporters who was inside the courtroom to witness the event, Donald Trump sat stone-faced. His body man, an alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, was seated beside him. Nauta was not arraigned today because he did not have local legal representation. He'll likely be arraigned in South Florida later this month. NBC News has also learned that Special Counsel Jack Smith was in the courthouse during the proceedings. As the former president was preparing to leave for court, he again decried the indictment, calling it, quote, one of the saddest days in the history of our country. In the investigation, quote, election interference, because he decided to announce his candidacy as he knew these legal troubles were coming. And of course, he used the phrase witch hunt. We then saw the chaotic scene as Trump's motorcade left the courthouse en route to the airport. A handful of protesters appearing to run alongside. One tried to get in front of his motorcade, which appeared to be the former president's vehicle. You saw Secret Service had to get out, tackle this person. Till that moment, though, protests outside the courthouse this afternoon had been largely quite peaceful, with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies having a very visible presence on the ground to discourage, so they hoped, moments like what we saw as the motorcade left. And as we track the former president's movements, we want to remind you that this is not Donald Trump's first arraignment. And with two open investigations, one in Washington, the other in Fulton County, Georgia, may very well not be his last this calendar year. And yet the former president, twice impeached, twice indicted, who was also found liable for sexual abuse and defamation, remains the Republican Party frontrunner for the presidential nomination. Frankly, it's not that close. So, joining me now is our NBC News team that's on the ground in South Florida and in Washington. Our Justice and Intelligence correspondent, Ken Delaney. He's outside the courthouse in Miami. In a moment, we'll be joined by Guad Venegas, who was with the former president at Versailles in Little Havana in Miami, and Gabe Gutierrez was also in Miami, and Vaughn Hilliard is in Bedminster with the president. With the former president, excuse me. Let me start with Ken Delaney. And Ken, you were able to, I believe, get inside the courthouse. Tell me your firsthand account. Obviously, there was a lot of this is perfunctory. If this were any other American citizen, obviously being a former president, nothing feels normal. What did you see?
Perfunctory is a great word for it, Chuck, but there is nothing I've ever experienced like hearing a judge talk about a case called the United States of America versus Donald J. Trump. There's nothing perfunctory about that. That was actually remarkable. But other than that, you're right. I mean, this thing follows a script. This was a first appearance and an arraignment. Before Mr. Trump got to the courtroom with his co-defendant, Walt Nauta, they were both booked and processed by the federal marshals. And we're told that Mr. Trump's digital fingerprints were taken and that they did not take a mugshot. They used another photo, one of the many millions of photos available of Donald Trump, as his booking photo. Inside the courtroom, there was a table with lawyers from the special counsel's office, David Harbach, who left a law firm to come join this investigation. Jay Bratt, who's the chief of the counter-espionage section of the Justice Department and has been involved in this since the very beginning. He was one of the lawyers that went down in June to serve the subpoena at Mar-a-Lago last June. And then Julie Edelstein, a lawyer from the National Security Division. On the defense side of the table, Mr. Trump and Walt Nauta were flanked by their lawyers. Trump represented by Christopher Keyes, a Florida attorney, and Todd Blanche, his New York lawyer, who was admitted into this case in Florida by the judge, Aileen Cannon. Walt Nauta represented only by a Washington, D.C. counsel, Stanley Woodward, so he actually wasn't arraigned today. He didn't enter a plea. But essentially, they waived reading of the indictment. The judge asked how Mr. Trump pleaded, and Todd Blanche said, "We most certainly plead not guilty." Trump didn't say a word. He was stone-faced. He consulted with his lawyers. He was wearing a dark blue suit and a red tie. Really not much else to say about it. After I left the courtroom, because I had to get out and sort of announce the news that Mr. Trump had pleaded not guilty, the judge did impose an interesting condition that Mr. Trump not have contact with the witnesses in this case, many of whom actually work for him, including Mr. Nauta. So it's going to be, not have contact, not discuss the case with these witnesses.
Right.
So that's sort of, I guess, on the honor system, how that works out. But one of many historic days we're going to see, Chuck.
Let me ask you, are they going to form a joint defense, or is that not going to happen? Did Mr. Nauta think it was going to happen? Is that why he ended up with no counsel?
No, I think this is a joint defense, because remember, Stanley Woodward, his lawyer, has been paid for by a Trump political action committee all along. And when the Justice Department went to him and went to Nauta and asked, would you, we think you lied to us, will you cooperate? He told them to go pound sand. They're basically, Nauta has maintained a united front with Trump despite an opportunity to flip on Trump. That's the bottom line. And so, look, that could always change, right? But at this moment, Nauta is represented by a lawyer that's being paid for with Trump political funds. So it is a united front.
Now, we know that Judge Aileen Cannon is likely to be the actual federal judge to oversee this case. When is the first time, when would we have a hearing in front of her for the first time?
So they didn't set a schedule today, so it's not entirely clear, but it should be soon, within a week or two or a couple of weeks. Typically, a federal case can take about a year to get to trial. This isn't a very complex case, but there's some issues that need to be hashed out, particularly around the classified information. But it could take a lot longer than that if some significant issues are litigated and have to go up to the appeals court. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a case that could take 6 months, it could take a year. It could also still be pending by the time the 2024 presidential election rolls around, which is a kind of an outcome that is almost hard to imagine.
Yeah. Ken, did you hear anything from the defense team that gave you a hint at what the various delay tactics are going to look like? We know that's a strategy. And by the way, as you and I are talking, we are showing pictures of the motorcade is now on, this is not the way most people get to board a plane, on the tarmac of Miami International Airport as they head to the actual plane itself, and he will walk onto his Trump-branded plane there. But did you get a sense of what the delay tactics will look like?
Not at this hearing, no. Legal experts have said that one of the obvious avenues for them to attack is the secret ruling by a judge in Washington, D.C. that allowed the prosecution to pierce attorney-client privilege by invoking the so-called crime fraud exception. And by doing that, they got one of the most powerful pieces of evidence in this case, which is a series of notes that were originated as iPhone memos by Evan Corcoran, one of Trump's key lawyers in this case. And that was incredibly, incredibly damaging and quoted verbatim in the indictment that used to support the charges of obstruction of justice and of lying and of trying to hide classified documents. So they will attack that. We don't know, though. We haven't seen that judge's opinion about why she invoked the crime fraud exception, what her reasoning was. But that's certainly one thing that is likely to be litigated, Chuck.
Ken Delanian, who was in the courtroom as this proceedings were happening. Ken, thank you. I think I have Gabe Gutierrez with me. Gabe, do I have you with me? I know you also were able to get inside that courtroom. Gabe, what more would you add to what you saw in your familiarity with this? I know you've sort of seen this a few different ways.
Yes, Chuck. Well, Ken laid it out very nicely. A couple points that I will add. Special counsel and the reporters that were inside the courthouse noticed that Jack Smith, special counsel, was in that courtroom, just feet from former President Trump. Now, my colleague Garrett Hake was also in the courtroom a few rows away. He did not see the former president look back at Jack Smith, but the significance of that, the weight of that moment, special counsel just feet away from the former president as these proceedings got underway, was incredible to witness. Now, Ken mentioned the significance of this. Hearing a judge, a magistrate judge, talk about the United States versus Donald J. Trump. And I was struck by that moment as well. I wrote down the case number, 2380101. What would be considered just another case number, but this is the arraignment on federal charges of a former president of the United States. And speaking, big picture in terms of this location, Chuck, I know you're going to another reporter at Cafe Versailles, but to see this all unfold in South Florida, you're from Miami, you know this area well, just to see this swarm of media, this swarm of attention descending upon South Florida felt very different than it did up in Lower Manhattan, where we were several months ago witnessing the arraignment there. Of course, the stop at Cafe Versailles just before he headed to Miami International Airport. We're looking at those live pictures right now of the Trump motorcade heading up to the airport. But this was a very different scene down here than it was in New York several months ago. One, of course, the location is much more spread out, didn't feel as claustrophobic in a way for the media and the public assembled here. But just remember, 24 hours ago, Chuck, we were all talking about these security preparations and everything that was expected here. The local authorities were preparing for as many as thousands of people that could descend here on the federal courthouse. That just did not materialize. And we did see, one demonstrator go in front of that motorcade, and there was some activity as the former president left this area. By and large, it was very peaceful afternoon, and that's certainly what law enforcement wanted to see. Now, as for what happened in this courthouse, again, Ken laid it out quite well. Should be interesting to see how this legal case plays out. And we were also hearing that Walt Nauta, because he did not have that local counsel to sponsor him, now he is expected back in court in just several weeks for that formal arraignment. But again, kind of a strange, unusual arrangement there with the former president of the United States and Walt Nauta, his body man. We just saw him in the video over at Cafe Versailles, not being allowed to speak with this about this case. But again, so many questions here now about the timeline, the discovery process, and whether this case, as well as the hush money case down in Lower Manhattan, how this plays out in the coming months and year as the presidential campaign really ramps up, Chuck.
He is starting to accumulate quite a bit of legal fees as well. But Gabe, I'm glad you brought up the moment at Versailles, because in many ways, I'm going to move over to Guad Venegas, who was on the scene for us there. And Donald Trump, Guad, seemed to be able to take advantage of the fact that he had political allies in the area, whether it's in Miami-Dade County, in the exile community of Cuban Americans and Venezuelan Americans, or a lot of his own supporters who actually, and even advisors who live not very far from him in South Florida. So he had the ability to create the perception of political strength today. Jack Smith doesn't hold a political rally. He can. I've seen Versailles. It was not an unfamiliar setting, but it was just sort of remarkable to me, Guad, to see it be used to go against America's rule of law. This has been a symbol of freedom and democracy in many ways. So it was a bit surreal for me to see it used in this way.
Chuck, this is Cafe Versailles here near Little Havana. It's the center of Donald Trump's support within the Hispanic community here in Miami. In fact, people here are still partying. This was sort of a pro-Trump rally. You can see dozens of people still behind me celebrating. At some point, Chuck, they sang happy birthday, saying tomorrow's Donald Trump's birthday. Let's sing it so that the cameras can capture that. And Chuck, after he entered the bakery side and spoke to supporters, walked outside, and he shook hands with a lot of the people that were here, which, by the way, Chuck, a lot of these individuals had no idea Donald Trump was going to stop by. These are Trump supporters that come to Cafe Versailles. They've been here before to support Donald Trump for different reasons. In fact, this is one of the areas where Latino Republicans will protest in favor or against anything that's making them happy. This is the famous 8th Street or Calle Ocho here in Miami. Chuck, I think there's two places in Miami where you find strong Latino support for the Republican Party and Donald Trump. One is, of course, Doral, where the Trump Golf Resort is, where he stayed. And the other one is here in Little Havana, Café Versailles. So, of course, this was one of the places where he would arrive and have all the support. Right. The people here were thrilled to have him come by. Now, Chuck, that was a non-scheduled stop. So when we saw the Secret Service arrive, the security detail that we ourselves were working with at NBC explained to us what was happening. And it was quite interesting, Chuck, to hear him explain that an unscheduled stop like this one could be a nightmare for the Secret Service. They had to sweep as many people as they could. And it was difficult because people were so happy and excited when they found out that Donald Trump was coming that they started rushing this area. So it was a bit of chaos here right before he arrived. And as you saw in the images, when he arrived, the people were happy. Another surreal thing, Chuck, they were playing salsa music. It was a Latino party with salsa music, right, and Donald Trump right here with his supporters. You don't see a scene like this anywhere else in the U.S. That's what's very unique about the Hispanic community here in South Florida. And you can hear people speaking behind me, and the conversations here are, of course, in support of Donald Trump. We've heard on and on again people yelling Donald Trump for president again. So this is the scene, what it's like. There's a vehicle driving right next to me with flags, Trump Team 2024. We've seen that all day, Chuck. Vehicles that drive by, honk, and support the protesters. So perhaps quite different from what you would see in any other Hispanic communities in the U.S., Chuck.
No, it is quite the scene. I mean, here he spent the night in Little Caracas, which is what Doral has basically become unofficially, and he stops in Little Havana right before he takes off. These were not accidents. He's politically couldn't be better situated, at least for his image-conscious self in both of these moments here. Guad Venegas with some terrific on-the-ground reporting for us. Guad, thank you. Let me move over to Sam Brock, because, Sam, largely your reporting all day had been, it's pretty peaceful, we're in pretty good shape, looks like authorities did a good job of showing themselves, and then the motorcade moved, and we saw the vulnerability in real time. You saw Secret Service agents jump out. You don't see that very often. What seemed like a really tight security situation suddenly was not very tight. And you kept sort of showcasing this. You said, people can get really close here. They can get really close. Well, lo and behold, they did.
Let me just say, Chuck, it's a very good thing that there were not any serious injuries that we're aware of or physical confrontations. But we saw signs, little hints that, maybe security had some vulnerabilities throughout the day, namely the fact that there was a gentleman who was carrying a sign, and I'm not talking about the person that rushed at the motorcade, who was walking alongside the federal courthouse before Trump even arrived for the arraignment, carrying a sign that said, "This ain't Fifth Avenue," and he was immediately accosted by DHS officials and removed. But he was walking right along the building after this had all been taped off. And namely, that's really the heart of the problem here, at least from the federal government standpoint. We know that the U.S. Secret Service does have, and U.S. Marshals has jurisdictional authority over the actual courthouse itself, but they are cooperating and working with Miami police. And Miami police made the decision to have all these folks out here where you could actually walk onto the street, and you'll see behind me, there's this tape. There is a police barricade, and this was even fortified earlier today. And there's a street across the way where the motorcade came in and out that was cordoned off. But if you wanted to just walk down here, hundreds of people, Chuck, without any sort of detection, no metal detectors, there were police officers on the ground, but everyone was just kind of clumped together in this space, hundreds of people just standing right here within proximity to the building. And the irony to all of this is the U.S. Secret Service, which has commented on the general dynamic and said they were concerned about lack of a hardened perimeter, did say that they weren't necessarily concerned about the former president. They were concerned about the people out in this plaza, because it would just be so easy in a state like Florida where gun laws are so loose to carry a weapon. And they said if there was any level of combustion, things could go haywire in a second. What ended up happening is everything was pretty calm out here, but somehow someone was able to rush at the motorcade. How he got back there, no idea. Certainly none of the folks out here were able to gain access to the other side of the building, but he did, and rushed at the Trump motorcade with a sign, and as you said, was tackled by Secret Service. So it's going to be very interesting to see what Miami City Police Department has to say about the planning, the good part, that there was nothing that really blew up out here, but also the bad part, which is someone got that close to a former presidential motorcade.
There's no doubt that there is going to be probably an assessment of how to protect this courthouse when the trial itself and the next events there happen. Sam Brock covering all of the protests for us. Sam, thank you. Well, let's get a preview of what we can expect tonight in New Jersey at his golf club from Bedminster. As you can see right now, Donald Trump and his plane is on the tarmac here, getting ready to take off and head to New Jersey. We're already there. That's where we find Vaughn Hilliard. So, Vaughn, we have an idea of who's going to be in the audience tonight. In fact, one of the who's is a senator who ended up inadvertently helping the Biden administration get a nominee cleared because he decided to hurry up and get to Bedminster and skipped votes, and that's Tommy Tuberville, Republican of Alabama. But what have you learned? Who's going to be there tonight? What do we expect? Anything new to the former president's rhetoric?
Right. Donald Trump, I don't think has made it a secret to anybody. He's been quite explicit in stating that loyalty is key to his own political endeavors, but also the way that he suggested to the millions of Americans who have voted for him and are considering voting for him is that it's the way to be successful for the conservative movement, the MAGA movement. Not only is Tommy Tuberville going to be here, but also a name, Bernie Moreno. He is from Ohio. He is a U.S. Senate candidate. Trump has suggested positive things about him in the past, leading to potential endorsement of him. But there's also Jeff Gunter, who is considering a Senate run in Nevada. He will be here tonight. And that is because when you look at the politics of this, Donald Trump still holds significant weight among the Republican electorate. And you see that in the polling that came out from CBS yesterday, in which 76% of likely Republican voters believe that this is political persecution, political targeting of Donald Trump. And, if you go back to last year, Chuck, Donald Trump, several of his endorsed candidates lost in the general election. He effectively purged the loudest critics within his party, the likes of Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, and Tom Rice. And so when you look at the crowd here, Donald Trump is going to give these primetime remarks in front of potentially, a couple hundred folks here, but also millions of Americans are going to hear him on outlets like Fox, on OAN, on Newsmax. And the reality that Donald Trump has painted for those millions of Americans is a far different one than what is laid out by the Department of Justice and the special counsel in that indictment released here this weekend.
Similar to the level of defiance that we saw.
Well, it'll be interesting tonight. I wonder if the rhetoric will seem repetitive rather than new, but we shall see. Vaughn Hilliard with a preview of what to expect. Vaughn, thank you. Joining me now is a couple of our legal experts to sort of break down what we didn't see today ourselves, but what they know happened in that courtroom. We've got Cynthia Alksney, a former federal prosecutor and an NBC News legal analyst. And also with me is Bradley Moss, an attorney who specializes in national security issues, which, of course, this classified document situation is. Cynthia, let me just simply start with you. I think the biggest, small surprise is what we saw with the co-conspirator on the fact that somehow he's going to stay the valet, but they've been ordered not to communicate. He doesn't yet have legal representation in South Florida. This seems unusual to me. How unusual is this?
Well, I think it's pretty unusual, but he'll get the representation. There'll be a joint defense agreement, and they'll be able to talk with their lawyers present. It's a weird situation because of the employment agreement. And quite frankly, how is it going to be enforced? I mean, neither one of them is going to. Trump's not going to tell the truth
right.
about who he talks to about that. So we'll just see how that plays out. The interesting thing is down the road, if he ever flips, is there a danger to Trump if he has, in fact, violated the court's orders? But I'm not sure he's going to flip. People seem to be very loyal to Trump, even though he's never loyal to them. But we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out.
What would you be doing as a prosecutor right now to flip him?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job. Putting in the indictment the specific lies that he's dead to rights in that indictment. And once he gets a lawyer that's a South Florida lawyer, and once he has his other good lawyer, you just have to have conversations with him. He's headed to jail. And there's a guy who has a lot at stake and not a lot of options like Trump does. It's one thing, if Trump's convicted, you could make an argument that, they're never going to be able to actually restrict his liberty because he's the former president and somebody will pardon him. If there's you can make a bunch of arguments how something different will happen to Trump. This Nauta guy is a run-of-the-mill, has lied to the FBI, and they've got him dead to rights. He's going to jail. And you just have to have that conversation with him and with his lawyers that there's a one-way road on the loyalty train with Trump, which I'm sure everybody's quite aware of.
Bradley Moss, let me bring you in here. If you're representing Mr. Nauta, isn't it a no-brainer to plea and get out of prison? I mean, it seems as if he is not going to be able to avoid a conviction here. I don't know. Yeah. Cynthia, let me go to you. I think we don't have Mr. Moss's audio. He doesn't have mine. Let me just throw the question to you. I mean, what attorney wouldn't be recommending that to Mr. Nauta?
None. I mean, I think that is the smart play to protect your client. And that's obviously, even no matter who's paying the lawyer for Mr. Nauta, their obligation is not to who's paying. Their moral, ethical, and legal obligation is to Mr. Nauta and to give him good advice. And I find it hard to believe that there's any advice that doesn't include taking a plea and trying to figure out how to stay out of jail.
Walk me through what the next 3 to 6 months are going to look like in this trial. You assume if the former president wants to do everything he can to delay, walk me through the start of the delay process, I guess, is the way to put it.
Okay. Well, the first thing that's going to happen, I mean, in addition to the arraignment of Mr. Nauta, is that the judge will issue a scheduling order, and we'll know something about if she's going to be a participant in the delay based on what the scheduling order looks like. And then there's a whole process of turning over the documents, of the lawyers getting security clearances, of the court figuring out how they're going to deal with the top secret documents. There's a whole aspect of the back and forth on how those documents are going to be introduced. Will there be the actual documents? Will there be substitute for the documents? Will we have agreement on what should be said? That's a whole way to postpone and to argue back and forth, and that can be a source of delay. So far, what I hear from the defense on our air is basically prosecutorial misconduct. That's not going to work. That's not going to be able to delay anything. Mm-hmm. There will be motions in an attempt to restrict the government's ability to use any of the information from Everett Corcoran. The briefing and the back and forth on that can take some time. So the judge in this case has an ability to drag this out so that it could be after the election. And we'll have to wait and see.
Let me bring in, I think we have Bradley Moss here.
Yeah.
Right. Let me bring in Bradley Moss. I think we have you here. We were talking about essentially how to delay this if you're in the Trump side of things. I'm curious what you thought of Jack Smith's personal presence at the arraignment today.
I think that was deliberate. I think that was to make clear to Mr. Trump, look, I'm here. I'm the one leading this. I'm the presence who's overseeing it all, and you don't intimidate me. Jack Smith took down war criminals. He's not intimidated by Donald Trump. But to sort of what my colleague was mentioning there a moment ago, a lot of what we expect to hear, a lot of the delay we expect to see is going to be in the pretrial motions. It's going to be efforts not just on the prosecutorial misconduct allegation, but fight. Everett Corcoran, his notes, the testimony before the grand jury, that was so critical to the indictment against Mr. Trump. The details were so critical. They have to try to get that in fights. He's pretty much done at trial. There's very little substantive defense at trial against those details.
Well, how do the other legal issues play into this? There's going to be a Manhattan trial. There already is that. Those motions are going. We have Fulton County, and we might have January 6th. In fact, just today, a grand jury in Washington, D.C. heard testimony from some of the alleged fake electors from Nevada today, which, of course, is another aspect of the Jack Smith investigation. Very quickly, Bradley Moss, how will that impact the timing of this trial?
It's going to cause some chaos with all these different cases, especially given that he's going to be on the campaign trail. How is the different pretrial discovery going to take place? How are these trials going to take place with someone who's on the campaign trail while having to be present for these different cases? How many of these different cases can they do at one time leading up to this election? We don't know.
It's going to be fascinating to watch and quite the spectacle and, frankly, quite the education, I think, for a lot of lawyers these days, for all of us. Cynthia, Bradley, thank you. And thank you all for being with us for this truncated version of Meet the Press Now. It's been a busy day. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, and NBC News Now coverage continues with this continuing breaking news story.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, live in Miami, and we are coming on the air on this day that is making history. Donald Trump pleading not guilty to more than 36 federal charges in the building just behind me here in downtown Miami. This is the first time we have ever seen this. You know that this is unprecedented, a former president facing federal charges. It is not the first time we have seen him indicted. We'll talk more about that, but here's what we saw in just the last couple of minutes here. His plane leaving Miami International Airport. He is now on his way back to New Jersey. Tonight, he plans to speak at his golf club there. We are going to bring you a special report on his remarks right here on this network on NBC News Now. We want to show you some of the scene here of what it was like, literally feet from where we were, as Donald Trump was leaving the courthouse, a quasi-campaign stop for the current Republican frontrunner for the 2024 nomination. He's meeting with the crowd at a popular Cuban restaurant. He was serenaded. People sang him happy birthday. It felt more like a victory lap than a post-arraignment stop.
What a great group of people.
And speaking just briefly, he gave his thoughts on the day's proceedings.
I think it's a rigged deal here. We have a rigged country. We have a country that's corrupt. We have a country that's got no borders. We have a country that's got nothing but problems. We're a nation in decline, and then they do this stuff.
These are the first court sketches of him inside that courtroom. No cameras in court, no video, no stills. So this is what we got, folks. You can see Donald Trump there. He's the one, obviously, in the red tie. He was flanked by his attorneys. And our team, who you'll hear from in just a moment, inside that room say he was stone-faced, crossing his arms, at some point looking visibly irritated at the proceedings. Then he walked out. And that's when things really got wild. Look at this. We don't see this. This is not normal. People rushing the motorcade, at least one person jumping in front of it, Secret Service agents having to sprint, essentially. Somebody ended up tackled. We understand, we assume that this person was arrested. And then there was this kind of like brawl that happened in front of the courthouse. Hundreds of demonstrators have been here on this sweltering hot Miami afternoon. You can see police officers telling people where to go. The security footprint here, part of the storyline that we're following. Here's what we're learning from our team, who watched the 47 minutes in person as it all happened inside that courtroom. The former president's attorney, Todd Blanche, is the one who spoke the words "not guilty" on the former president's behalf. We know the prosecutors are going to have to give a witness list, so the former president knows who he can and cannot speak to about the case. He is not supposed to speak to any witnesses about this. He also doesn't have any travel restrictions. He can keep his passport. Travel matters because, remember, he's a candidate running for office here. He's got campaign rallies all over the country. We understand that his alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, who, by the way, was with him at that Cafe Versailles stop, he will be arraigned later on June 27th. Remember why he's here. These 37 federal charges laid out in the federal indictment. You can sum them up like this, right? Mr. Trump is accused of keeping classified documents he knew he was supposed to have given back, showing them to people who shouldn't have seen them in the first place, and then refusing to give those documents back when he was asked to. We're going to get to all of it, the legal, the security, the political, in our hour-long special coverage here. And I want to start with our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett, our senior national correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, who is here as well. We've got Guad Venegas, who saw all of it go down at Versailles in the last 30, 40 minutes or so. Our legal analyst, Danny Savalos, is in New York, along with Chuck Rosenberg in Los Angeles. We'll get to more on the politics front in just a minute. Gabe, I want to go to you because you were there. You were in the room. You sprinted like you were a high school track star to get back down here to tell us what it was like. Obviously, an incredible moment as you saw the former president on the other side of the room from the prosecutors who are charging him federally, including, by the way, Jack Smith, who was in the back.
Incredible to see Jack Smith there. And for the record, Hallie, I was actually in the media overflow room. That's how I was able to get out earlier to be able to sprint out and bring those early reports. My colleague Garrett Hake was in there, and he talked about how it felt to be inside that room just a few feet away from Jack Smith. According to Garrett, he says that he did not see the former president turn around and look at Jack Smith at all. But I was watching through a monitor as well in that media overflow room, and we were all struck to see Jack Jack Smith there, just because of the magnitude of this moment, Hallie. Think about it. The former president of the United States facing federal charges, as you said, for the first time. And Walt Nauta, just several feet from him as well. Yeah. You saw in those courtroom sketches sitting two
personal
people.
aid,
exactly. And to see him there as well. And the question heading into this hearing was the former president going to be able to get counsel here in South Florida to let this arraignment play out? And I know we'll get to that with Laura probably, but now we're also hearing that Walt Nauta did not enter a plea in this particular arraignment. He was not arraigned. He'll be arraigned later this month, as you said. Something else that stuck out to me, we were waiting to see whether former President Trump would actually say not guilty on his behalf like he did in the arraignment several months ago in the hush money case. His attorney said it on his behalf this time. And again, this hearing lasting 47 minutes as we're now looking at that video of the former president leaving Miami. But just a surreal scene here playing out, Hallie. I was in New York several months ago. This one had a very different feel, but we were in there for several hours, about 5 hours or so, waiting for this hearing to play out. And all the security preparations beforehand. Largely, though, as you said, not a huge security breach here at the courthouse, just minimal protests. Local authorities were preparing for potentially thousands of people here. We saw perhaps several hundred throughout the day. Thankfully, no major security scares.
So, Laura, I want to get to you on what we saw, takeaways, and I want to look ahead, too, right? Because I don't think, and just so people know, we've been sitting together for the course of about 5 hours here talking. So I happen to know.
Felt like much shorter time.
Exactly. I happen to know that you saw this, largely fairly pro forma, nothing super shocking happening here, except perhaps this long interlude where the judge was talking about who can Donald Trump talk with here. Give me, let's say, your top 2-3 biggest takeaways and what we should be looking for as far as timeline moving forward.
It's one of the things that struck me the most about today is how much of this is the normal criminal justice process for any criminal defendant and how much of this is the process that the former president of the United States gets. Obviously, most criminal defendants don't get to come in through an underground tunnel and sort of go through this process seamlessly and then go ahead on a private plane and chopper coverage. On the other hand, he has to sit there and hear these charges against him. He has to enter a plea just like everybody else. Yes, he didn't have a mugshot, but he was processed in the federal booking system. Let's stop for a minute. He was the president, and he's now been booked for having retained classified documents. That's extraordinary. We're numb to it, I think, a little bit because we've all been in the mix of it and we're covering it. And this is not the second time. That should be a remarkable moment for any variety of situations. What strikes me, the judge warning both Mr. Trump and Mr. Nauta, despite the fact that they still work together, despite the fact that they traveled on that plane to Miami together, they are being told not to discuss this case. Why? Because there's worry that they could try to do a little bit of colluding when it comes to their testimony. Obviously, it's going to be very critical for prosecutors to secure that ahead of trial. And the judge, it sounds like, according to our reporting, not because the prosecutors raised it, but the judge said, I do not want you two talking about this case. Obviously, he recognizes it's an odd situation. Mr. Nauta still works for him. They can still talk, but they're not supposed to talk about this case.
Talk me through the timeline here, because, Gabe, and you'll jump in on the politics of this, too. It is likely that the former president's legal team, once they get assembled, will try to, in some ways, slow roll this thing, right? I mean, slow the timeline down.
Yes, that was the other point I was going to make about the extraordinary nature. He's facing 37 felony counts under the Espionage Act, and he doesn't have a full legal team. Full stop. That does not happen. You never have a case. I can't think of any case like this where someone has faced such extraordinary circumstances, especially someone who held the highest office in the land. And yet, even hours before this arraignment, we didn't quite know who was on his legal team. That's incredible. Of course, he has a former federal prosecutor. He has formidable legal representation. But still, he needs a team to represent him. And all we know about is these two attorneys at this moment.
And oh, by the way, he's also facing those 34 other counts in New York. And talking about that timeline, Hallie, while we don't know the timeline for this case, but that case in New York could potentially run up to these the primaries early next year. There's signs that case could be heading to trial as early as next March. What happens with this case? And by the way, the other investigation in Georgia, this is all colliding with the U.S. presidential race. And as this GOP primary ramps up, of course, Hallie, as you know, I've been on the campaign trail these last few weeks with Governor Ron DeSantis and others. And now the GOP primary field is really having a reckoning. Some deciding how they're going to play this. Now, Chris Christie and, of course, Nikki Haley coming out strongly against the former president. But so many others now are sticking by him. And where does this go from here?
That's right.
As Laura was alluding to, legally, this is so unprecedented because he doesn't have his legal team set up facing all these federal felony counts. Politically, what happens here? And just this afternoon, we saw that he is not taking his mind off of politics, heading to Cafe Versailles right after he left his court.
Capable co-anchor Gabe Gutierrez teeing us up for our next correspondent. Gabe, Laura, thank you. We'll see you later on this hour. I know. I appreciate your reporting. The aforementioned Guad Venegas is, in fact, at Cafe Versailles. Guad, a place that I think all of us here know well because it is such a typical kind of campaign stop here. And boy, that is exactly what we saw from Donald Trump. A campaign stop, not 12 minutes after he departed the courthouse where he'd been arraigned on federal charges. We're saying the word unprecedented quite a bit today in our coverage because factually it is. This is part and parcel for that. You were there. Give us a sense of what it was like in the room. We know that the former president continued to convey his belief that this is rigged. There is a corrupt system that is working against him, he thinks.
Hallie, I would also say another word that has been thrown around today, surreal. Seeing Donald Trump stop by today in what looked like a party with Donald Trump supporters. Now, Cafe Versailles is an iconic stop for many tourists in Miami, but also for locals, especially the Cuban-American community here. We're just down the street from Little Havana, very close by also to downtown where Donald Trump went to court. So we had dozens of people here early today, many of which did not know Donald Trump would be stopping by. This is a place where Trump supporters come protest normally. So they came out here with their flags. Cars were driving by all day, honking in support of those protesters. You can imagine what the reaction was like when they found out Donald Trump was stopping by the bakery. So we saw heavy police presence. The Secret Service arrived. They scanned people. They swept the area. It was really interesting, Hallie, to see the large group of supporters move into that area. They were swept and they were allowed to get right up to the door where Donald Trump entered that bakery. In fact, on his way out, he turned around and shook some of their hands. So many of them got to shake hands with Donald Trump as they were playing salsa music on speakers right behind our camera. So that was the scene here. People cheering, playing salsa music, singing happy birthday for Donald Trump as well, of course, supporting him right after he spoke to a lot of supporters inside of that bakery. And Hallie, this is, of course, a strategic stop. Miami is very important for Donald Trump. The Cuban-American community, you know, there was a study done by Florida International University, a poll that is, and that poll asked Cuban-American Republicans who they preferred as a candidate for the Republican Party. 37% still preferred Donald Trump versus 21% preferring Ron DeSantis. So Donald Trump still has strong support. You can hear a megaphone behind me that says Trump 2024, and of course the flex. And Hallie, the cars honking in support have not stopped all day. So we've seen a lot of support, not just the people that arrived, but those that are driving up and down 8th Street, which is the famous Calle Ocho here in Miami. So very important for him to come speak to these supporters that have stood behind Donald Trump time and again. The Hispanic community in Miami, predominantly that Cuban-American community. And I would say the other place where he has a lot of support is Doral, Florida, where his golf resort is and where he stayed. A lot of Venezuelan Americans also in that community. So Donald Trump came to court, Hallie, but he also visited two of the communities where he has the strongest political support here in Florida, which we know is very important moving forward as he plans to still run for president, Hallie.
It's a great point, Guad Venegas. Thank you. And as for that run for president, we are going to hear from Donald Trump in a more formal setting later on tonight at his Bedminster home. Things are set up. The chairs are in place. It is going to be the first time that the American public is set to hear from a former president and a leading contender now for the nomination after being brought up on federal charges, after being arraigned for federal charges. The question, of course, what do voters think in both the primary and perhaps the general election? We may not have all the answers yet, but I want to bring in Dasha Burns, who is at Mr. Trump's property here in Florida, Doral, as well as our political director, Chuck Todd, of course, and Meet the Press. Dasha, let me start with you on the ground. Do we have any sense yet of what we're going to hear from the former president? If I had to guess, I would imagine it is that same defiance, and sense of grievance that we have seen from him already as he's held events in the days since this indictment dropped last week.
Look, Hallie, we have seen this time and time again. And while if you talk to legal experts, any lawyer will tell you that this indictment is more serious than any other legal problem that the former president has had. In terms of the politics of this, Team Trump is playing this in the same way that they have played every other lawsuit, every other legal issue. The last indictment in New York with Alvin Bragg, he's going after the prosecutor. He's going after the Department of Justice. And most importantly, he is talking directly to the American people, and he has become so good at this messaging, Hallie, and this is what makes it so difficult for his opponents. He is saying, look, this is a system that's not just coming after me. It is coming after you, the American people. It is coming after the America First movement and the Republican Party, and anyone that tells you otherwise isn't with us, right? And that's what makes his opponents in this primary have to walk this very fine line. And you've seen this really fascinating spectrum of where you have, you know, a Chris Christie on the one end and a Vivek Ramaswamy on the other end, perhaps his most supportive rival, and then others in the middle trying to thread this very, very difficult needle. But yeah, I expect that tonight we will hear him leaning into this as we've heard him do so before. He is using this moment that for us today, as all cameras were pointed on him all day, we reported on as this historic moment, an unprecedented moment where a former president, former leader of the free world is getting federally indicted. With those very same images, Hallie, I would not be surprised if they ended up in a Trump team fundraising email, because they are using this day and these very same images to rally support, to gain momentum here, and to really push him forward in this primary.
And there are many optics, even though there were no cameras in the courtroom. There were plenty of visuals outside court, some that Donald Trump created himself, some that his supporters created, that I imagine we will see again. Chuck, bringing me to you here, which is where people are on this. Our first snapshot since the indictment dropped suggested that roughly half of Republican voters hadn't had their views changed by the details of this indictment, the national security violations that the Department of Justice alleges here. 14% roughly of those Republican voters actually had their minds changed for the better about Donald Trump because of this. It may be a different story in a general election, though. Help us understand it.
Look, it absolutely, we've seen this before. Donald Trump might have deep and loyal support among the, I guess, call it the MAGA base, if you will, of the Republican Party, but he continues to alienate those swing voters. But let me tell you something, Hallie. You know, Donald Trump, he knows how to fill a vacuum that's created. You know, Jack Smith didn't have a media avail today. There wasn't a spokesperson for the Justice Department reiterating the indictment today, but there was a spokesperson for Donald Trump feeding the cameras. Jack Smith didn't go to, say, you know, Freedom Plaza to talk about the importance of the rule of law today. Donald Trump went to Cafe Versailles, a symbol for many political folks on the right in South Florida. So this is where it's asymmetric political warfare. Donald Trump has a pathetic legal defense, but he has a robust political strategy. And that political strategy in some ways has overtaken his legal problems in that he's got massive legal problems. He can't find lawyers. He's going to figure out how to juggle discovery in multiple cases. Paying for this is going to be something that obviously he's got other people's money to do that. That's part of the legal defense fund he does. He never pays for this stuff himself. But what is legal chaos is successful political strategy here. And I think that this is what makes, I think, whenever the legal world tries to hold Donald Trump accountable, you know, he uses the norms that we all abide by to his advantage, right? He doesn't abide by them, but he knows his political opponents will, or he knows the folks on the other side of the legal community will. And he took advantage of that today, big time.
We have seen already some of these campaign emails, some of these fundraising emails from the former president. Started pretty much frankly, Chuck, the moment I woke up, probably the moment most of us woke up, and has gone throughout the course of the day, we have also seen a few, and I want to be clear here, a few voices in the Republican Party, notably Chris Christie, go after Donald Trump. As this arraignment coverage was happening, Christie tweeting loser, loser, loser about the former president. It is my sense, Chuck, from talking with Republicans close to other campaigns in the party writ large, that Chris Christie is in some ways an outlier, at least in saying publicly some of this.
Yeah, look, he is. There's three categories, right, of Republican responses to this. Category one is the defiance, rally around him. You know, Kevin McCarthy, oh yeah, well, at least bathrooms lock, garages don't, whatever he meant by that, trying to refer to where they found classified documents with Joe Biden. Then you have Chris Christie. This is very serious. He's, you know, how many more times you go down that road? Obviously, there aren't many Republicans who agree with him. And then there's what we saw with Tim Scott and Nikki Haley, John Thune, right, where you hear simultaneously an argument that says, well, there's a two-tiered system, but oh, by the way, this isn't good for electability. This isn't good for the general election. And I don't know if that argument works any better than Chris Christie's argument. Chris Christie's argument almost turns Republicans away and turns them off. But I don't know if the argument that says, hey, look, we know we don't trust them either, but hey, this is going to be a problem, and don't you want to win elections? I don't think that strategy is going to work either, Hallie. I haven't seen much evidence of it. Maybe you have.
Chuck Todd, Dasha Burns, thank you both very much. We've talked about now the political, right? We've talked about the legal. Part of the storyline here, not a big part, but at least part of it has been the security footprint. With, as I look around here near our setup just outside the courthouse, most of the demonstrators, most of the protesters who were here gone. It looked very different just not even a couple of hours ago. Dozens and dozens of them, right? In the hundreds, perhaps not the thousands, although that's still a question mark, showing up. And in this moment, you watched it live right here on this network. People running alongside the motorcade, one person seeming to run in front of it. It appeared that person was tackled or at least confronted by officers. And then this moment here with the cars in the motorcade, a small motorcade carrying the former president, trying to make their way through. It is people from apparently all across the state, some from out of state, coming out to make their voices heard, to make their positions known. And listen, that is what we saw for most of the day. Sam Brock is joining us now with more on this. And Sam, you have some reporting here on what I think is going to be an important next part of the story, at least as it relates to a trial that may happen here in downtown Miami, the next steps in the process that may happen, and the perhaps disconnect between Miami police and the apparatus involved and the Secret Service. Talk us through it.
Can you imagine, Hallie, if this is what the security footprint looks like for a trial, right? We got a test of that today, and it was pretty nuts. Now, on one hand, no one got injured, and there were, as you can attest to yourself, hundreds of people in the space where I'm standing right now, reporters, demonstrators, neighbors, all compressed right here. But the bigger issue today, as the day unfolded, actually ended up being one particular protester who, on the other side of this building, where the street is cordoned off, somehow managed to get himself in front of the motorcade and had to be tackled by security. And as you mentioned earlier, also prior to that, we're not sure if it's the same person or someone dressed similarly, was also confronted as the motorcade was making its way into the building. This is all problematic. The U.S. Secret Service says they have a good relationship with Miami, but they just want the public to know that what you saw here today, this particular template, is not from the U.S. Secret Service. This is Miami police deciding to allow a freedom of speech, if you will, folks to be able to get really close access to what's going on. I mean close, to the point where cars on Miami Avenue, which borders this building on one side, were honking and cheering on the crowd as the arraignment was going on. Now, I did speak with Francis Suarez, who is the mayor of Miami, and I asked him, what's going on here, and should we feel comfortable? Here's what he said. Do you have any idea why? It looks like everyone is sort of compressed in the same area. Protesters, media, everyone is right here. Is that part of the free speech process?
I think we are managing the situation very well right now. There haven't been any incidents, and we obviously have a very large force, and we have contingency plans to grow if there's any issues.
Hallie, what is also interesting about this is then a statement from the U.S. Secret Service prior to all of this happening. They said they were not necessarily concerned about the former president. They were concerned about the safety of the people here, and specifically being in a state like Florida, where gun laws are so lax, where the governor, Ron DeSantis, and the legislature just rolled back what you would need even a permit to conceal carry here, that all you would need is one little moment, one escalation, and you could have combustion. Thankfully, that did not happen.
Because, Sam, it is important to underscore here, things were mostly peaceful, almost entirely peaceful, other than that confrontation we saw between police and a protester.
Without a doubt. There were a few conflagrations, if you will, a little flare-up here and there, largely between MAGA protesters and what we think is the guy who ended up throwing himself in front of the motorcade. But that was largely sort of the crescendo of action was between those two groups. What was also interesting, though, is just talking to the folks who came out here and discussing the details of the indictment and saying, well, look, I understand some of the conservative narrative or talking points about the fact this seems to be a two-tier justice system, but look at what's actually in the indictment. Are you still saying the same thing? Here's a snippet of my conversation with one woman, Betty. But he had nuclear secrets, weapons capabilities for the United States, for other countries that he was showing other people. That, in your mind, is that an example of patriotism?
You know what? There's a bunch of lies.
So you think the indictment is lies?
Yeah. There's a lot of lies going on. I have been educating myself. I'm not stupid.
So you're open to the fact that elements of the indictment might be true?
Or might be false, all of it.
Okay. But what's your position today is that you
I support Trump 100%.
Hallie, there you go. It's sort of this blind support for the former president, irrespective of the facts of the indictment or even as the trial plays out, which we think it will in the coming weeks and months. And it'll be interesting to see how this all works out. Hallie.
Sam Brock live for us not too far from where we are in downtown Miami. Sam, thank you. That brings us to former Miami official George Colina. Chief Colina, thank you so much for being here. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about what you saw today based on the coverage. Would you have done anything different had you been in charge?
I might have had more uniform officers that were visible within the crowd. But for the most part, it's typically the way that we would handle something like this. I know for the outsider who isn't used to seeing this many people walking around, they're used to more physical barriers. It may seem odd, but it's been our experience in South Florida that when you set up a skirmish line of officers in riot gear, for example, it just seems like more people come, there are flashpoints, it kind of puts the message out that something's about to happen now. And so they try to avoid that. Now, what they do have is a lot of officers standing by. They have a very professional bicycle response team that's capable of handling anything that can quickly become between people to separate folks. I think what they were probably monitoring, Hallie, is how many counter protesters exist. Because that was always the question. I'm sure they knew that a lot of people were going to come out in support of Trump. This is Florida. He won the state of Florida. He won Miami-Dade County. The real question was going to be how many counter, and was it going to be necessary to have, what they call First Amendment zones for each group? And I think as that it evolved and it was fluid and they saw that there's really only a handful, I think maybe that's why they maintained that posture. Now, in terms of the Secret Service, they were embedded in a command center with the City of Miami Police Department, with the Miami-Dade Police Department, the marshals, the FBI. Certainly, I'm sure there was a lot of communication going on among all of them. I'm also sure they weren't pleased with that one protester that ran out front. And they probably weren't pleased with the stop at Versailles either, which, by the way, looked completely staged. That was not like an impromptu, Ron DeSantis visited Cafe Versailles. I wonder if there wasn't a little messaging there, that he owns it, because it was very popular for him as well.
We talked a little bit with Sam Brock about the potential for what it could look like during a trial here in Miami. What would you recommend doing differently? I hear you and we've heard this, that the Miami Police Department was looking at their community and what typically happens. And, I've covered, as you know, Donald Trump for a long time. I do typically see bike rack, right? Hardened barricades, et cetera. Would you recommend doing anything differently for a trial, let's say? Or do you think that the presence here is appropriate and as you say, fit with what police in this area have seen in the past?
I'm guessing that they had a lot of officers standing by. In fact, I know they have because I communicated with the director of the county and with the police chief himself. So I know they had a lot of people standing by. For a trial, especially depending on what's allowed, what's introduced, who are witnesses, etc., I think that could be significantly more serious. This today was going to be procedural. Everyone knew what it was going to be. Everyone knew they weren't going to see the president, right? He was going to go underneath that garage. They really weren't going to get a chance to see him walk, like a perp walk type of thing, which could be inflammatory. And so I think they were comfortable with today if there is a trial here. And I don't know that it's certain that it would be held here in Miami. But if it was, I suspect you would have areas where people would be allowed to come out just because there's a greater chance of a lone actor, somebody who's listening to a lot of this jargon on the chats that can become radicalized, for lack of a better term, and take a chance.
George Kalina, former Miami Police Chief. Chief Kalina, thank you so much for being with us here on NBC News Now. It's good to talk with you. Thanks. I want to bring in now our legal analyst, Chuck Rosenberg, as well as Danny Savalos, another one of our legal analysts. It's good to have both of you here. Let's take a beat here, because we have laid out the key points, the key highlights of what has happened here in the building behind me over the course of the last 3-4 hours or so. Chuck, I'll start with you. Most important takeaway that people should know, and what should we be looking for?
There's a long road ahead, Hallie. Every sort of occasion seems momentous in and of itself, but really, this is not the top of the first inning. It's the first pitch in the top of the first inning. And there will be procedural motions. There will be dispositive motions. There'll be arguments in the federal district court. There'll be discovery. There's a whole bunch of things that have to happen before we get to a trial. And a trial could be months, if not years away, depending on how some of those motions play out. So I would suggest that people do a couple of things, and I suggest this humbly. Read the indictment and take a breath. There's a lot of innings left to play.
Chuck, you do that as you do most things, which is humbly. I appreciate that. Stand by for 1 second, because Danny, let me ask you this. We saw Alina Habba, one of the former president's attorneys, come out and speak publicly to the, frankly, media who was here, also to the demonstrators who were in front of and behind her there. Felt more like a political defense than a legal defense. In the court of public opinion, that's one thing. In the actual courtroom, it's another. What do you expect, based on what we've heard publicly from those around Donald Trump, his team's legal defense strategy to be one that would hold up, perhaps, in front of a judge?
Yeah, it's interesting, this whole theory of a two-tiered justice system. Whataboutism? Why not prosecute Joe Biden or other people? Why pick on Trump? There is actually a legal analog for this, and it's called selective prosecution. It's a motion that I do expect the defense will make, and they have to prove essentially that there are other similarly situated people and the government, the prosecution, discriminated against Trump when it should have prosecuted these other people. Here's the bottom line. I've never seen or even heard of these motions succeeding. They're made, but that doesn't mean they have any real probability of succeeding. That doesn't mean the defense won't make the motion. They may argue that this is the rare case where we do have evidence of people that the prosecutors chose not to prosecute because they're politically known characters. So maybe that will get them some purchase. But the bottom line is they'll make that motion. It won't be successful. They'll make other pretrial motions in terms of probably motions to suppress evidence, whether it be testimony or, whether it be statements given. The bottom line is they don't even know yet because they don't have discovery. They can't really form their defense strategy from the indictment alone. Even though the indictment has a lot of detail, they need to get discovery. Only after they get discovery, and it will be terabytes of discovery, thousands, maybe millions of pages of documents that their eyes have to pass over. Only then really can they formulate their defense, and that'll include their motion practice.
We are going to hear from the former president in just a few hours when he arrives at his Bedminster home in New Jersey here. He is obviously going to be talking about what happened today. Is it possible that when he speaks on the campaign trail, when he speaks at events at his residences, that those words could be used in a court of law against him? Yes,
just like all the other words that have come out of his mouth that are now haunting him. There is an immutable rule since time immemorial, and it is this. defense attorneys will tell their clients and the public at large, do not speak if you have any criminal exposure. And since time immemorial, people have heard that advice, ignored it, and gone on to speak. And then they see those words introduced as evidence against them later on at trial. It's the way of the world. I'm not entirely sure why humanity doesn't want to listen to that advice, but in a sense, it's part of what keeps us employed, us criminal defense attorneys.
Our legal analyst, Danny Savalos. Danny, thank you for being there for us to help us understand this throughout the day. And I know you'll be here throughout the evening. Thank you. We're going to have much more ahead live from Miami right here on NBC News Now this hour. We've seen supporters of Donald Trump at the courthouse today, but we are also watching what's happening online, how the discussion, how the words around the former president's arraignment is playing out in social media and more. Next.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We've been talking about law enforcement on high alert here in Miami. Again, the issue really relating to the arraignment that we saw from former President Donald Trump related to that 37-count indictment against him, including a count for his alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, his personal aide, somebody who we saw with him even after this arraignment happened at Cafe Versailles. Nauta not arraigned just yet. That is set to happen later this month. Obviously, there is also an element to this that is playing out, not just in person here in downtown Miami, but online as well. And for that, I want to bring in NBC's Brandy Zadrozny, who is joining us now live. Brandy, you have been monitoring some of this, right? We've seen today go fairly smoothly, other than obviously that one incident we talked about from Sam Brock. Anything on the horizon? Let's look forward here, Brandy. What are you seeing?
Yeah, what we saw online today actually mirrored a lot of what I saw on the live streams from Miami, which is, this cast of characters. You had QAnoners, you had some Proud Boys, you had people in costumes, you had, retirees seemingly with nothing to do for the day. It was just sort of this circus of people, and that was what we saw online, right? We saw Trump's biggest supporters supporting him. You saw a lot of silly memes, you saw just a lot of craziness, and you also saw some posts that were violent in nature, some posts about getting your guns, preparing for the next civil war, seeking some sort of retribution for this crime against Trump, they think. So some of that we did see, but it was fairly quiet in terms of online rhetoric about Trump. It seems like people are a little fatigued, maybe. The most popular post on some of the pro-Trump forums today was not about the indictment at all. It was about Starbucks and Pride. So people have lost a little bit of the energy, I think, for this.
Yeah. Brandy Zadrozny, thank you so much for that reporting as you are keeping an eye, we know, on all things online rhetoric, et cetera. Brandy, thank you very much. Still ahead this hour live from Miami, much more to get to, including a look at how we got to this point in the first place. You may be asking yourself that, or your friends that. We are answering that question, the many twists and turns as this particular special counsel case has led to this moment here in Miami. That's coming up step by step after the break. We'll also take you live to Bedminster, where Donald Trump is set to land not too long from now and then speak. You see the chairs set up. Our team is there on the ground. We'll bring it to you live in just a minute.
To today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We are back live from in front of that federal courthouse in Miami, where we saw that arraignment of former President Trump just in the last couple of hours. And that moment now begins a new chapter in an already 18-month saga that started pretty much the moment those moving trucks lined up on Pennsylvania Avenue after Inauguration Day. So just how did we get here? Watch. It starts just after the former president moved out of the White House in 2021 with boxes of classified documents stacked on a stage at Mar-a-Lago, according to the indictment. Some then moved to a bathroom. Around this time, the National Archives demands some of the classified documents from the Trump presidency they're supposed to have, but don't. Then a key moment that summer. The indictment says Mr. Trump allegedly showed a writer a document laying out a plan of attack, citing a recording. And Mr. Trump says, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is still a secret. Fast forward about 6 months later, Mr. Trump's personal valet and alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, returns 15 boxes of classified documents to the archives, according to the indictment. But that didn't stop the FBI from opening a criminal investigation. A month later, a D.C. grand jury came together. In June, a couple FBI agents and a DOJ attorney went down to South Florida and got a signed letter from Mr. Trump's attorneys saying, essentially, they'd turned over everything they had. That turned out not to be true because in August, the FBI carried out a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago and releasing this picture of documents laid out on the floor, something Mr. Trump didn't like seeing.
The shameful raid and break-in of my home, Mar-a-Lago, was a travesty of justice.
Attorney General Merrick Garland named a special counsel to lead the investigation in November.
I signed an order appointing Jack Smith to serve as special counsel.
Now there's Jack Smith, tasked with looking at the January 6th attack and the classified documents case. Mr. Trump, now officially running to win back the White House, furious.
I took the documents I'm allowed to. I have the absolute right to do whatever I want with them.
Over the course of the next 6 months or so, the special counsel issuing subpoenas and hearing from a lot of people in Mr. Trump's orbit, all leading up to last week when the Department of Justice unsealed the indictment, revealing those 37 felony counts against the former president.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
All of that, of course, leading to today, that first ever federal arraignment of a former president. He is saying plenty about it, Mr. Trump, speaking not just at a cafe here in Miami, a kind of campaign stop, if you will, but also set to speak later on tonight at Bedminster. We'll get there in a second. But you know who's not saying much at all about this? Anyone from the White House. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre today giving a kind of no comment on the questions related to this Donald Trump arraignment. But she did respond to accusations from many in the Republican Party that the Biden administration is working to help weaponize the Department of Justice. Listen.
The president has been very, very clear. The Department of Justice is independent. He wants to restore the independence of the Department of Justice, and that's what you've seen. That is why we have been very, very consistent. When it comes to criminal cases, we just do not comment.
While President Biden has largely stayed away from responding to the details of the indictment itself, First Lady Jill Biden has not overnight. At a fundraiser, according to the Associated Press, she says it's a little shocking that so many Republicans have responded the way that they have to this indictment, still thinking of voting for him, even with the allegations laid out by the DOJ. It is not something we hear often from her. I want to bring in Kayla Tausche now, who is live for us back home in Washington. Kayla, in many ways, the White House has zero interest. Let me rephrase that. In every way, the White House has zero interest in publicly saying much or anything about the arraignment today of Donald Trump. It feels like part of the strategy, insofar as it exists, is to show the president being presidential and let that speak for itself.
And that strategy, Hallie, could not be any clearer. Officials making a point to say that the First Lady's comments were unscripted and they were off the cuff. And speaking of off the cuff, just a few moments ago, President Biden himself making a joke at an event for the chiefs of mission around the world at the State Department and saying that when he met with President Xi, they had independent interpreters. He turned his notes in and he laughed and said, that's not a reference to the former president. But apart from some of those asides and a very emphatic President Biden last week to Peter Alexander saying that he never in any instance would direct the Department of Justice to bring or refrain from bringing any charges. The White House has repeatedly declined to say anything on this situation, and they want to keep it that way.
There's also a policy nexus, Kayla, as it relates to what we're seeing, right? Because you have, and what's been interesting to watch as this arraignment was unfolding today, you had not just obviously business as usual at the White House, but down Pennsylvania Avenue back home in D.C., over on the Senate side, you had Senator Mitch McConnell declining to answer any questions about this, sidestepping questions from reporters. There's very little love lost between those two, right? Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. But the senator said something along the lines of, well, there's lots of candidates in the race. I'm not going to be commenting on all of them. It is also true that Donald Trump is the only candidate in the race who is facing a federal arraignment and these federal charges. But you're seeing Senator J.D. Vance, too, for example, Republican senator, saying today he's going to hold up DOJ nominees until this investigation ends. He can't throw a wrench in the whole thing, right? But he can certainly slow things down, Senator Vance. This goes beyond, right? When you talk about the domino effect of this, there's like a ripple effect.
Right, and he can slow things down, Hallie, on that point, and he can do that until he decides to either drop his opposition or Senator Chuck Schumer, the top Senate Democrat, decides that maybe he can get 60 votes to override that opposition from 2/3 of the chamber. That's unlikely, but I think it's also worth noting that, Hallie, you know, there aren't that many people within the Department of Justice that this would actually impact, because the White House has nominated and confirmed 90 out of 118 appointments at the Department of Justice, according to the Partnership for Public Service. There are two high-profile nominations, a commissioner at the U.S. Parole Commission and another official that deals with violence against women that have been nominated that are currently sitting at the Senate. But apart from that, the DOJ is pretty fully staffed. And so this might be nothing more than political theatrics. And as far as Senator McConnell and others like Senator Thune, who also have been fairly quiet on this front, I think they're just hoping that this news cycle passes and they can move on to other talking points.
Kayla Tausche live for us in Washington. Kayla, great to see you as always. Former President Trump, as we speak, is on his way. He's in the air heading back to New Jersey to his Bedminster home. He's set to arrive sometime the next couple of hours ahead of that first speech after his arraignment here in Miami this afternoon. Again, Mr. Trump's first message to Americans who will be judging him from the ballot box this primary season, Republican voters at least. He is already trying to win so many of them over. Take a look at this moment as he was on his way out of Miami not too long ago. Watch.
Are you ready? Food for everyone. Food for
NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now. So, Vaughn, you are there at Bedminster. Set the scene for us. What can we expect tonight?
He is on his way. He will be landing into Newark International Airport, Hallie, before his motorcade will make its way here to his Bedminster private club, where there's a couple hundred who will be here in attendance. We are expecting primetime remarks from the former president. It's a little deja vu. It kind of feels like 2.5 months ago when I was at Mar-a-Lago when he returned from Manhattan and went on a half-hour speech in which he derided that investigation and that indictment as a witch hunt. And we should expect similar measures here today. I asked an aide close to the former president what we should expect, and he said you should expect, quote, a defiant President Trump. As much as it is a legal defense, it's also a political one. And when you look at some of the names of the folks who will be here in attendance tonight, you see some close political allies, but also some potential U.S. Senate candidates who see Donald Trump's political force within the Republican Party and among the electorate. We should note 2 months ago when Donald Trump was arrested. Since then, first arrested since then, his lead over Ron DeSantis has now doubled, Hallie. So tonight and the opportunity to address millions of Americans is an important opportunity.
You also have to look ahead to not just the primary season, Vaughn, but to the general election season beyond it. I think it's important to remind people that there is already a snapshot of where voters stand in the sort of days since this indictment first dropped. We know that about half of Republicans haven't had their minds changed about this. But when you pull out and look more broadly at a population beyond simply the Republican base, about 80% of people polled believe that these national security allegations, these document allegations laid out in this indictment are concerning, are highly concerning. When you look at Republicans, just 38% of Republicans feel that way, Vaughn. This is the dynamic, the push-pull that is going to be trailing the former president for the rest of this primary season, because you know him, I know him. I think there's very little chance he's not going to talk about it, and he's not going to use it to rally people around him.
And he can't run from him. I mean, if there are trials, potentially multiple, happening at the same time and running in parallel to a general election, it will be front and center to the American electorate. And so for Donald Trump, it is grabbing his own narrative. And even if it runs counter to what the Department of Justice lays out in an indictment, he is portraying this as political persecution. And right now, his favorability among Republican voters, Hallie, is unchanged since October of 2020, a month before his last presidential election here. And he understands, and even his Republican rivals understand, that he still holds a clout among the Republican electorate. And I've talked to a great many voters over the last weeks about the investigation and the indictments, and they say, well, they may be looking toward another candidate in this GOP field. It is not because of these investigations or the indictments. Hallie?
What is it because of, Vaughn? Are they just sick of the drama?
It's the drama. It's the drama, and they see another Republican candidate, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, as a potential alternative, somebody who still wants to carry out that MAGA conservative platform, but without everything that comes with Donald Trump.
Vaughn Hilliard, we'll be talking to you again, I know, later on tonight as you are live from Bedminster. Vaughn, thank you very much. We've said this word a lot over the course of the last 56 minutes, right? That this is an unprecedented moment in American history. I've said it so many times, I can't even get it out of my mouth. But how does it fit in the scope of where we're at? We're going to get into that with historian Michael Beschloss right after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
A lot of questions tonight about what a president, what a former president can and cannot do. Questions about whether a candidate for president can still run for office if you're facing federal charges like Donald Trump is. The answer to that is yes. He could certainly continue to run. He has insisted he will continue to run. And if he retakes the White House after 2024, it will be yet another historic moment in a presidency, an administration, and a candidacy that has been full of them. Not always, perhaps, for the reasons that Donald Trump would have wanted. I want to bring in NBC News historian Michael Beschloss, who is joining us now. Mr. Beschloss, it is good to see you, as always. Donald Trump is somebody who I think cares deeply about his legacy and who sees himself as part of a broader sweep of history. I know it's tough to do kind of like the instant historical analysis, but I'd love to hear your shot.
This is a guy who wants more presidential power than probably anyone who has ever served. You know, that's what we saw during that presidency. And the other thing is that it's brought us to this day. Could I be blunt? What this day means in history is we have never, ever seen in American history a president with this much chance of winding up his life in a federal prison.
What should people, how will the next generation see this moment, Mr. Beschloss, if you had to guess? I know that's a tough one, but I wonder what the history books are going to write 2 decades from now.
They're either going to say that this was a president who did some bad things and was brought to justice by a fair system, or that this was a president who was unfairly treated by a political process. Same thing we see today. The only difference is that
20 years from now, historians will have a much firmer view based on hindsight.
Michael Beschloss, it's great to see you. Thank you, as always, for being part of our coverage on a day that is, again, making history. We've got more coverage coming up right now. I'm Hallie Jackson, live here in Miami, and we are coming on the air on a day that, as we said, has made history. Donald Trump pleading not guilty to more than 36 federal charges in the building behind me here, the federal courthouse in Miami. This is the first time ever that a former president has faced federal charges, has pleaded not guilty to federal charges. We have seen in the last hour his plane leaving Miami International Airport. This is some video from not too long ago. He is in the air now in that plane, heading back to Bedminster, New Jersey. That's where he plans to speak at his golf club. You see, I think we have a live shot of Bedminster. There it is. It may look familiar to you. This is a location where Donald Trump auditioned potential cabinet members back during his transition and in the early days of his presidency. Now it is the site of a de facto rally, if you will, post-arraignment. The second such time we've seen something like this. The first, of course, after his indictment on the state level in New York. Now a different ballgame as the special counsel has brought those 37 counts against him. You're going to watch those remarks from Bedminster live right here on NBC News Now later on. I want to show you what it's been like here in Miami, and it has been remarkable. We have seen lots of things we've never seen before, like this moment, right? Donald Trump heading to Cafe Versailles, waving to a crowd of, frankly, adoring supporters on that front. A kind of campaign stop here for the current Republican frontrunner for the 2024 nomination. You can see him at the crowd. They sang him happy birthday at one point. The former president turns 77 tomorrow. Listen. Here's what he said right after that.
I think it's a rigged deal here. We have a rigged country. We have a country that's corrupt. We have a country that's got no borders. We have a country that's got nothing but problems. We're a nation in decline, and then they do this stuff.
So let me show you some of the sketches here. We can't put cameras inside a federal court. No news organization can. No stills, no videos. So these pieces of artwork are what we have. That's Donald Trump, obviously, in the red tie. He was there with his attorneys, Chris Kise, Todd Blanche. Walt Nauta, the longtime personal aide, was at the table as well, along with his attorney. Nauta, of course, the alleged co-conspirator in this federal indictment. Our team inside the courtroom says that the former president was pretty stone-faced, had his hands clasped on the table, arms crossed at certain points, looking at other points, visibly irritated with the proceedings. As he left this, you see that? That's right, somebody getting in front of the motorcade, Secret Service or somebody appearing to tackle him, and then people running alongside the cars, Secret Service agents running as well, a scene that we just don't see all that often. We are just now hearing in the last hour or so from the Secret Service saying that this person was removed swiftly. Their actions had no impact on security. Miami police say that this person is still in their custody. That was just one of a number of fascinating and memorable moments on this extremely hot and humid day here in June in Miami. Look, there's a little bit of a confrontation here. It's kind of mini brawl, that might be overstating it, in front of the courthouse here. Hundreds of people gathered, but we should be clear, largely peaceful today for the most part. Some little flare-ups here and there, but overall this day went about as expected, at least from that front. Here's what we're learning from the people who watched that 47-minute hearing, our team in the room. The former president's attorney actually said the words "not guilty" on his behalf. Prosecutors are going to have to provide a witness list. The former president is not going to be able to talk to anybody who is on that list about the case. Same goes for Nauta. No travel restrictions. He can go out and rally. He can keep his passport. And as for Nauta, that alleged co-conspirator, he'll be arraigned later in the month, June 27th. Remember why the former president is here. 37 federal charges laid out in this indictment related to some of the country's most sensitive national security secrets. Think of them, 3 buckets like this, right? Mr. Trump's accused of keeping classified documents he knew he shouldn't have had. He's accused of showing those documents to people who shouldn't have seen them. And he's accused of refusing to give those documents back when he was asked to do so. That is the crux of where a lot of this is coming from. We're going to get to the legal, the political, the security. We're going to get to the political analysis from our team on the ground. But I want to start here in Miami with our indefatigable legal analyst and correspondent Laura Jarrett and Ken Delaney, our national security correspondent. Ken, I'll start with you because you were in the room Right. I mean, and just to set the scene for people, if you're wondering about the backstory of this, there were, hundreds of journalists who wanted to get in there today. The courtroom only takes so many, right? There was some workings, whatever. They sort of at random, I think, Drew, who was going to end up in court.
Might have been random.
Who knows? Whatever. Figured out who was going to end up in court in the actual room itself. That matters not just because we want to be able to say, Ken, you were there, but because there are things that happen in the room, things you can pick up on, things you can see that the camera going to the overflow room couldn't see, right?
Well, to be clear, I was in the overflow room. And there was,
which is also great and important for other reasons as well.
There was a lot that was perfunctory and pro forma about this proceeding today, but what was not perfunctory is to hear the magistrate judge announce the case, the United States of America versus Donald J. Trump. That was just a remarkable moment. Mr. Trump, as you said, was pretty stone-faced, pretty stoic, wore a blue suit and a red tie, as you see in the sketch, sitting with his lawyers. On the other side of the table, David Harbach, the lead counsel for the special counsel, along with Jay Bratt, who is the chief of the counter-espionage section of the Justice Department, who's been working this case. He was one of the people that went down in June and served that grand jury subpoena, demanding the documents back, and the lack of response to that was part of what got us here. Jack Smith, the special counsel, was sitting in the gallery. It was interesting to watch him actually laugh and joke a little bit with the people around him. And then I saw a report, I was gone by then, that he was staring pretty hard at Mr. Trump as the hearing was ending. The only news, sort of interesting thing that happened in this hearing was that this judicial order that Mr. Trump not discuss the case with the other witnesses, including Walt Nauta. This is going to be a pretty interesting thing. They work together. They're together every day.
He was with him at Cafe Versailles, where the former president stopped right after the arraignment. So to be clear, Laura, they can still talk, just not about anything having to do with the case.
Right. And it's pretty standard to see that in a case like this, where you've got people who are alleged to have participated in a conspiracy, right? That's the crux of what this is in terms of the actual charges between the two of them. And so the idea is there that the prosecutors don't want them trying to get their story straight, trying to collude on their testimony. Interesting, though, that the judge is the one that actually imposed this. It doesn't sound like prosecutors were the one, at least according to the reporting I saw. They weren't the ones pushing for this. In fact, they now have to turn over a witness list, which I bet they don't want to turn over because there are some people on that list Trump doesn't know that they talked to. And now he's going to have to face a situation in which he can't talk to them about the case either.
What do you think is missing in the discussion around what has gone on today, Laura? In other words, pull back, big picture, right? These are early days for this legal process for Donald Trump, and there are still other legal liabilities that he could face in Fulton County, Georgia, where a potential indictment could come in August. And with Jack Smith, the special counsel, who is also looking into the former president's actions related to the attack on the Capitol.
Big picture, this is a stress test for the U.S. justice system. This is a Department of Justice that has been under the attack of the former president of the United States for the better part of 7 years. For the better part of 7 years, there's been a steady drumbeat that the department is politicized, and yet the department went forward with this prosecution, knowing how difficult it would be, not only for the attorney general, but the current president of the United States to be able to deal with this situation. But the Justice Department and the prosecutors, the career prosecutors in that department, decided to move forward with it anyway.
Laura Jarrett, it's been great to have you. Thank you so much. Ken, stand by for a second. Our legal analyst, Danny Savalos, is with us as well. And Danny, to the point that Ken was making, Jack Smith in the courtroom here, notable to me because Donald Trump has been going after Jack Smith in an extremely personal way, calling him, among other things, a deranged psycho, going after him even in just the last couple of days here. And yet Jack Smith showed up in that courtroom in what was perhaps symbolically a way of saying, these are my guys, meaning the prosecutors, and I have their back, like kind of a you can't intimidate us moment. Am I overreading that, or is that how you see it too?
No, I don't think anyone expected Jack Smith to actually handle the arraignment itself, but to be physically present isn't unusual. Here's the thing, and this is especially so when it comes to U.S. attorneys and the government. They are big fans of what I call the show of force. When it comes to a sentencing or closing arguments, everyone from the team comes into the court, the FBI agents, even other AUSAs who aren't even involved in the case. They're big on group support. They're big on the team mentality. It's no surprise that Jack Smith would have shown up in court in the audience because he's there to support the fine men and women on his team. That's DOJ 101. Yeah. They're big on supporting each other. They're part of a team. It's always a team effort. That's why when they go to the podium after an arrest is made, they spend half the time thanking the fine men and women of the Postal Service, the FBI, local police, everyone else who assisted. That's the culture in DOJ. So no surprise that Jack Smith is there. He's showing Trump that the team is on the job.
As we are taking a look now at some of the other video that we've seen of the former president today, Ken, talk about what's next, because Chuck Rosenberg put it in, I think, one of our legal analysts, and Danny too, in a very memorable way. This isn't the top of the first inning. No. This is the first pitch in the first inning.
Look, in theory, the Justice Department should be ready to go to trial in 70 days, but that's not how this works. What we're going to be looking for now is to what extent do Donald Trump and his lawyers try to delay this thing, try to bury the Justice Department in motions? Is that going to be their strategy? Because, it should take about a year for this case to go to trial, but it could take 2 years. We could be sitting there November 2024, and this case is still pending. And guess what? If Donald Trump's elected president and this case is still pending, it's suspended. The current sitting president can't be tried and prosecuted by the Justice Department under current Justice Department doctrine. He also can't pardon himself according to Justice Department doctrine, but that's never been litigated.
Is that true? I mean,
the experts say,
that's exactly, that's true. That 1974 DOJ memo, he could try, but it will probably go to the Supreme Court. Yeah. Ken Delaney, and a long day for you. Thank you for being with us. I want to bring in my colleague, Gabe Gutierrez, who is also in that courtroom. He's with me here in Miami. Dasha Burns is also in South Florida, over in Doral, where the former president started his day. Gabe, I'll go to you because you have the benefit of not just covering the former president, covering other candidates in this race and in previous races. You know this region, Gabe. You know South Florida, right? The politics of this moment, even just beyond Miami,
of course,
are extremely, I don't know, pick your adjective, fascinating, complex.
And look, it feels different here than it did several months ago when we were in Lower Manhattan because of the politics of South Florida. Just after the former president left this building, he went not far from here to Cafe Versailles, Cuban-American community, many of his supporters, and they sung happy birthday to him. He clearly taking what would otherwise be known as a sort of victory lap, even though he just faced federal indictment. But yes, the politics of this moment, quite complicated, Hallie. We've been speaking with voters in Iowa and New Hampshire over the last several weeks, obviously not since this indictment came down, but many of these GOP primary voters, and by the way, there were a few Trump supporters who actually went into the courtroom, by the way. We spoke.
How'd that happen?
Because some members of the public were allowed in along with the media. Wow. And there was a few of them that saw what was happening and they wanted to see it firsthand. And I spoke with one of them who told me, and I spoke with Trump supporters yesterday in Doral as well, they just don't buy this. And when you pressed them on specifics of the indictment, you asked them about should the former president have had these classified documents in his bathroom at his estate, they just don't want to hear about it. They point to, why wasn't Hillary Clinton prosecuted? Why wasn't President Joe Biden prosecuted? They just don't want to hear about specifics. They see this as a weaponization of the Justice Department. And we're hearing that from more and more of these Republican candidates. Governor DeSantis, even today, again, talking about the weaponization of the Department of Justice.
You know why many of these candidates and campaigns are talking about this, Gabe. It's because the numbers show that's where the party is. You look at polling, for example, even from just in March, about Republicans who believe or who view favorably the Department of Justice and the FBI. Right. It is hovering around 50%, right? It is a different number for Democrats.
And there is, something that I found extremely interesting today, Hallie, is the complicated position that Nikki Haley is taking on this. Our colleague Ali Vitale put in this reporting as well. She is now with a new statement today saying that she is inclined to pardon former President Trump. This after saying just the day before, I believe, or just 2 days ago, that his conduct was reckless. And she seemed to make the distinction, whether or not how I feel about the conduct, pardoning him might be better for the country. But she is trying to walk a really fine line, trying to figure out where to come down on this. And this all comes as, of course, Governor Chris Christie coming out strongly in that town hall saying, that, what was it, the vanity, that it was...
political games.
Yes,
playing political games, these rivals.
Paraphrasing here, but coming out strongly with a harsh tone against former President Trump. But the Governor DeSantis sticking by that rhetoric of weaponizing the Justice Department. He hasn't come out and said whether he would pardon former President Trump, but he is clearly trying to appeal to those more conservative voters, many of them who were out here today, who were out in Doral yesterday. When I spoke with them, they just don't buy the indictment in general. They don't want to talk about specifics of it. They just see it as the DOJ coming after Donald Trump.
Well, let me tell you, as it relates to that Nikki Haley comment, there are some rival campaigns who are privately already looking at that and pointing to it as to raising some questions on it. Gabe, stand by for a sec. Let me bring in Dasha Burns, because Dasha, one of the things that Gabe brought up here was the idea that, and I've heard it from Republicans, I'm sure you have too, President Biden did it, Hillary Clinton did it. There are key, Mike Pence, nobody said that, but that's still something that could be considered in that umbrella. The key difference in all of those cases has been cooperation with the Department of Justice versus what Donald Trump did, as this indictment lays out, which is seek to obstruct the Department of Justice. How do we know this? Look at the indictment itself. Every document that Donald Trump is charged on comes after his aide first handed in 15 boxes of classified materials. Multiple legal experts have told our team that if Donald Trump had just handed everything in then, we wouldn't be here, Dasha. We wouldn't be showing the live pictures and the Bedminster Alley and everything else. I mean, this is part of why some Republicans consider this to be self-inflicted for the former president.
Yeah, and that was Christie's line, right? He is blaming everybody else, but why does the buck not ultimately stop with Trump when he had several moments in this process where he could have really avoided all of this? But Hallie, I will tell you, for voters, for so many Republican primary voters in particular, it simply does not matter. Look, you talk to any legal expert. I know you've talked to just about every legal expert in your Rolodex today. They will tell you that this is grave, that this is much more serious and significant than any other legal problem that the former president has faced. And yet, the former president is not distinguishing this. He is playing this in the same way that he has played the litany of other problems that he has faced. And neither are his voters, by the way. His voters are also not separating this from anything else that they have seen as attacks, as targets on a former president, that the system, whatever system you want to talk about, whether it's the media or the Justice Department or the government or the Democrats, they want to take this guy down, and this is just another way to do it. They are not looking necessarily at the specifics of this case. They are simply adding it to that long list of grievances that the former president has. And he is so good, and you know this, Hallie, from following him for so long, he is so good at delivering this message that this isn't just about me, this is about you. I am standing in the way of a system that is coming for all of you, for this America First movement, and that is what puts candidates like Governor Ron DeSantis, like Nikki Haley, like Mike Pence in this really tough position, because the former president has created this narrative where it is really difficult to separate him and America First and so much of what the Republican Party stands for. When you talk to some other folks outside of the MAGA movement, it's different. But we are talking about the GOP primary voters. Again, very different from when this comes to the general election. But for the primary, this is very likely to give him a boost in the next few weeks, the same way that we saw with that first indictment in New York. He got a boost in fundraising, a boost in polls, and that's what so many of these campaigns, his rival campaigns, are bracing for, because we have seen this pattern before. Again, the legal element of this drastically different than the political element of this, and I think the best representation of that is actually the events of today, where you had this somber moment in a courtroom, and then you're going to have this fundraiser in Bedminster. Those two things are happening on the very same day, and they are different, but they are certainly intertwined, Hallie.
Already in the air, the former president's campaign sending out emails about this. Dasha Burns live for us at Doral. Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez, who was with us in Miami. He had to run to go do some more reporting. We're going to take you live to Bedminster, as Dasha mentioned, in just a couple of minutes. We're going to tell you the notable people who have been spotted or whose name tags have been spotted coming up in just a bit. But right now I want to show you, as you see Bedminster there, what it looks like now. Let me tell you about it here outside the courthouse. Very different scene. The sort of crowd of supporters for the former president, more in Bedminster than here in Miami. We have seen a lot of it here. I want to bring in Sam Brock, who's been standing outside covering this and this perspective of it. There is going to be, I think, some untangling of the security footprint story in the days to come here. I want to not lose the headline, which is largely peaceful, right? However, we did see that one incident. I want to show people here on camera on what the scene looked like. Somebody rushing in front of the motorcade as the former president was leaving court. It was a remarkable scene. Look at that. Essentially tackled, tossed away. The car kind of has to get out of its lane. People then start running alongside. You see Secret Service agents running alongside. Well, Sam, I mean, this is not normal. Like, we can just say that in very plain English. That is not how it's supposed to go. An incredible moment, extraordinary, I'm sure stressful for the agents who are tasked with guarding the former president. He, it sounds like, based on your reporting, was not at any ever risk. That was less the concern. The concern was more the crowd around it. Tell me what you're hearing.
That's the irony of all this, is that when you look at the U.S. Secret Service and some of the remarks that they've made specifically about what the dynamic and blueprint was like from a security standpoint here, they said, we're okay, the former president's going to be fine. We're worried about the people that are standing out in the plaza that are interspersed, as we both mentioned earlier today, with all sorts of demonstrators, reporters, the neighbors next door. We're all standing in the same space, and it's not like there's
like totally fine.
Detector.
It's not like whatever we can all, but that's not normally how it works. This intermingling. There's like, I think, a college or a school down the street. Everybody's out, right? Everybody's in the same space.
I was amazed to see. I was literally having conversations with people that had their dogs out. That were like just walking down the street. Do I go to the park today, or do I go take in a federal arraignment? Let me figure out which one it's going to be.
I don't
They're all
blame
standing in the same place, of course, because it's fascinating to see firsthand. But also, you don't want cars that are that close to a federal courthouse where there's all these people standing around it. What about us in terms of our livelihoods as journalists standing here? And it didn't really occur to me until we had this conversation, or you even mentioned it on our special report today, how strange this is. I haven't covered dozens upon dozens of Trump rallies before. I've been to a couple, but to have that level of proximity was kind of scary. And also, this is Florida. Gun laws are lax here. And specifically, Governor DeSantis just rolled back what you need to even conceal carry in Florida, to the point where you don't even need lessons or a permit now. You can just basically do it. And so there's very few barriers to being able to obtain weapons here. And thankfully, I didn't see any. I've certainly been to protests before where there have been people that have been armed and displaying that intentionally to try to create a certain sense of fear. That was not the case today. At no point did I feel scared. But the reality of the situation is they may have to do some reassessments. You had a really interesting conversation I could hear. The former Miami police chief, right? What did he say to you that stuck out?
I asked him if he would do anything differently if the trial was held here in Miami. And he said something interesting, which was that they feel like in this community, if they were to put, let's say, a line of officers out, it would actually potentially stoke more anxiety or confrontation. Maybe? Yeah, exactly. And I thought, that's, again, I'm not a police. I'm not a member of law enforcement. I am somebody who has been to a lot of Donald Trump rallies, and I'm always behind a bike rack. I'm just not saying for me, the media. I'm saying they typically have a little bit more what they call hardened barricade, bike rack or whatever, separating different sections of a rally or the former president from the people around him or whatever the case may be.
As it was explained to me, this is, quote, the Miami way, right? And like, it's kind of how the culture functions here. People are going to be fine. Just let them sort of be as they're going to be. Don't put too many restrictions on there. And I will say, when the event was over and the former president was gone, you saw like 50 people with riot gear, Miami police officers walking through this plaza. So they were clearly nearby, waiting if needed. But the reality is there wasn't the deterrence on the ground. And maybe that helped create a calmer environment. Or
maybe we just didn't see it.
We didn't see it. Or maybe it scared some people because there would just seem like there was just not much structure going on. But again, it was all peaceful here where we were today.
Sam Brock, thank you so much for being out there for us today.
Thanks, Al.
I know you are used to this Miami heat, my friend.
I'm still not used to it, and it's been 4 years, so I'm glad you have a fan.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. You know who's not? So we talked to Sam about the security piece. We've talked to our legal analysts about the legal piece of this. We've talked about the political bucket, too. Donald Trump is saying plenty about this arraignment. He said a little bit at Cafe Versailles. He's set to say more at Bedminster. We're going to take you there in just a minute. But you know who's not saying too much at all, intentionally? Anybody from the White House. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre today gave this kind of no comment on questions related to this Donald Trump arraignment. But she did respond to accusations from a lot of people inside the GOP that the Biden department is working to help weaponize the Department of Justice. Listen to what she said.
The president has been very, very clear. The Department of Justice is independent. He wants to restore the independence of the Department of Justice, and that's what you've seen. That is why we have been very, very consistent. When it comes to criminal cases, we just do not comment.
I want to bring in Kayla Tausche, who is live for us back home in Washington, just outside the White House. So, Kayla, that's the line from the White House press secretary. We have not heard from President Biden specifically on this arraignment, on the indictment. We have heard from a Biden, and that's First Lady Jill Biden. Tell us about it.
Well, she was at a fundraiser, Hallie, yesterday in New York, and she made an off-the-cuff comment when she was asked by the Associated Press about a sect of the Republican Party that was still going to be committed to voting for the former president, Donald Trump, even given the indictment, even given the arraignment. And she said, and I am quoting here, she said, "It's a little shocking that so many Republicans are still thinking of voting for him." Now, White House officials were very clear that that was an off-the-cuff and unscripted moment. They were fairly surprised that she even went there and said that, because the official line from 1600 Pennsylvania, Hallie, has been not to comment on anything related to this specific situation. Now, they'll talk about the fact that they're trying to maintain the independence of the Department of Justice, as you heard Karine Jean-Pierre, as you heard President Biden very emphatically last week himself say. But they do not want to talk about this situation. They don't want to talk about the fact that top Republicans are drawing parallels to the investigation that is ongoing into President Biden's handling of classified documents, and some that were found at his office and were stored in his garage. They don't really want to comment yet on any findings about the national security implications on the substance of the documents that were in Donald Trump's possession. Yesterday, John Kirby, who's the NSC spokesman, deferred many of those questions to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So there are a lot of very legitimate questions about this situation and about how it's unfolding. And so far, it's been very hard to get much of anything out of the White House, Hallie.
What about down Pennsylvania Avenue on Capitol Hill, Kayla? That's one thing that I've been watching, talking with Republicans, as we are hearing / not hearing, for example, from top Senate Republican Mitch McConnell. No love lost between him and Donald Trump, and yet he's sidestepping questions on this arraignment today. You're seeing Senator J.D. Vance, a Republican, suggesting he's going to slow down the nomination process for DOJ nominees. There is a dynamic here that plays for Donald Trump with his allies. I wouldn't characterize McConnell as that, but with his allies in Congress. On the House side, you had the House Speaker, for example, suggesting that, hey, bathroom doors lock, essentially, seeming to downplay the idea that classified documents were in a bathroom at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, Hallie, the more mainstream establishment Republicans like Mitch McConnell, like John Thune, like others of their ilk, have not wanted to wade into this debate. They feel that it's a no-win situation for them politically. They believe the news cycle will blow over, and that wading into the debate essentially will not help them, will not help the party. Then you have some of the newer, more MAGA-aligned Republicans like Senator Vance, who you mentioned, who has vowed to hold up the Justice Department nominees. There are only 2 currently sitting at the Senate awaiting confirmation, but he's vowed to hold up that process, which he can do unilaterally by himself. He can't block them, but he can slow it down because he believes that the agency has been politicized. Now, that process won't move forward unless he drops his opposition, or unless Senator Chuck Schumer, the top Senate Democrat, believes that he could get 2/3 support of the Senate to move beyond that, to consider some of those nominees. But that's more theatrical, because the Justice Department is fairly fully staffed, and there aren't that many positions that are actually open. But certainly, Republicans have been having to draw the fault lines around where they stand on this situation, and we've seen a pretty wide spectrum of the responses at this point.
Kayla Tausche, live for us back home in Washington. Kayla, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I want to show you now a live picture out of Bedminster, New Jersey. Former President Donald Trump is on his way back there as we speak. And that is the scene. That is the stage, the setup, the microphone from where he will speak not too long from now. We will bring that to you when it happens. But after hours of special coverage, there's some other news happening across the country that we got to get to tonight, like some new details about that shooting outside the NBA Finals in Denver. We'll give you the new information we're just learning from officials about whether the shooting was connected to the game. More on that and other big headlines coming up.
in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You are looking at a live shot of Bedminster, New Jersey, where you expect to see former President Donald Trump speak there for the first time since being arraigned on federal charges at the courthouse behind me here in Miami. We'll get to that later on in the show, but we've got some other news to report too, including that new economic data out today. It shows the inflation rate is cooling off to the lowest it's been in more than 2 years. What does this mean? Potentially good news for your money, because what you pay for stuff isn't quite as high as it used to be. Not to get too weedsy about it, but it's the Consumer Price Index. It basically measures how much stuff costs. It went up by 4% in May. So yes, things are getting more expensive, but it's not getting as expensive as quickly, right? There's been a downward trend in inflation. You see this chart here. What does it mean in real terms? Your eggs are cheaper. Bacon, I think, is a little bit cheaper. Look at those breakfast staples. Not bad news if you like a hearty breakfast. The Fed wanted to see something like this as they're weighing this big decision tomorrow on whether or not to hike rates. I want to bring in now our business and data reporter, Brian Chung. Brian, help us. How am I going to feel this, right? In other words, when I'm doing my monthly grocery budget, what's going to make the difference for me, or my monthly whatever budget? Where are the highlights in this inflation report? Because it is probably more positive than inflation reports were 6 months ago.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't pull back the amount of money that you're budgeting out for food because, again, as you mentioned, prices are going up. They're just going up at a slower pace. So as you mentioned, that 4% figure came in this morning. That's how much more things are expensive in May of 2023 compared to May of last year. And that's a slower pace than the 4.9% that we saw in April, and much lower than, as you also point out, the 9% rate that we had seen last year. So this is all encouraging, but don't put up the mission accomplished banner yet, because where economists say we really want to be is somewhere closer to 2%. And when you unpack exactly the categories where we continue to see price increases, food still going up by 0.2%. These are monthly changes between April and May. And then shelter. This is the biggest expenditure for most American families. Think of mortgages, think of rents. That actually increasing by 0.6%. And I want to point out that energy did indeed help. That's the reason why the headline number came down, because gasoline prices did decline, which helped energy go down by 3.6%. But again, even in the food category, some things did decline. Eggs went down by 13.8% just between April and May. You have to go back to 1951 to see a drop that fall. So again, maybe try to put some more eggs in that protein for the breakfast, perhaps.
Look ahead to tomorrow, right? Because the Fed's going to meet again. What do we anticipate as far as interest rate hikes? And remember, just to make sure that folks know, doesn't mean your mortgage is going to change if you've locked in a mortgage. Could mean that credit card rate changes if it's based on that base rate, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not vis-a-vis, but broadly speaking, right, the Federal Reserve is expected to hold interest rates steady because they're looking at this number and saying, well, we've been deliberately moving to raise interest rates to slow this economy. And as they sit back and say, OK, let's wait for the lagged impact of those higher interest rates to take inflation down to 2%. Maybe we can just kind of sit where we are right now and not further raise interest rates and just see if this bite can go down to 2%. But to those that are wondering, well, how is that going to impact these high mortgage rates that I'm seeing, these really brutal credit card rates that I'm seeing? Well, they're not going to be cutting interest rates if they don't move tomorrow. What it means is that they're going to hold those interest rates high. So don't expect to see 3% borrowing for a 30-year fix anytime soon. They'll continue to remain elevated, Hallie.
Brian Chung, thank you for breaking down that economic number out today. Appreciate it. Let's take it to Denver now, where several people we're learning are recovering in hospitals in that area tonight after being hurt in a shooting right after the Denver Nuggets, the city's basketball team, won the NBA championship. The shooting happened not too long after the game ended in an arena where fans were celebrating. 9 people were hurt. 3 people were critically hurt. The suspected shooter, also hurt, ended up arrested. There's a bunch of bars in the area where Nuggets fans would have been watching the team take the championship. Let me bring in now NBC's Steve Patterson, who's covering this for us. Steve, what's the latest?
Yeah, I mean, this is something else entirely than expected. This had nothing to do with the celebrations that night, but it doesn't mean it's just as unbelievable. The entire city, of course, is buzzing. The Nuggets just win the NBA Finals. As you said, people are out all over the streets, thousands of people flooding the streets. After midnight, though, those crowds start thinning out. Doesn't mean the police presence does, though. They are still out in force, including police in riot gear. And police say almost right next to them at about 12:30 in the morning, gunfire erupts. We're talking more than 20 shots fired, according to police. Hallie, police see multiple suspects on scene. They arrest not one, but two. That's the update from police. A 22-year-old and a 33-year-old. One of them, as you mentioned, is shot. They recover multiple weapons. They arrest several suspects. They recover, get this, multiple packets of fentanyl at the scene. This is a drug deal that has to happen just a few feet from where the police are stationed. The chief says that they had plenty of patrols out, but they couldn't account for this happening. Here's what he told reporters. Listen to this.
I think that our planning was appropriate. What we couldn't have planned for is a drug deal right in the middle of a celebration for an NBA championship.
And again, I want to reiterate the chief saying this had nothing to do with the crowds that were just celebrating the win, but he will step up the police presence for the parade, which is in just a few days. Hallie?
Do we know anything more, Steve, about the victims of the shooting here?
Yeah, so 10 shot, including, as you mentioned, at least one of the suspected shooters, 9 men, 1 woman. Some of them are believed to be involved, but police are, of course, investigating that. 5 still in the hospital, 4 had to go emergency surgeries. But the good news here is that no matter who these people are, everyone is expected to fully recover, everybody in fair but stable condition. Hallie?
Steve Patterson live for us on those new developments tonight. Steve, thank you very much. When we come back, what one superstar is saying about serving Bud Light in his bar after all that controversy over the last couple of months. That, plus a live look at Bedminster as former President Trump gets ready to head there, coming up.
Tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
So country superstar Garth Brooks tonight is responding to some backlash he's getting after saying he will serve every brand of beer, including Bud Light, at his new bar in Nashville. And if you're not sure why that's actually news, it should be on a national broadcast that a bar is going to serve Bud Light. Well, it's because of the controversy, the sort of culture war controversy about it. That's after Bud Light partnered with a trans influencer for a social media ad campaign back in April. Here's what Brooks had to say.
I'm a bar owner now.
Are we going to have the most popular beers in the thing? Yes. Here's the deal, man. If you want to come to Friends and Low Places, come in. But come in with love. Come in with tolerance, patience. Come in with an open mind. And it's cool.
Stephen Romo is joining us now. And Stephen, it is notable to hear this from Garth Brooks, who is, of course, known for his country music, right? And when you talk about where some of this backlash against Bud Light has come from, there is a storyline here. Talk us through it.
Yeah, Hallie, the backlash that Garth Brooks is seeing right now has been pretty harsh online. I actually just looked at his social media pages right before you came to me, and the backlash has gotten even more intense. People saying that they're just done with him, people saying that they may even burn the merchandise they do have from him, certainly saying they're not going to buy anymore. One person even posting a picture of what appeared to be vomit on Garth Brooks' Facebook page. So some disturbing stuff, but not all that surprising. You mentioned the trans influencer, Dylan Mulvaney, who sort of started this whole Bud Light backlash from Pride, who has faced even more than what Garth Brooks is facing right now from this. We've also seen backlash against Target, even Cracker Barrel now facing backlash online from people who are upset for multiple reasons about the situation for Pride Month, which, by the way, is nothing new, Hallie.
The decision to not boycott Bud Light feels somewhat on brand for Garth Brooks, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is. Some people are surprised by that, but if you've paid any attention to Garth Brooks over the past few decades, this should not be much of a surprise. All the way back in 2000, he was part of a concert called Equality Rocks with George Michael, advocating for LGBTQ plus issues long before many politicians who are now champions for those same issues were a part of any of this. He's also, his late sister Betsy was a member of the LGBTQ plus community. A lot of people pointing to that, maybe opening his eyes to the issues of a community that he himself is not a part of. By the way, something that many families experience once they have someone they actually know within the community.
Stephen Romo, thank you for the latest on all that. Appreciate it. The culture wars in America, if you will. Coming up here on the show, you got crews working to try to rebuild a section of I-95 in Philadelphia. We'll tell you their progress, their timeline, and what's next coming up.
Dateline Premium. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
The Transportation Secretary in Philadelphia today saying every resource that the federal government has is going to have to be made available to help rebuild I-95, that absolutely crucial artery up and down the East Coast. You know that it collapsed, part of it did, after this fiery truck crash. Listen to what Secretary Pete Buttigieg had to say.
This tragic crash is having an outsized impact on commuters and on goods movement up and down the I-95 corridor. It's a key artery for the movement of people and goods, and that's why it's so important to make sure that it's restored quickly.
Check out what it looked like today on 95. Crews just ripping up the southbound lanes of the highway. You had officials that just decided to tear down that section because of concerns that it maybe wasn't structurally safe because of that eruption. Caught on surveillance footage, by the way. They were concerned that it compromised the integrity of the steel and concrete that makes up the highway there. Look at this shot. I mean, you can see the moment when it happens. That's it. On the top of your screen there, the top half, apparently this truck crashed under the highway, and that's why there's those structural concerns on the southbound part. Northbound part fell in. Emily Aketa has more.
Hey there, Hallie. Well, the rush to rebuild continues as crews are working around the clock on that critical thoroughfare behind me that had been scorched to pieces when a gas tanker crashed and really burst into flames. What you're seeing right now, crews are focusing, zoning in on the southbound lanes, which were also considered unsound. So they are demolishing them before the actual rebuilding process begins. The Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, on the ground earlier today, surveying the massive undertaking. And I posed the question to him, just what was his level of concern when it comes to the ripple effects, pointing out how economists actually today were warning that we could see an increase in prices because of this road closure. And he acknowledged that. And he acknowledged when routes are disrupted, when trucks are having to spend more time making their deliveries, that can be translated into prices of goods. And he says for that reason, it is of the utmost importance to rebuild this interstate, this critical section of highway, bring it up to speed as quickly, but also as safely as possible. We spoke with a delivery driver who used to traverse this section of I-95 5 to 10 times every day. Listen here.
How does this complicate your job?
In every way, because we depend on roadways to get where we gotta go. We're a same-day courier. We need to get somewhere fast and on time, and if we can't, then we might lose a customer. So, could hurt business.
And we're still waiting for more details on the crash investigation, but family members tell us Nathaniel Moody, a beloved father and husband, longtime truck driver, was behind the wheel and tragically died in the accident on Sunday. As for when we could see this section of I-95 rebuilt, well, we are expecting to hear more details on that from officials tomorrow. Hallie?
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks to Emily McKenna for that reporting. We are also learning tonight that all 22 U.S. service members are in stable condition and recovering after they were hurt in what the military is calling a helicopter mishap in Syria. The service members were flying through northeastern Syria when the helicopter apparently ran into trouble, but officials say that was not caused by enemy fire. Here's the latest from a Pentagon spokesperson.
This was an MH-47 Chinook that had a problem with one rotor that caused a hard landing during takeoff. Again, this is under investigation, so we will hopefully learn more soon.
U.S. forces are in the region to fight against ISIS, who have lost a lot of ground in the country since they controlled a lot of sort of bigger regions back in the mid-2010s. In May alone, officials say the military conducted something like 17 operations in Syria, killing 2 ISIS operatives and detaining 20 more. We got a lot more to get to as we're bringing you the show live from Miami tonight here on NBC News Now. I want to show you some live pictures from Newark Airport up north in New Jersey. That is actually Bedminster right next to it, too, where former President Trump is expected to land soon. He's going to speak at his club not long after. We'll have it for you right here. Stay with us.
Fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Today's arraignment of former President Trump in this building right behind me here in Miami. An unprecedented moment and a new chapter in an already 18-month-long saga that started almost the moment those moving trucks lined up on Pennsylvania Avenue after President Biden's inauguration. So just how did we get here? Take a look. Starts just after the former president moved out of the White House in 2021 with boxes of classified documents stacked on a stage at Mar-a-Lago, according to the indictment. Some then moved to a bathroom. Around this time, the National Archives demands some of the classified documents from the Trump presidency they're supposed to have, but don't. Then a key moment that summer. The indictment says Mr. Trump allegedly showed a writer a document laying out a plan of attack, citing a recording. And Mr. Trump says, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is still a secret. Fast forward about 6 months later, Mr. Trump's personal valet and alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, returns 15 boxes of classified documents to the archives, according to the indictment. But that didn't stop the FBI from opening a criminal investigation. A month later, a D.C. grand jury came together. In June, a couple FBI agents and a DOJ attorney went down to South Florida and got a signed letter from Mr. Trump's attorneys saying, essentially, they'd turned over everything they had. That turned out not to be true because in August, the FBI carried out a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago and releasing this picture of documents laid out on the floor, something Mr. Trump didn't like seeing.
The shameful raid and break-in of my home, Mar-a-Lago, was a travesty of justice.
Attorney General Merrick Garland named a special counsel to lead the investigation in November.
I signed an order appointing Jack Smith to serve as special counsel.
Now there's Jack Smith, tasked with looking at the January 6th attack and the classified documents case. Mr. Trump, now officially running to win back the White House, furious.
I took the documents I'm allowed to. I have the absolute right to do whatever I want with them.
Over the course of the next 6 months or so, the special counsel issuing subpoenas and hearing from a lot of people in Mr. Trump's orbit, all leading up to last week when the Department of Justice unsealed the indictment, revealing those 37 felony counts against the former president.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
All of that, of course, leading to today, the first ever federal arraignment of a former president, and teeing up tonight, which will be the first ever remarks after a federal arraignment of a former president. You have Donald Trump set to arrive back in New Jersey not too long from now. I want to show you that live picture of Newark Airport. That's where his plane will land. He will then head over to where our Vaughn Hilliard is posted up in New Jersey. What's interesting here, Vaughn, I'm going to ask you to set the scene for us in a moment. But first, I want to get to some new reporting about the various legal challenges that Donald Trump faces. Our colleague Blaine Alexander says that essentially Fulton County officials, and remember, that is one of the indictments that the former president could face in Georgia related to his election fraud lies coming up in August, is now looking at what the security preparations were here in Miami and in New York, where Donald Trump has already been indicted. Tell us more about that and what potential tea leaves we may be able to read.
Right. Donald Trump is really facing cross-country legal battles right now. We are here at Bedminster, where he will be arriving shortly. But this new information that Blaine has confirmed out of Fulton County pertains to the sheriff's office, is sending individuals from the office to not only New York, but also to Miami to survey the security measures that were taken around Donald Trump coming in for his arraignment. Now, to note, in the Fulton County investigation, which stems from the allegations of the efforts not only on the part of Donald Trump, but other allies to overturn his loss in the 2020 election in Georgia, he has not been indicted, but we are expecting charges to be announced against potentially Donald Trump and others sometime in the first 3 weeks of August. So we're about 2 months away from them, and that is what notable is that law enforcement in Fulton County is preparing what could be a potentially third indictment for Donald Trump.
Vaughn, you've laid that piece of it out. I see the seats starting to fill behind you. We showed on screen that Donald Trump, his campaign, even as he is in the air, is sending out campaign emails related to today's arraignment. There are some notable names, I think, we've either seen or have seen name tags for. I think about Kash Patel, who is somebody who actually testified in the very case that Donald Trump was arraigned on today in front of that D.C. grand jury. I think of somebody who is alleged to have been caught up in that fake elector scheme as well. Tell us more.
Right, Taylor Budowich, who actually just testified in front of the grand jury this week.
Yeah,
he was really kind of a right hand to Donald Trump post-presidency and now heads the super PAC, the Trump-aligned super PAC. He is here in attendance. But also you have the likes of multiple potential Republican Senate candidates in Nevada as well as Ohio that are here in attendance because Donald Trump still holds political clout. You know, this is a Republican Party and a Republican electorate that still has Donald Trump as the faraway front runner. And since his arrest there, in late March in the hush money payment case in Manhattan, he has seen his lead double in an average of polling nationally. And so here tonight, this is going to be a chance for Donald Trump in prime time to address millions of Americans, not only as a legal defense, but also really a political one. We are, to note, Hallie, just 7.5 months away from the Iowa caucus, and this is an opportunity for him to show that not only he, but he also has allies here in attendance with him tonight to back him up on this front.
Vaughn Hilliard, I am sure that we will see and hear more from you later on tonight as we prepare for live coverage of those remarks as news warrants right here on NBC News Now. Thank you so much for joining us here on the road as we have taken the show out to Miami. I'll see you for special coverage tonight with Tom Yamas. Until then, take care.
Tonight, breaking news. Donald Trump arrested, arraigned, and defiant. The former president surrendering to U.S. Marshals at the federal courthouse in Miami, where he was booked and fingerprinted before pleading not guilty to 37 counts of mishandling classified government documents. Chaotic moments as Trump left the courthouse. One person detained after lunging at the motorcade. Trump then making a surprise stop at a Miami landmark, mingling with supporters. We'll have full coverage from Florida and analysis of where the case goes from here. The indictment already looming large over Trump's 2024 campaign. The GOP frontrunner now juggling being a candidate and a defendant in two separate criminal cases. What we're hearing from his political opponents tonight and who is saying they would issue a pardon if he's found guilty. I-95 fireball, new video showing the moment an oil tanker crashed, igniting an explosion that ultimately caused the busy highway to collapse. The new timeline for how soon that road could reopen. Banned from the White House, the Biden administration saying a transgender influencer will not be welcomed back after taking her shirt off at an event on the South Lawn. Tensions reaching an all-time high this Pride Month. Target stores in multiple states receiving bomb threats over their LGBTQ merchandise. And why some fans are now boycotting Garth Brooks for comments he made about serving Bud Light. And final spin, Pat Sajak announcing he's stepping down as host of Wheel of Fortune. Tonight, we'll take a look back at the most iconic moments from his 40-year run, from his on-screen relationship with Vanna White to the biggest contestant blunders that still have us laughing. Top story starts right now. And good evening. Tonight, former President Donald Trump once again at the center of an unprecedented moment in our nation's history. In a Miami courtroom this afternoon, Trump becoming the first sitting or former president to be arraigned on federal charges. And in typical Trump fashion, it was a spectacle. Trump first spotted leaving his golf club in Doral, accompanied by his son Eric as he made his way to the courthouse. A motorcade making its way through the streets of Miami. As a reminder, this case being heard in South Florida, where Trump allegedly classified documents illegally at Mar-a-Lago after leaving the White House. Trump seen waving through the window of his SUV at supporters lining the route. Some of those Trump loyalists camping out for hours for a chance to catch a glimpse of the former president and current GOP frontrunner. But Trump entering that courtroom through a tunnel. Once inside, where no cameras were permitted, Trump was fingerprinted, then brought before the judge, sitting silently with his arms crossed as his lawyers entered a not guilty plea to all 37 counts on his behalf. Chaos then erupting as his motorcade left the courthouse. One man, look at him here, dressed in a striped prison jumpsuit, lunging toward Trump's car. Miami police detaining that person, saying tonight he is still in their custody. Then in a surprise move, Trump switching into campaign mode, making a stop at Versailles, the Miami bakery and restaurant that is a staple in the Cuban community. Trump shaking hands and taking selfies with supporters before the crowd sang him happy birthday, a day before he turned 77. Right there with him, just over his right shoulder, is Walt Nauta, Trump's valet, who was also charged by the special counsel for his role in moving those documents. The judge today, after much argument, allowing Trump to have contact with Nauta if the two do not discuss specifics of this case. Trump making his way back to Bedminster, New Jersey, where he's expected to deliver remarks. We will bring portions of that speech to you right here on NBC News Now later tonight. But first, we have full team coverage to break down everything that happened today, from the strength of the prosecution's case to how this will affect Trump's latest bid for the White House. Leading us off tonight, NBC's Garrett Haake, who was inside that courtroom with the former president.
Hello, everybody. Tonight, a defiant Donald Trump making a surprise stop inside a Cuban restaurant in Miami, greeting supporters after his historic arraignment.
We have a country that's got nothing but problems. We're a nation in decline, and then they do this stuff. And you see where the people are. We love the people.
Later boarding his plane and leaving Miami, now the first former president facing federal criminal charges. A 37-count indictment alleging he mishandled classified information, then obstructed investigators when they tried to get it back. This morning, the Republican frontrunner seen with his son at his Doral resort before getting into his motorcade, which then drove through South Florida to the courthouse. Along the way, Mr. Trump posting one of the saddest days in the history of our country, with crowds of Trump supporters gathered outside.
Freedom for Trump! Freedom for Trump!
The former president arriving underground, escorted by Secret Service, away from crowds and cameras. With no cameras allowed inside federal courtrooms, the former president processed like other federal defendants, including having a digital fingerprint scan, though no mugshot was taken. His aide, Walt Nauta, who was also charged by the special counsel, in court today, too. Inside the courtroom, Mr. Trump sitting with arms tightly crossed for much of the hearing that lasted less than an hour, never speaking to the court. His attorney pleading not guilty on his behalf. Prosecutors telling the judge he is not a flight risk. The case centers around requests by the National Archives for the former president to return classified documents after he left office. The FBI eventually searching his Mar-a-Lago home, where agents say more than 100 classified documents were discovered. The special counsel alleging they found boxes, some of which contained classified information, in Mar-a-Lago's storage rooms, a ballroom, and a bathroom. And that on an audio recording from 2021, Mr. Trump acknowledged that at least one document was still classified, saying, quote, "As president, I could have declassified it. And now I can't, but this is still a secret." Overnight, Mr. Trump insisting he declassified material using his power as commander-in-chief, though he has provided no evidence that he did so.
As president, I have the right to declassify.
Mr. Trump accusing the Biden Justice Department of targeting him with charges only because he's the top Republican challenger to President Biden in 2024.
There's no criminality here. It's ridiculous. And these people, look, they're using it as election interference. They're using it to get elected. They think that if they can damage somebody's reputation, they can do it.
All right, Garrett Haake joins us now live from Miami outside that federal courthouse. Garrett, you were in court. Tell me what you saw, and how would you describe the former president's demeanor?
Well, Tom, the mood in the courthouse was weighty and tense for this hearing, which lasted a little less than an hour. The former president looked frustrated. He looked irritated to be there. He sat with his arms crossed for most of the hearing, just talking quietly with his attorneys on either side. I was sitting on the prosecution side of the room, and I found it notable that Jack Smith, the special prosecutor in this case, would periodically look over to check on Donald Trump. Trump never looked in the direction of Smith, despite all the times he's attacked him on social media and in speeches.
An interesting moment there, an observation. And Garrett, we know the president is set to take the stage for a speech later tonight. What are he and his team saying about this arraignment, and what can we expect tonight?
Well, he's called the arraignment a sad day for America on social media and in previous speeches, and he's given kind of an outline over the past 4 or 5 days of his general thoughts on this, Tom. I think we can expect the former president to continue to attack the investigation, attack Smith, possibly in personal terms, and try to turn his legal troubles into political and particularly fundraising opportunity. Remember, the Trump campaign says they raised $12 million after his first indictment and arraignment. They've released no such numbers this time. I'll be watching out to see if perhaps they do that by tomorrow.
Garrett Haake leading us off tonight. And a reminder, once the former president speaks, we will bring you portions of that speech tonight right here on NBC News Now. For more on the legal jeopardy facing the former president, we have two special guests tonight. One you know very well, our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos. Our other is famed criminal defense attorney Ed Shohat from Miami, Florida. Ed has faced off against the government defending several high-profile defendants, including some who have been called or connected to the quote-unquote cocaine cowboys. Ed has been in the legal game for decades and has cut his teeth in federal court. For the purposes of this segment tonight, Ed will focus on what the defense could look like for former President Trump, while Danny will play the handsome prosecutor who, according to legal filings, has a lot of evidence. Thank you both for being here tonight. Ed, I'm going to start with you. I know our top story team has sent you that indictment. What should Donald Trump's defense look like?
A full frontal attack. If history is prologue with Donald Trump, he's going to go after this case hammer and tongue. It's going to be very, very difficult. That indictment is very powerful. I expect a phalanx of motions to be filed almost immediately after discovery comes out. One, based on public-facing reporting, will be an attack on the grand jury proceedings for prosecutorial misconduct, and the other is going to be an effort to suppress the Cochran notes, the attorney notes, which were pierced on the crime-fraud exception. They will attempt to get Judge Cannon to suppress those so they can't be used at trial. That will throw a real wrench into the prosecution's case.
Danny, you're the prosecutor in this case. Ed Shohat, clearly an experienced hand in federal court. What do you say? The evidence in this indictment we have right here, and even Ed said it himself, I mean, this is a tough case. Some have said it's not a smoking gun, but it's a gun with Donald Trump's fingerprints on it.
Yeah, you're asking me to play prosecution, but that is necessarily biased as I am a defense attorney, so I'll say it this way. Yeah. This looks to be government prosecution 101, overkill. They are going to have numbers and numbers of witnesses, documents, recordings, evidence. I often say that the one error the government commits sometimes is they put on too much evidence. They make it too complicated for a jury. But then again, they have that burden of beyond a reasonable doubt, so they have every incentive to cram as much evidence as they can. And ironically, we're looking at boxes. I imagine that their trial boxes will be twice as many boxes full of evidence that they will bring to bear against Donald Trump. The indictment itself is just a prelude of the evidence that they are going to dump into this case, the evidence that they're going to dump on the defense in discovery.
To be clear, you're telling our viewers there's going to be even more evidence we're going to find throughout this trial.
Yeah, the indictment is really designed to be a bare bones document that gets you to probable cause. It's only in the modern era and in highly political cases like this that you see these speaking indictments that work as narratives and charging instruments because they tell a tale. For who? Not the defendant. The defendant isn't necessarily even entitled to that much detail. Instead, it's for us, for the public, for the media. The government is sending a message, and that message is, we have the goods, we promise.
Ed, this is what we have so far, so we'll work off them. We have a lot of photos. You saw in that indictment there. Trump has defended himself, right, publicly by saying he was allowed to take the documents and that he could declassify them at any time. The indictment makes clear he knew he couldn't have had the documents after leaving office or declassify them, but that he had taken them from the White House and moved around to evade authorities. How do you think the defense squares that up?
It's going to be very difficult. I'm not sure he has a defense to the document retention counts under the Espionage Act, but if he has one, it's this. Look, I was very, very busy at the time I left the White House. I packed some of those boxes. I didn't see classified documents in them. I had the right to take the documents, and you made me give them back before I had a chance to go through them. I was just going through all the boxes with the intention of giving back all those documents that I didn't even know were really there until the grand jury subpoena came down. I would have given them back if you'd given me enough time.
Danny,
I don't know that he has much else.
Yeah. Ed and Danny, I want to remind our viewers some of the agencies that Trump allegedly mishandled documents from. I want to put it up on the screen now. There's 2 pages of these graphics because there are so many agencies. The first being, of course, the CIA, the Department of Defense, National Security Agency, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. A lot of people probably didn't even know that existed. The National Reconnaissance Office, Department of Energy. It goes on and on. Danny, what do you say to what Ed was saying about the mishandling of the documents, saying, oh, we were just too busy, we were moving, we didn't know about this?
I agree with Ed completely. I think that is really the only viable defense Trump has. Don't anticipate or don't predict Trump's defenses from the words that come out of Trump's mouth at a podium or at a rally. Trump is not a lawyer. Trump doesn't know anything about his own legal defense. Instead, we've already gotten hints from his defense counsel, who are actually some of his ex-defense counsel, but in letters to Congress or even on TV during interviews, they've given us a preview, and the preview is exactly what Ed said. It's going to be, look, if you'd given me more time, I would have worked with the National Archives, but they, instead of working with me, referred it to DOJ. And then once it went to DOJ was inflexible on subpoena dates. They didn't let me do rolling production. They didn't let me do it at my own pace because, look, I'm a former president. I'm busy. And guess what else? The National Archives has set up an infrastructure for every recent ex-president except me. In other words, they helped the other presidents with these documents. They didn't help me. Now, is that a defense that's going to work? I don't know. I'm not saying it's a great defense. As defense attorneys, we don't pick our facts. The government curates, picks, grooms, landscapes its facts until they have the case they want to bring to the grand jury. We have to deal with the facts we're given. So I'm saying that that is probably the most viable defense. Is it great? No.
Ed, you've dealt a lot with the federal government. You know their strategies, what prosecutors do to maybe, quote unquote, intimidate clients that they're trying to prosecute. You've defended a lot of people I would say are tough guys, people that aren't scared easily. I would say former President Trump probably does not scare easily. And yet they released a lot of these photos, right? And the media has these photos. The public has the photos. It shows the sloppiness of allegedly where these documents were put. They were put in bathrooms in Mar-a-Lago. They were put on stages. There was one spilled out here. Apparently in this one, in the indictment, they say there's actually portions that are redacted from some classified documents. Ed, do you think that prosecutors are sending a message to the former president that we're not playing around? We have the evidence here?
100%. That's why this is such a speaking indictment. They have laid out a case that's going to intimidate him. Look, he's a very difficult client. I don't know how you could represent this client because you have to tell him the truth. And I believe that a lawyer telling him the truth right now would say, you got to work out a deal. Let's go to the government, pull all 3 prosecutors together, the Atlanta prosecutor, the New York prosecutor, and Smith, and offer to drop out of the race in exchange for a no jail time resolution of this case. Let's resolve this case globally. That has been done, by the way, in political cases in the past. But Trump's not going to listen to that, and the lawyers are afraid to tell him that. That's the truth.
Danny, the other person indicted is Walt Nauta. We saw him side by side with the former president in the courthouse, side by side at Versailles. And just for people out there who are watching, it's Versailles, but in Miami we call it Versailles, so you know. What does that tell you? Do you think Walt could flip on the former president? The thing that stood out to me is that he still has no local counsel, this valet of the former president.
It's so entertaining to me how buddy-buddy Donald Trump is being with Nauta, because I think, frankly, Nauta could ask Trump for a Ferrari and he would get it. Trump needs Nauta to be his best friend going forward because everybody knows that even if, as has been reported, Nauta is currently not interested in cooperating, is currently Trump's friend, what Ed will tell you, what criminal defense attorneys will tell you, is that as time goes on, as the pressure builds, as trial looms, someone who is a staunch non-cooperator today will change their mind in a month, maybe even in a few weeks, and become a cooperating witness with the government against another co-defendant. And this is a classic case of the government isn't interested in Walt Nauta. They never heard of him before they started this investigation. They're interested in Donald Trump. They would be receptive to offering Walt Nauta a deal, probably one that is straight probation, probably a really favorable deal for him to cooperate. And that's something that he may not be considering today, but he'll reassess in the future.
And I know you've had cases where you had very powerful men, people who had a lot of loyalty around them, and people turn on them when it comes down to federal indictments. What type of pressure do you think Walt Nauta is under right now?
Incredible pressure. I took a quick look at the federal sentencing guidelines. He probably is looking at somewhere between 3 and 8 years under the federal sentencing guidelines. And this is a quick examination, nothing final like you'd really do in the case. But he's looking at that kind of time in jail. You do 85% of the time. The prosecutors have a big time hammer hanging over his head.
Ed, finally, if Donald Trump was your client, what would you tell him about the attacking of the judge, the attacking of this case, the going on Truth Social, what he's going to say tonight at Bedminster? I mean, is he opening himself to any further legal repercussions?
For sure. In most federal courts, he would have already been told to cool it, to stop with the attacks. He's already above the law. Most defendants charged as he's charged with his history wouldn't have gotten bail today. There was not even a consideration of that for Trump. He's a threat to the national security. The government could easily have made an argument for pretrial detention. And with most federal judges, if he steps out of line and continues stirring up trouble for federal prosecutors that could end up in violence, he could lose his bail.
Ed Shohat, famed criminal defense attorney out of Miami. Danny Savalos, famed
mediocre criminal.
I was going to say famed lawyer as well in New York. Guys, thank you. This was an incredibly smart legal conversation. Danny, I know we're going to see you later tonight. Thank you to you both. With President Trump facing an uphill legal battle, most of his Republican rivals now blasting the indictment as a partisan attack, though some now calling the former president's handling of classified documents reckless. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker reports.
Tonight, the historic shakeup in the race for the White House. The Republican frontrunner, former President Trump, now charged by the government he used to lead and wants to lead again. And now his Republican rivals calibrating how to respond. Mr. Trump's former UN ambassador, Nikki Haley, pressed today about a possible pardon if he was convicted.
I think it would be terrible for the country to have a former president in prison for years because of a documents case. So I would be inclined in favor of a pardon.
After this sharp criticism last night.
If what it says is actually the case, President Trump was incredibly reckless with our national security.
But most of Mr. Trump's Republican rivals rallying around him, from his top opponent to his former vice president. And tonight on Capitol Hill, many Republicans blasting the charges as part of a double standard favoring Democrats.
You got a classified document concern with Clinton, Biden, and Trump. So 3 people involved in the same thing, but only one gets prosecuted? How is that justice?
I'm not saying these documents should have been there, just like they shouldn't have been in Biden's garage either. But they do not meet the standard of bringing a prosecution.
Hillary Clinton was investigated for keeping classified documents on an unsecured private email server. Investigators say she cooperated and was not charged. A special counsel is investigating President Biden's handling of classified information, which was found in multiple locations, including his Delaware home and garage. Mr. Biden and his attorneys have cooperated with investigators. Tonight, no comment from President Biden about Mr. Trump's arraignment. First Lady Jill Biden speaking to Democrats in Manhattan, saying of Republican voters, they don't care about the indictment. So that's a little shocking, I think. A new poll showing 76% of GOP primary voters view the indictment as politically motivated, though fierce Trump critics like GOP candidate Chris Christie arguing the charges are another sign Republicans should move on from Mr. Trump, and the former president should have turned over classified documents when they were subpoenaed.
He is now going to put this country through this when we didn't have to go through it. Everyone's blaming the prosecutors. He did it.
And this reaction from a Republican congressman in a swing district.
We can't just deny what President Trump did was wrong. I mean, it's clear as day wrong.
Congressman, you said that you...
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins Top Story now live in studio. Kristen, great to have you here. So far, the indictment, we haven't seen that affect the former president's frontrunner status in the GOP primary.
Great to be here, Tom, and great to see you. We haven't seen it impact his frontrunner status. In fact, in the wake of the indictment in New York, his polls only went up. We'll have to see what happens this time. Here's the difference this time. You are starting to see these challengers pull away from him. Chris Christie, not a surprise, because he came out of the gate taking aim at former President Trump. But the fact that Nikki Haley has sharpened her tone is quite significant. Remember, she was getting some buzz as a potential VP nominee if Trump were to win the nomination. But here's the question, I think. Do we start to see the other candidates chime in as well? Ron DeSantis, who is Mr. Trump's nearest rival, level, for example, he has really held his fire as it relates to this indictment. Tim Scott has said these are serious charges, so he's kind of dipped a toe in it at this point, but he hasn't gone full throttle. If you start to see a real chorus of voices, though, that could potentially, and I stress the word potentially, start to chip away at some of his support around the edges. But Tom, you know, Trump's base is incredibly strong.
Right, and we're going to talk about this more in our next panel. I do want to ask you to circle back to your report. The White House is staying away from this. They're not commenting on this at all.
That's right. It was notable that the First Lady made those comments, one source close to her saying that they were off-the-cuff remarks. But President Biden hasn't commented at all. And that's in part a political strategy, Tom. Right. Obviously, he's running for re-election. He wants to make the case that he is a president who keeps the Justice Department as an independent branch. But he's also trying to make the case it's business as usual here. I'm busy fulfilling the office of the presidency and the duties that go along with it. And that is his goal, to have that split screen every day. We'll have to see if it works, because he's going to keep getting asked about it.
And his classified documents case is still ongoing, hasn't closed yet.
Still ongoing. Absolutely right.
Kristen, we'll see you later, too, as well. We appreciate it.
Look forward to it.
Many Republicans, as we just heard, they're standing behind the former party leader throughout his federal indictment. But do other candidates stand a chance if they don't emerge from Trump's shadow? I want to bring in our panel. We have a lot of special guests again. Former White House Deputy Press Secretary for the Trump administration, Hogan Gidley. Sarah Fagan, former White House Director of Political Affairs for President George W. Bush, and political contributor Julia Manchester. She's a national politics reporter for The Hill. Guys, everybody, thank you for joining us so much. Hogan, I'm going to start with you because you know the president best here. You worked with him. I want to put a graphic on the screen. I'm not sure if you can see it. This is the maximum prison time the president could face if he's charged in this case. And it goes from anywhere from 20 years to 10 years. What do you think is going through the president's head right now?
Well, look, I think it's pretty clear that he's walking tall. I mean, you saw him in that campaign stop he made this afternoon. He's got another campaign stop in Bedminster. So basically today was a day on the campaign trail for Donald Trump with a stop off for a little indictment in Miami. That's pretty much what it shaped out to be. But the fact is, these are obviously serious charges. And when you're talking about the federal government, they have unlimited money, unlimited resources to continue to try and go after this president. Obviously, being a federal charge with so many counts, all they have to do is get one of those counts to stick. But at the same time, in Trump's defense, all he has to do is get one juror to stand tall as well. Yeah. So it's a very interesting political dynamic we have shaping up on the side of the race.
But do you think he's worried? Do you think he's worried about this?
I don't think he's worried right now. The conversations I've had with his inner circle, I've not spoken to him in a couple of weeks, but nonetheless, I don't see it on his face right now.
Sarah, I do want to talk about some of the things Hogan mentioned today, right? Go to the images of the day that were orchestrated by Trump and his campaign. It was probably politically smart, right? Talk about the calculation to go to Versailles right after he's been arraigned, right after this historical sort of arraignment, right? A former sitting president to be arraigned on federal criminal charges. And there he is, glad-handing, giving kisses, taking selfies. Really at an important landmark in Miami there. And of course, it was covered by every single news agency organization that had a live feed here. Talk to me about this moment politically.
Well, look, he's trying to project strength. He needs his supporters to think he's not worried if he is in fact not worried. And he's running for election, which of course, re-election, I guess you could say, election, because that's probably his best defense. The biggest argument he has is that the opposing party's Justice Department is the one doing the prosecuting. And, you know, politically, that's a very powerful argument. So I think this was a very prudent move on his part, if you just think of it politically. And I think you'll see a lot more of these kinds of campaign stops when he is in front of courts.
Julia, we saw in Kristen's piece there that 76% of Republican voters think that this indictment is politically motivated, right? So talk to me how you get that number. And then if you're somebody who's running against former President Trump, how you make your own inner calculation of how you address this. Because a lot of the next few months, this is going to be the question that's asked to every candidate.
Yeah, look, Tom, I think a lot of the Republican primary base simply thinks this is a witch hunt, to use President Trump's words, against him, and they're not willing to essentially accept it, even though the allegations are serious. I think a lot of the primary base also likes what President Trump, in terms of what he does in terms of his policies and those America First policies. For the other candidates, though, it's difficult for them. I think they're in a very difficult situation, especially if you're someone like Governor Ron DeSantis, because you want to differentiate yourself from Trump. But at the same time, all of these candidates, or most of them, I shouldn't say all, a lot of them are kind of running on these America First principles and, running on, much of Trump's platform, if you will, especially on issues like the economy, for example. So if you're Ron DeSantis and you're trying to differentiate yourself, you don't want to necessarily attack him on the indictment, because then you're alienating a huge part of the GOP primary base. But at the same time, I think, looking at what Ron DeSantis is doing today, he was rather quiet, but there was reporting out that he, released that essentially talked about how he would reimagine the Justice Department under him, talking about how he believes the FBI and Justice Department are biased against Republicans and conservatives. So they're in a difficult situation. And for President Trump, I mean, today we're all talking about him. He has multiple campaign stops, and most polling, if not all polling, shows him leading by double digits.
Yeah, Hogan, do you think some of these candidates, it's interesting, they want to be the leader of the free world, these GOP candidates, they want to go face to face with China, with Russia, and yet they're afraid to attack former President Trump or call him out for allegedly mishandling these classified documents, which, when you look at the indictment, the evidence is incredibly strong. Do you think simply that some of these candidates are just afraid of former President Trump?
Well, there are political realities that exist. First of all, of course, they're afraid of him in the political sphere. He's ahead by 40 points to the nearest challenger, Ron DeSantis, of course, just crushing him in these early primary states as well. What they want are his voters, and they're afraid to attack him head on because, of course, by mortally wounding, fatally wounding Donald Trump's campaign, you're going to really anger a lot of that MAGA base. That's why I said on your show weeks ago that what I think the strategy is for a lot of these folks is to let the judicial system try and hurt Donald Trump with death by 1,000 cuts at this point. And so this today was a really interesting pivotal moment. Nikki Haley, I think, who's always waffled back and forth on Trump, so that's nothing new. I have to disagree with Kristen a little bit there. But the fact is, she's not really going to be a player in this. But someone like DeSantis, obviously, talking about remaking the Department of Justice or reworking the FBI, agencies now that have been proven to be weaponized against people on the right for liking the wrong tweet or attending the wrong speech or downloading the wrong podcast or having the wrong political view, is a smart move on his part. But right now, Donald Trump still controls so much of the narrative. He's been in the news all day long, not necessarily for the best things, but the fact is he can play this two ways: as the victim of a weaponized government that's now been proven to be that, and the victor, that I'll come out on the backside of this stronger and better off, knowing more that if I get reelected, I can fix all of this for the American people. It's a strong message. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out before voting starts in Iowa, South Carolina, and New Hampshire.
Hogan, the Justice Department will, of course, point to that indictment, to the audio recordings, to the photos, to a lot of the evidence as the reasons why they brought this case. I do want to move over to Sarah now. Sarah, how does somebody like Governor DeSantis make the argument that he should be the leader of the GOP? He should take on Biden come 2024 if he's not tackling this issue head on. And at what point, with both the Manhattan case, with this federal case, with potentially other cases down the road in Georgia, in D.C., at what point does DeSantis sort of take this head on and say, if you want to turn the page, I'm your guy?
Well, I think that's what has to happen. I think you have to handle it very deftly, as Hogan pointed out, because there are political realities within the base of the Republican Party. But I thought Governor Christie's comments that you played earlier was the right approach, which is to say, look, we don't have to get into whether he's guilty or not. What he has is noise, and he is distraction. And the country's problems are so large and so great. And he's talking about, what happened before he left office or as he was leaving office. And I need to talk about what's going forward. And he's got to convince that enough of that Trump base that Donald Trump did a good job as president, was a good leader for the party, but can't effectively move the country forward because of all of this noise. And it's a careful line one has to thread, but I think that's what you'll see DeSantis do. It's already what Chris Christie's starting to do, and I think that's the right strategy.
Julia, how do people like Senator Tim Scott, former Vice President Mike Pence, I mean, how do they get into this conversation by trying to either ignore this or letting it play out if so much of the country is talking about this? And again, I mean, even if you're a Republican, you still have your former president who's being indicted, and this has never happened before in this country.
Yeah, well, for Tim Scott, he's walking a very fine line. I mean, he acknowledged that these are very serious allegations while at the same time talking about what he said was a double standard and how Republicans and Democrats are treated in terms of these investigations. If you're former Vice President Mike Pence, though, I think that's even more complicated because Mike Pence, and I mentioned the America First principles that a lot of these candidates are running on before, you know, Mike Pence was President Trump's number two, literally, during his administration. They have a very similar platform, or they did have a similar platform. But what we've seen him do, Pence, since he launched his presidential campaign, is to become more critical of Trump, more vocally critical of Trump than he ever has before, particularly on January 6th. Now, I personally don't think that's going to play well with a majority of the Republican primary base who seems to be wanting to move on. But look, in terms of how he approaches the indictment, though, I mean, that's going to be a very fine line for him to walk because he doesn't want to alienate that same base.
Sarah and Hogan, last two questions for you guys. It's the same question. Sarah, I'll start with you. If you were advising former President Trump, would you tell him to take the debate stage in August or to sit it out?
Yeah, he has to take the debate stage because he has to look strong. He has to look unafraid of these charges. And it's the best opportunity to get in front of the most people to, continue to further his arguments, which are this should be a civil case, this is Democratic prosecution, this is unfair, they didn't give me time, all the things the attorney said earlier. So I don't think he has a choice. It would be really foolish to skip that debate.
Hogan, before you answer, we want to look at some live pictures right now. We have the former president's airplane, the Trump airplane. They're landing in Newark Airport right now as he's going to make his way right after he touches down to his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, where he will give his first remarks publicly. He spoke a little bit at Versailles, but he will give his first remarks in length and possibly provide a defense of what he says his case is going to be against the federal government. But Hogan, the same question to you. If you were in that inner circle now, would you tell the former president he has to get on that debate stage, the Fox News debate in August, for the GOP primary, or should he skip it at this point?
I think he should get in the ring. I think he should take it right to the other candidates and point out the fact that while everyone on this stage, to my right and to my left, will promise they can do the America First policies that really improve the lives of all Americans, regardless of race, religion, color, or creed, I actually did it. And everybody up on this stage is also going to face the same scrutiny I've faced. The difference is I've stood tall and I've done this in spite of the attacks. Reelect me again, and I'll make this country great. That's what he needs to do on that debate stage in the face of all those other folks who want his job.
We will see what will happen. We still have a couple of months. Hogan Gidley, Sarah Fagan, Julia Manchester, a great conversation on the politics of all this. We appreciate it. And stick with NBC News Now throughout the evening for continued coverage on former President Trump's arraignment, including a special report on Trump's remarks when he arrives back at his Bedminster, New Jersey golf club. I'll be joined by a powerhouse team of reporters on the ground in New Jersey, Miami, and right here in New York. But there is still more news to get to tonight, and still ahead, banned from the White House, a transgender activist taking off her shirt during an event on the South Lawn. What we're hearing from the Biden administration about that moment, plus new video showing the tractor-trailer crash that triggered an explosion under I-95 when that critical highway could reopen. And Lennon and McCartney reunited? The brand new record from the Beatles dropping soon and how they pulled it off. Stay with us. Top story. Just getting started on this Tuesday night.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the backlash surrounding Pride Month. A transgender activist now banned from future White House events after appearing topless at the Pride celebration hosted by President Biden over the weekend on the White House lawn. And NBC News is also now confirming bomb threats called into Target stores across multiple states over their Pride merchandise. NBC's Stephen Romo has more on the ongoing controversies.
Tonight, the White House at the center of the latest Pride Month controversy.
Welcome to the White House.
Thank you. Saying transgender activist Rose Montoya is now barred from future events. It all happened at what was the largest Pride celebration in White House history.
Happy Pride Month.
Montoya posting a reel on Instagram showing her at the event, shaking hands and posing for selfies with the president.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor.
Then, after Biden moved on, Montoya standing next to two transgender men who had surgically removed their breasts, all posing topless on the White House lawn. Critics taking to the internet in outrage. The White House then responding, saying the behavior was inappropriate and disrespectful.
It was unfair to the hundreds of attendees who were there to celebrate their families. It really does not reflect the event that we hosted.
Adding that those in the video will not be invited to future events. But Montoya taking to TikTok to defend her actions.
I would just like to say that, first of all, going topless in Washington, D.C. is legal. Why is my chest now deemed inappropriate or illegal when I show it off? However, before coming out as trans, it was not. I had zero intention of trying to be vulgar or be profane in any way.
It's just the latest flashpoint surrounding Pride Month. Target has been in the spotlight with conservatives complaining about its Pride merchandise, and then after pulling some of it off the shelves, citing the safety of its employees, the store found itself under fire from LGBTQ advocates. The controversy now going beyond debate as NBC News has confirmed bomb threats related to LGBTQ issues to multiple Target stores in at least 5 states, according to the local police departments involved in these incidents.
There's something going on, but they're not telling us.
Customers confused as some were evacuated over the weekend from this location in Oklahoma City after a threat was sent.
Some of the workers don't even know what's going on.
Police said no explosive devices were found, but a message sent to local news outlets, including NBC affiliate K4, had the date of the Oklahoma City bombing included. In Louisiana, police saying the threat stated it was, quote, due to Target betraying the LGBTQ plus community. It's not clear what the motive was behind the other threats. Target telling NBC News, quote, the safety of our team members and guests is our top priority. Law enforcement investigated these claims and determined our stores are safe. Our stores are currently open and operating regular hours. And Target, not the only company in the middle of a Pride firestorm. Bud Light's sales struggles are well known now after a promotional post from a trans influencer.
I got some Bud Lights for us.
Now, country music Hall of Famer Garth Brooks addressing critics after he said his bar will serve Bud Light.
We're going to serve every brand of beer. We are.
Some upset with Brooks's remarks vented online, but the music star not backing down, defending his decision on a Facebook live stream.
So here's the deal, man. If you want to come to Friends in Low Places, come in. But come in with love. Come in with tolerance.
And with that, Stephen Romo joins Top Story Live. And Stephen, some people who may not know Garth Brooks may be a little confused, but this is actually very on brand for him.
Yeah, it sure is. Some people were surprised that Garth Brooks took this stance, but if you paid much attention to him at all the way back in 2000, he performed at a concert called Equality Rocks with George Michael, advocating for equal rights for LGBTQ people well before many politicians who champion right now were on board with it. He also had a late sister, Betsy, who was a part of the LGBTQ plus community, may give some insight into his point of view on these issues.
Okay, Stephen Romo for us, Stephen. We appreciate it. When we come back, victory celebrations ending in gunfire. A shooting erupting in Denver as fans celebrated the Nuggets championship win. At least 10 people hurt here. What we're learning about the investigation next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories news feed, and we begin with a mass shooting in Denver following the Nuggets win in the NBA Finals. Authorities say gunfire erupted as a large crowd celebrated the victory in Denver's downtown. At least 10 people were hurt, including 3 in critical condition. So far, 2 people are in custody. Police believe several people were fighting when the shooting happened. New video captured the deadly tanker explosion that caused Interstate 95 to collapse. Take a look at this surveillance footage from a warehouse nearby showing the moments the truck crashed, you see it there, into the bridge and burst into flames. Massive plumes of thick smoke billowing from the wreckage. The truck had been carrying more than 8,000 gallons of gasoline at the time of the explosion. Officials say reconstruction will likely take several months. And this is a truly bizarre one. A couple in Atlanta coming home to a surprise visitor. A doorbell cam capturing the moments the pair spotted a vulture. That's right, a vulture inside their living room. The bird perched on an armchair after the homeowners say it got inside through a doggy door. It eventually flew out a back door. Good to know. Okay, turning now to some more serious news. The war in Ukraine, where Russian missiles rained down on President Zelensky's hometown, killing at least 7 and injuring dozens more. This attack, as Ukraine's counteroffensive is intensifying. NBC's Raf Sanchez has this report.
Tonight, a Russian missile strike bringing devastation and chaos to President Zelensky's home city of Kryvyi Rih. At least 11 people killed when cruise missiles slammed into this apartment block and other civilian targets, Ukrainian officials say. Their bodies laid out by the playground. Just hours earlier, President Putin, champagne glass in hand, accused Ukraine of targeting residential areas. The attack comes as Ukraine's counteroffensive gains momentum, liberating a string of small villages from Russian control. Near Bakhmut, close quarters combat in trenches and bunkers. 1 week after this dam exploded, water levels alarmingly low around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, raising fears its reactors could overheat. Dmitry Orlov is the exiled mayor of the neighboring city.
How worried are you about a disaster at the nuclear plant?
There are such worries and fears, he says, but we're ready for the worst scenarios. The UN's top nuclear official hoping to shield the plant from fighting nearby.
There is active combat, so we are worrying that there could be, obviously, mathematically, the possibilities of a hit.
A risk growing worse as the fighting intensifies.
And President Putin today saying the only way this war will end is if the West cuts off weapons to Ukraine. The White House going in the opposite direction, announcing a new $300 million military aid package. Tom? Raf Sanchez from Ukraine tonight. Coming up next, a living nightmare, a family gathering to mourn the loss of a 76-year-old woman when they heard noises coming from her coffin. What they found when they went to check her pulse. Stay with us.
Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Back now with Top Stories Global Watch, and we begin with the deadly street attack in the UK. Police say a 31-year-old man driving this white van you see here ran over several people in the city of Nottingham. At least 3 people have been killed. The suspect was taken into custody. It's unclear if the attack was random or terror-related. Local police say they are working with counterterrorism officials to investigate this. A real-life nightmare in Ecuador where the family of a woman realized she was alive inside of her casket. The 76-year-old woman was pronounced dead after suffering a suspected stroke and cardiac arrest. She was taken to the funeral home the same day, but when the family gathered at the wake, they heard noises coming from inside the coffin. She had a pulse and was rushed to the hospital immediately. No word yet on her condition or how this even happened. Okay, the Beatles will release a new track with the voice of John Lennon. So how will they do that? All because of AI. In a radio interview with the BBC, Paul McCartney said that artificial intelligence was used to take Lennon's vocals from an old demo tape that was recorded before his death. McCartney says the recording will be released this year, adding it will be the, quote, last Beatles record. Okay, coming up next, final spin. Pat Sajak announcing he's retiring as the host of Wheel of Fortune. When we come back, we'll show you some of the most iconic moments, some of the funniest moments, some of the moments you just can't believe from his 40-year run. Stay with us. Top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Finally tonight, Wheel of Fortune host Pat Sajak announced he's going to be leaving the show next year. Valerie Castro now with a look back at the more than 40-year reign of the game show legend.
Pat Sajak, the iconic game show host, announcing he's stepping away after more than 40 years of Wheel of Fortune.
Want some money?
Yes!
Yes, she does.
The news spelled out in a tweet saying, quote, "Well, the time has come. I've decided that our 41st season, which begins in September, will be my last. It's been a wonderful ride."
Okay.
Before his game show gig, Sajak took a spin as a TV weatherman for the NBC station in Los Angeles.
Civic Center, 68 degrees. The overnight low tonight, up to 95 again tomorrow.
Later, taking over hosting duties on Wheel of Fortune for Chuck Woolery in 1981.
My name is Pat Sajak, and I've been fortunate enough to wander onto the set of a very successful program.
Over the years, Sajak interviewed thousands of contestants, quizzing them about their lives.
What else we should know about you in your life?
While Vanna White graced the puzzle board as his longtime co-host.
Vanna White. Vanna!
Celebrities played the game too, like actor Jack Black.
Deluxe full-time leg lamp.
And NBC's own Al Roker, alongside his mom more than 20 years ago.
I want to say hi to Al Roker, Weatherman Supreme on the Today Show.
Sajak sitting down with Roker years later, telling him the show was all about the contestants.
People are not tuning in necessarily to see let's see how clever Pat is tonight. They like the game, and the game's the star, the players are the star.
The show and Sajak were staples in pop culture.
This guy's so stupid. It's Count Rushmore.
Hey, hello, everyone. I'm Pat Sajak,
happy to welcome you to Wheel of Fortune.
Sometimes patient with the contestants.
You know, when that happens and you're sitting at home, you're saying, how in the world can that? But, you know, sometimes it's a word that just doesn't want to come into focus.
But his interactions with them weren't without controversy, criticized from time to time for dismissing guests.
That may have been the most pointless story ever told.
Great, I'll
and
take
you
it.
told it, Scott.
His relationship with Vanna, closely scrutinized over the seasons.
It's heat activated, if you will. And if anyone can heat up a board, you can. Are you an opera buff at all?
Yes, I'm not a buff, but I like opera.
Have you ever watched opera in the buff? I'm just curious.
No.
Fans more recently calling the off-color comments into question as possible Me Too movement moments. Vanna tweeting today, "I couldn't be happier to have shared the stage with you for all these years with one more to come. Cheers to you." Sajak went on to win 3 Daytime Emmy Awards and a Lifetime Achievement Prize. Sony, which owns the show, saying it draws in more than 26 million viewers each week.
We'll see you next time on Wheel of Fortune. Bye.
Now, a replacement for the 76-year-old, the final puzzle to solve. Perhaps Tom Hanks, who took a spin at the job on SNL.
Nice, tight, friendly group hug because I'm going to be leaving soon.
All right, with that, Valerie Castro joins us now. So the big question is, who's next? Who's going to be the next host?
So the first name that comes to mind is, of course, Vanna White, and she has filled in for him in the past, including in 2019. He was out for a medical issue, and his daughter Maggie was actually her co-host at the puzzle board, so she may also be a contender. There are lots of other names being floated out there: Wayne Brady, Tom Bergeron, Ryan Seacrest, but nothing official yet, so we'll just have to see.
got one more for you. Valerie Castro. How about that?
How about Tom Yamas? You looking forward to doing this?
Wait, Tom Yamas? Okay, thanks so much for watching. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay with NBC News now for the latest on the historic arraignment of former President Trump. Hey, good evening. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz coming to you from Los Angeles. And there is one story that is dominating all the headlines tonight, and that is Donald Trump's court appearance. Today, he became the first former president ever to be arraigned for federal crimes, pleading not guilty to 37 counts. And that led to a full-on spectacle that included a protester running in front of Trump's motorcade and a stop at a nearby Cuban restaurant where there was a spontaneous early birthday celebration for the former president. There were relatively few words coming from Republican leaders on Capitol Hill.
I'm just simply not going to comment on the candidates. We've got a bunch of them, and I'm just simply going to stay out of it.
Next up, for the former president, setting the stage for his speech tonight at his golf course in New Jersey, followed by a candlelight dinner all hours after he was fingerprinted and booked in federal court. And from Florida to New Jersey, former President Donald Trump going from being booked, fingerprinted, arraigned, and released today in Miami to making that campaign stop on his way to the airport to retreating to his private club in Bedminster. It has been a whirlwind of a day, the likes of which we have never seen. And we're going to get into all of that, from what happened when what looked like an anti-Trump protester jumped in front of the motorcade to the very latest tonight, where the embattled former president is set to speak. But let's start with what happened in Miami during his first court appearance in federal court over these 37 counts he's facing in this mishandling of classified documents case. And this is the second time in 2 months where he was technically booked and his fingerprints were taken. There was no mugshot this time or last, but a court sketch artist was in the room documenting the moments Donald Trump appeared before a judge. And that's a judge he appointed. He was read those charges against him. His lawyer, Todd Blanche, pled not guilty on his behalf. And outside, things were starting to get a bit chaotic. Trump supporters facing off with a few anti-Trump protesters outside the courthouse. And as soon as the motorcade carrying Trump left the courthouse, one apparent anti-Trump protester wearing a prisoner's costume and carrying a sign that said, "Lock him up," ran into the middle of the road, blocking the SUVs, and was quickly taken down. Once cleared, the motorcade made a surprise stop at a coffee shop on the way to the airport. And this isn't just any coffee shop. This is Café Versalles, a well-known campaign stop when courting Latino voters. And inside, supporters surrounded the former president and even started singing him happy birthday, which is tomorrow.
What a great group
Trump then sharing thoughts about the day.
I think it's a rigged deal here. We have a rigged country. We have a country that's corrupt. We have a country that's got no borders. We have a country that's got nothing but problems. We're a nation in decline, and then they do this stuff.
NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Miami. Gabe, a pretty surreal day out there. That protesters rushing the motorcade, the pit stop on the way to the airport. It's wild because there are two things happening today, the political spectacle and the legal proceedings. But let's start with what everyone's talking about, and that's what we saw outside of the courthouse. Was it as chaotic as it looks on TV?
Well there, Gotti, the word you use is very appropriate. It was a spectacle, both legally and politically. Let's start with what happened outside the courthouse. Now, local authorities here in Miami had been preparing for potentially thousands of people to show up here outside of the federal courthouse in downtown Miami. That did not happen, but there were several hundred people here, and at times it was a turbulent scene, but thankfully not much of a security threat. There was that one instance of that demonstrator going out in front of the former president's motorcade, but overall it was just it was a surreal atmosphere, as you mentioned. The former president of the United States coming here to the courthouse behind me to face those federal charges for the first time in history, Gotti. It was surreal to witness, and yes, it was just it was a remarkable thing to see both outside the courthouse and also inside, Gotti.
And now to what happened inside of the courthouse. I know you were inside watching it all go down in that overflow room. What was Trump's reaction when they read those charges?
All right, and just for our viewers, the courtroom had there were so many reporters there and also some members of the public, so they had to limit how many people could actually go into the actual courtroom. I was in the overflow room that allowed me to go out early and report some of what happened inside to our viewers. It was incredible, though, to see through a video feed the former president of the United States there at the defense table, sitting just feet from his alleged co-conspirator in this case, Walter Nada, who is his body man. He's also flanked on either side, the former president, by his attorneys. His attorney Todd Blanche, a well-known white-collar defense attorney from New York, and also his South Florida co-counsel, and to hear one of his attorneys say on his behalf, not guilty. Gotti, that was just incredible. And also to hear the magistrate judge in this case refer to the people of the United States versus Donald J. Trump in this sweeping 37-count indictment against the former president. Taking a step back, just think of how incredible that is. A federal indictment against a former president. Just remarkable.
Did you get a sense of his demeanor in there?
The former president did not say one word during this court appearance, which, by the way, was 47 minutes. I had one of my colleagues who was in the room, Garrett Haig, who said that he did not even see the former president turn back around at all. But if he would have done so, he would have seen the special counsel, Jack Smith, who was in the first row behind the prosecution's table. And just think of how incredible that in and of itself is. A special counsel brought in to oversee the prosecution of this case. He was sitting there as this arraignment moved forward. Again, a magistrate judge oversaw this portion of the case. The former president pleaded not guilty through his attorney. Walter Nada, though, the alleged co-conspirator here, Gotti, he did not enter a plea today. That's because while he did have counsel with him, that counsel was not based on South Florida. So he's due back here, excuse me, at the end of this month to enter a formal plea, Gotti.
And Gabe, as part of most arraignments, the judge sets parameters for what is allowed, what is not allowed. As this case goes forward, what happened in this particular arraignment?
Right, and there was a lot of discussion today. It actually made up the bulk of this hearing. This debate over who the former president could speak with here. In many cases like this, a defendant would not be allowed to speak to anybody, any potential witnesses in the case. But right now, there hasn't been a clear witness list put forward by prosecutors. Also, Walt Nada works for the former president. He works very closely with him. He's a closely trusted aide and his body man. So there was discussion about whether he'd be able to speak with them. what the judge ended up saying was that the former president could not speak about the case to any of his employees or potential witnesses here. But again, that was discussed at length and will probably continue to be discussed at length as this case moves forward, Gotti.
And Gabe, we're looking at two timelines. One, the court docket, another, the presidential election. Actually, two court dockets and the presidential election. How are those going to overlap here?
Well, there are still some questions about the timeline for this particular case, but I can tell you, Gotti, the other case that the former President Trump is facing alleged hush money payments in Lower Manhattan, that case potentially could head to trial by March of next year. Of course, that runs right into the height of the presidential campaign season, the primary season. So that is something to consider. In this case, yes, it is possible that this case could head to trial, perhaps, next year as the presidential campaign is still underway. And so that is still being worked out, but it is lost on no one, especially Donald Trump, who right after leaving this courthouse, as you mentioned, went to Cafe Versailles here in Miami and treated it essentially as a campaign stop and had those supporters singing happy birthday to him as he remained defiant. So this cannot be separated. The legal implications of this cannot be separated from the political implications of this. And we've also, heard new reaction from several of the other GOP candidates in this race. Mike Pence just writing an op-ed that published just a few minutes ago. Nikki Haley offering new comments today, suggesting that she would be inclined to pardon former President Trump, even though she's still calling his actions reckless. This is so unprecedented in so many ways legally, but also we've never dealt with a political campaign quite like this one. Got it.
Gabe, thanks so much. Your reporting today has been incredible. Thanks. And again, this is the second indictment for Donald Trump and one of several investigations ongoing into the former president that are happening across the country right now. In April, Trump was charged in Manhattan for his role in what prosecutors call a hush money scheme to pay off adult film star Stormy Daniels back in 2016. Meanwhile, a Georgia prosecutor is investigating Trump's attempts to reverse the 2020 election results in that state. And those cases are in addition to the January 6 inquiries and a civil case, which he has already been found liable for. But how did we get here? And at this point of the classified documents probe, Hallie Jackson is going to take us back to the beginning of the investigation, which began in the early days of the post-Trump presidency.
It starts just after the former president moved out of the White House in 2021 with boxes of classified documents stacked on a stage at Mar-a-Lago, according to the indictment. Some then moved to a bathroom. Around this time, the National Archives demands some of the classified documents from the Trump presidency they're supposed to have, but don't. Then, a key moment that summer, the indictment says Mr. Trump allegedly showed a writer a document laying out a plan of attack, citing a recording. And Mr. Trump says, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is still a secret. Fast forward about 6 months later, Mr. Trump's personal valet and alleged co-conspirator, Walt Nauta, returns 15 boxes of classified documents to the archives, according to the indictment. But that didn't stop the FBI from opening a criminal investigation. A month later, a D.C. grand jury came together. In June, a couple FBI agents and a DOJ attorney went down to South Florida and got a signed letter from Mr. Trump's attorneys saying, essentially, they'd turned over everything they had. That turned out not to be true because in August, the FBI carried out a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago and releasing this picture of documents laid out on the floor, something Mr. Trump didn't like seeing.
The shameful raid and break-in of my home, Mar-a-Lago, was a travesty of justice.
Attorney General Merrick Garland named a special counsel to lead the investigation in November.
I signed an order appointing Jack Smith to serve as special counsel.
Now there's Jack Smith, tasked with looking at the January 6th attack and the classified documents case. Mr. Trump, now officially running to win back the White House, furious.
I took the documents I'm allowed to. I have the absolute right to do whatever I want with them.
Over the course of the next 6 months or so, the special counsel issuing subpoenas and hearing from a lot of people in Mr. Trump's orbit, all leading up to last week when the Department of Justice unsealed the indictment, revealing those 37 felony counts against the former president.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone.
That was Hallie Jackson reporting. Let's bring in our legal panel, NBC legal analyst Danny Savallo, Cynthia Oxney. Cynthia, Danny, welcome to you both. Let's start with your reactions to what happened today. Cynthia, I'll start with you.
Well, I was only disappointed that we didn't get a window into the timeline, and we didn't because there isn't a scheduling order that's been issued, and that was because we didn't have Judge Cannon's magistrate. We had a general magistrate, so there was nothing, surreptitious about that. It just happens to be the way it worked today. That was the only disappointing thing. I mean, it was predictable. There are arraignments all over this country, thousands of them every day, and it seemed to, with a couple of exceptions, but not big ones, it really just kind of followed the normal process, which is the way it should be, because everybody should be treated the same under the law.
And Danny, it seemed like everything inside went procedurally as planned, although there was some shuffling of his legal defense. When you see that, what do you see?
I think too much has been made of this whole Trump couldn't find a lawyer. First of all, it's an arraignment. Virtually anybody can stand in. He has other lawyers, lawyers that practice in federal court that are very able and could certainly pro hoc. And I understand they did pro hoc, and pro hoc is a Latin term that means basically just come into that court. They may not be formally admitted, but they're admitted just for this particular case. So, yeah, I mean, it's significant that Trump hasn't found lawyers yet, but not damaging. Anyone could have stood in today, but he does need to find counsel that is going to handle this case going forward, because he's going to need more than just an attorney. He's going to need a team. There are going to be terabytes of documents, thousands, if not maybe even millions of pages, files, all kinds of things that a team needs to go through. At this point, the government is probably ready to go to trial. It's the defense's turn. They have to play catch up. So this is that formal kickoff. This is the starting of the clock. And while we won't see a lot will happen under the surface as the defense team gets discovery, prepares discovery, starts moving forward towards trial, inexorably towards trial. Maybe not by the end of this year, maybe sometime next year, but sooner or later, they're going to trial.
And Cynthia, a lot of people are asking why no mugshot? Not in Miami, not in the New York case. Can you explain that?
Well, I think they're doing it just because it's, he's a former president, and they had the whole purpose of a mugshot, is so you can find them later if they don't show up. Okay, everybody knows who this guy is. I don't think that's so much of a big deal as, the manner in which we deal with the defenses and how we get this case moving toward trial. I would just say this next time, starting right now, starting today, until the beginning of the trial is the most important part of this trial. That's because that's when the motion practice is going to happen. For Trump, the entire ball game is the motion practice, because if he has to go to trial, he's going to lose. If he can get through the motion practice and get some of this evidence kicked out, he might have some kind of a shot. But everything is in the motion practice for him, because trial itself on this indictment is a conviction.
And Danny, you're a defense attorney. This is your specialty. How do you see his defense possibly mounting here?
Don't look to Trump's mouth for his defense, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. More likely, everything is going to come down to really two phases of the defense. Pretrial motions, anything and everything they can do to file a motion to throw the case out, to suppress evidence. For example, can they suppress the evidence of the attorney, of Trump's attorney, Evan Corcoran, that they were able to obtain, at least obtain it for investigative purposes? Can the defense prevent that from coming in as evidence against Trump? That would be a major victory if they could get that suppressed for whatever reason. Can they file a motion that this is selective prosecution and they're treating Trump differently than they would other defendants? I expect they will file that motion. That motion never wins, but at least they preserve the issue for appeal. So pretrial motions will be the first part, and the second part, the second phase, if they get to trial, and that means that they're in the red zone, that means they're going to have to deploy a defense that is basically, look, Trump tried to work with them, tried to work with the National Archives, tried to work with DOJ. They were both inflexible. The government was totally inflexible, and that'll fold into their overall theme of Trump as being persecuted. Now, I want to be clear. Will that work? I don't know. But the defense doesn't get to pick its facts. They got to work up a creative defense based on the facts that they have.
And Cynthia, the other person charged in this case is the valet, Trump's body man, Walt Nauta. He was at the cafe stop, and we saw him behind Trump right after this arraignment. We understand that he was at the courthouse as well, right there with Trump, possibly traveling there with him. Is the judge here restricting their communication? I mean, he works for the former president, right?
Okay. Right. So what happened at the arraignment is Walt Nauta, who's been charged along with Trump, who's got a really big problem in this indictment because he was caught lying to the FBI, and he's actually the guy who did all the dirty work and moved all the boxes and physically broke the rules for Trump. At the arraignment, because he was not arraigned because he didn't have a lawyer who was admitted to the bar in Florida. So his arraignment has been put off, but the judge did conditions of release of Trump and of him. And one of the conditions was you can't talk to each other about the case unless your lawyers are present. It isn't you can't talk to each other. The rule was you can't talk about the case without your lawyers present. Now, the obvious question is, who's going to enforce that? Who's going to believe that they don't? But that was the ruling. So today, when they went back and got in the limousine together, that was not a violation of the judge's rule. When they went to the Versailles, which I'm convinced was a totally planned stop and not something random, because it's such a famous place and because it was filled with supporters and with ministers to pray over him. But when they went back there, that was not a violation of the judge's orders. It will only be a violation if they discuss the case not in the presence of the lawyers.
If they discuss the case, and as we saw them golfing together or them on a golf course or them in a car, and there's no enforcement mechanism to make sure that they do not discuss this case, right?
That's right. I mean, and here's the thing. This is sort of what's interesting. The government does not need Nauta to flip, right? Because they've done this indictment without him. They obviously have all kinds of evidence, and I'm sure they have more evidence than what's in the indictment, right? But it would be nice if he would flip, but they don't need it. Let's say he does flip, and let's say Trump has discussed the case with him. Part of that flipping will be to find that out. And then, if that happens, and Nauta A flips and B says, and by the way, we discussed the case because Trump wanted to talk about it and told me not to tell anyone, now you have him violating the judge's orders. So Trump has to be careful because he doesn't really know what's going to happen with Nauta. Because Nauta has every reason to. He has every reason. He's going to go to jail if he doesn't flip.
And if he did that, he flips and then he says, hey, we discussed this, we violated the judge's orders, hypothetically, would that be a new federal case or would that be folded into this one?
It would be something that the judge would handle. It probably wouldn't be a federal case. It would be some kind of punishment within the court. But here's the problem. You have to have the judge's help as you're going into trial if you're the defendant, right? The judge is in charge, and the judge controls the schedule. The judge is making all kinds of rulings, and that they control all kinds of things. What you don't want to do is make the judge mad. You don't want to make the judge not trust you any more than you're already not trusted. So it's not in his interest to make the judge mad. And all I'm saying is, because Nauta is an unknown to Trump, he needs to be careful. And because Nauta is in so much trouble, because he's done so many things that he's been caught in, he has every reason to flip. It's kind of interesting. Sometimes you think, well, the government really needs somebody, and that somebody doesn't really need to do anything. He can go to trial. Not in this case. In this case, the government does not need Nauta, and he desperately needs the government. So Trump has to be even more careful with him as he tries to hug him close to keep him under his control.
And Danny, what do we know about the judge here?
Well, judge today was a magistrate, generally not the magistrate I understand that normally works under Judge Cannon. So it's a magistrate judge today. We'll never see that judge again. That is the limited purpose that the role that the magistrate will play in this case. It's really just a staging area, and from here it moves on to Judge Cannon. Judge Cannon, of course, is a Trump appointee and will exercise a lot of control over the case. That means she'll be deciding pretrial motions. I think there's been a lot of unnecessary alarm about whether or not she'll decide everything in favor of Trump. But there are points to be made. There are certain rulings she can make that are either unreviewable or are going to be very difficult to overturn on appeal. And that includes the admission of evidence. Of course, if she suppresses evidence, that can be appealed. But for example, if she enters a ruling or she enters an order of acquittal at the end of the case, in certain circumstances, that's not reviewable at all. So in theory, even after a verdict, it's possible this judge could take the case away from a jury. I don't want to be alarmist. I'm not saying there's any indication that Judge Cannon would do that this judge would go rogue or anything like that. But federal district judges do have a lot of power, and some of their decisions are simply not reviewable.
Danny Savalos and Cynthia Oxy, thanks so very much for joining us. And we're about to hear from the former President Trump in Bedminster, New Jersey, raising a lot of questions about how this is going to play out for the GOP in 2024. And I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard from Bedminster, New Jersey right now. Vaughn, he's about to start speaking there. What's the mood like, and what can we expect to hear from him?
Yeah, Gotti, he's actually on the way from Newark International Airport here in New Jersey en route to his Bedminster club. There's a couple hundred folks, supporters, but also members of this private club here. And what we should expect is it's kind of a deja vu from 2.5 months ago, frankly. But instead of flying from Manhattan when he was indicted in that hush money payment case and flew down to his Mar-a-Lago club, he is now coming here to Bedminster, where he will be spending the summer months. And we should hear a defiant Donald Trump, in the words of one aide earlier today, telling me of what we should expect from his remarks today. He has been insistent that this is a witch hunt, that it's political persecution, and it is the targeting of not only a former president, but also the current front runner by a big margin for the 2024 Republican nomination, Gotti.
And Vaughn, do you think this is going to supercharge Trump's fundraising? I mean, the numbers that we saw the last time he was indicted are pretty astronomical.
I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars in fundraising, and, Donald Trump has to use this to his political advantage to the extent that he can. I was just talking to one club member here who I said, what led you here tonight? He goes, well, I donated. I came and supported. Donald Trump sent me an email. And if you read some of these emails that the campaign sends out, one here today in which he called it some of the darkest hours in America. There's millions of Americans who are hearing Donald Trump's version of the events that led to this indictment. And of course, he has the defense in the court of law, and he and his lawyers are going to be able to make their case. But the allegations laid out in the indictment are damning. But for those that are tuning into right-wing outlets or reading Donald Trump's campaign emails, they feel like this is a political target job. And for them, they feel like it's their responsibility as conservatives, as Republicans, as Trump's supporters to help defend him not only on the legal front, but also on the political one.
And Vaughn, there are a few ways all of this could end. For one, Trump could win the presidency and pardon himself. On the other, another Republican could win and pardon former President Donald Trump as well. And we're already hearing some rumblings over the possibility from candidates like Nikki Haley. Let's take a quick listen.
I'm happy to announce this is my commitment on January 20th, 2025, if I'm elected the next U.S. president, to pardon Donald J. Trump for these offenses.
When you look at a pardon, the issue is less about guilt and more about what's good for the country. I would be inclined in favor of a pardon, but I think it's really premature at this point when he's not even been convicted of anything.
Now, Vaughn, do you think this is going to become a major reoccurring theme here in the run-up to the election?
Absolutely, Will Gotti. I mean, the stakes of this right now are absolutely wild. 7.5 months from now are when Iowans are going to go and caucus. So then over the next 7.5 months, you're looking at not only a potential number 3 or 4 indictment related to other investigations underway, but you're going to be having these candidates openly discussing whether they would pardon Donald Trump or not. In the case of, Mike Pence, he just wrote, reacted to the Wall Street Journal about the indictment, calling them serious allegations laid out. But he was concerned about the political repercussions of the Department of Justice choosing to go through with this indictment. There is a lot on the line. And the reality that Republicans, including those running for president, are working with, Gotti, is the fact that Donald Trump, since he was first arrested in the Manhattan hush money payment case, he's actually doubled his lead over Ron DeSantis in the last 2.5 months. These investigations, when talking with voters, they are not a deterrent, but more of a rallying cry for them to come and support Donald Trump as he makes the case to them that he is defending them in the MAGA or conservative movement.
Yvonne, we've seen other candidates take a completely different tact. Chris Christie swinging for the fences on Twitter, calling Trump a loser. Do you think we're going to see other candidates use this as campaign ammo, or is this, like you said, a rallying cry for Republicans over what they are calling selective prosecution?
Right. Well, look, and Chris Christie, in some polls maybe has 1% support. Asa Hutchinson is the former Arkansas governor. He's also about 1 or 2% of support in the polls, and he has said that Donald Trump should drop out of the race because of that. But when you look at where those two, who have been very forceful about what is laid out in the Department of Justice's indictment, are at polling, it's clear because CBS released a poll just yesterday that showed 76% of likely Republican voters nationally believe that Donald Trump is being unfairly politically targeted. When you look at those numbers, it is clear why Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, Mike Pence, and Ron DeSantis are a little bit more hesitant to come out swinging, because for the last 8 years, they have defended Donald Trump and largely propagated this idea of the deep state and the idea of the, quote, radical left or the Department of Justice coming and attacking Donald Trump. So it's tough for them now in the year of 2023 to suddenly switch course because, as one conservative commentator put it yesterday, that Nikki Haley and Tim Scott had joined the mob, in the words. And those are really the sort of rhetoric that is being used to compel Republican voters to rally around Donald Trump as somebody who could face years in prison if he is not elected. The stakes are just really that dramatic, Gotti.
And Vaughn, there are those that listen very closely to the polls. I listen to Vaughn Hilliard. You have the pulse, or the finger right on the pulse. So I hate to put you on the spot, but based on everything that you've seen today, trending up or trending down, the former president in this race, based on what we've seen today and based on the people that you've been talking to?
Gotti, in talking with Republican voters over the last weeks, I've met some that are looking beyond Donald Trump, but not because of the investigations. And I think it's going to come down to, I think Iowa is going to be that real test in the beginning of February of next year. But as of right now, I've seen little evidence over the last months to suggest that Donald Trump's political prowess has declined. And over the course of the last weeks, despite these indictments and despite potential hearings running parallel to his campaign, I've seen little evidence from conversations with Republican voters and little data from Republican polling to suggest that he is on a downward trajectory at this point. Gotti.
Vaughn, thanks so much, brother. And we want to turn now to NBC News contributor Jonathan Atler and political strategist Mishia Cross. We were just talking a little bit about selective prosecution. Jonathan, there are the state courts, the federal courts, and then there's the court of public opinion. They all move at very different speeds. We've heard the Republicans hammer this idea of selective prosecution over and over and over again, and yet we see the legal process moving very slowly. How do you see all of this playing out as we go forward towards the next elections?
Well, the wheels of justice do grind slowly, Gotti, and it's in Donald Trump's interest for them to grind even more slowly. That's been his legal strategy for decades now, is to slow everything down. And with Judge Eileen Cannon, who has already issued several opinions right after the raid at Mar-a-Lago that favored Trump, and she's a Trump appointee, Cuban-American, very supportive of Donald Trump in the past. And so I think you can expect her to probably go along with the defense's requests to slow this down. And there are many, many documents to review. So it's quite possible that there will not be a trial before the election. Politically, I think we need to broaden the conversation from the Republican electorate, which is indeed rallying around Donald Trump, to the general election electorate, which is a very different matter. Trump is doing badly with independents. As things stand right now, he's not really in very good shape to return to the White House, because while his base is strongly behind him, they're actually not generating that much money for him. He needs more than $1 billion to run his campaign. And both in the other case in New York and this case, and presumably the case coming up in Atlanta, where he's likely to be indicted in August, Republicans are opening their wallets to the tune of a few $1 million. That's a long way from the 1.5 billion that he needs. So I think it's important when we're assessing him in the context of this election to look to the fact that he has lost the popular vote in both elections. He did badly for his party in the 2018 midterms and the 2022 midterms. So we shouldn't confuse him with being a political Goliath at this point.
Jonathan, I think you raised some really good points there, especially when it comes to the independent voters. Amisha, I got to ask, when it comes to this idea of witch hunt, selective prosecution, do you think that's going to resonate, especially after months and months of coverage like we've seen with independent voters come the general elections?
I don't think it's going to resonate with independent voters, but that's not who Donald Trump is speaking to. He is speaking to his base largely, and he's speaking to a growing American population that, quite frankly, is losing a lot of its faith in American institutions. I think that one of the saddest offshoots of Donald Trump's presidency, as well as the post-presidency era, is that he has largely perpetuated this idea that our institutions don't work, this idea that we should not believe or have faith in the institution of democracy, but also our courts. And I think that has continued to grow throughout his time out of office. He's elevated this concern with the courts and the courts all being against him, that these are basically markedly utilized by the Democrats to attack him. And we knew that this was coming because Donald Trump likes to posit himself as a martyr. It helps him in fundraising. It helps him to remain relevant. He did that during the case that Stormy Daniels brought against him. He did it during the Eugene Carroll case. And now he's utilizing it again, and assumably will do the exact same thing when the Georgia case comes. Donald Trump continues to play from the exact same playbook, and it has not diminished him anyway in the polls, if we are to believe those, but it also has not diminished his voice. And I think that, again, one of the strongest things that is, quite frankly, really sad that this former president has done is increase the level of people, be it whether it is his own supporters or those on the left, the belief that our institutions are problematic and that they don't work for the people. I think that that's a very scary place to be. And that's one thing that this former president, has set America on a trajectory of.
Jonathan, I'd love to get your take on what Amisha just said there. We hear, from the right, all across the board, the weaponization of the Justice Department, right? And justice is based on this idea of trust and blind justice. Legal proceedings aside, do you think that there has been a lot of damage done here?
I do. I think there's been considerable damage, and I think Alicia makes the central point here, which is this is about our institutions. And when you have a former president who is attacking our institutions, saying they are corrupt, and that the rule of law doesn't really apply in this country, and that he will, quote, terminate, unquote, the United States Constitution should he be returned to the White House, and that he will use the Department of Justice, talk about weaponizing, for, quote, retribution, unquote, against his political enemies. This does damage to our institutions. I don't think it necessarily does irreparable damage. So our institutions have been damaged in the past. They're pretty resilient. We saw after the 2020 election when 60 judges stepped up to rule against Trump in his false claims that the election had been stolen, that our institutions can respond firmly. I also think that we shouldn't forget that when we dodge a bullet. So one of my big surprises today was how few people showed up. The Miami police were expecting between 5,000 and 30,000. and there were apparently fewer than 1,000 who showed up. And, you know, when Trump was indicted in New York, and when nobody showed up at the courthouse to support him, or virtually nobody, people said, well, that's because it was in New York. You know, wait till he gets to Florida. Well, they're in Florida, and yes, there was sweltering heat, but the Trump army, which is very loud online, they did not turn out. And so I think the potential for violence that so worries me, violence against our institutions, is maybe a little less today. We still have to worry about these lone wolves who've been given a kind of permission slip by Trump, as some of them have indicated when they've committed violent acts. They cite Trump. We still have to worry about that. But I think the idea of widespread street violence is a little bit less serious tonight than it was before.
And Amisha, Trump is obviously talking a lot on Truth Social. We see his motorcade making its way up there to Bedminster. So he's going to be addressing a crowd you can see there, probably in the couple hundreds. What do you think we're going to hear?
We're going to hear more weaponization of our legal system. We're going to hear that this is basically Joe Biden attacking him. We're going to hear him throw out some barbs against Hunter Biden because he can't get over that, and that he didn't do anything wrong. One thing that Donald Trump does that petulant children do often is refuse to take responsibility for his wrongdoing. We're going to hear that. We're going to hear that this is, again, a witch hunt. And we're also going to hear him talk about why it's so important that he become president again, to be able to fight these systems that aren't working for the people. He is going to try to turn the attention away from all of his illegality to America needing to save him, but also to do a fundraising pitch, quite frankly, because as was stated earlier on in the program, he is nowhere near where he was in 2016 when he was fundraising. He's nowhere near where he was in 2020 when he was fundraising. And he recognizes that, acknowledging that more and more people continue to enter this Republican race. Even though he's far and away ahead in the polls, I think that he still knows that even though some people won't attack him outside of Chris Christie, that the reason why a lot of people are entering is because they're hoping that one of these cases is going to knock him out. And he's going to try to showcase his strength, irrespective to the fact that I honestly think he's quaking in his boots at this point.
An historic perspective there. Thanks so very much, Amisha Cross and Jonathan Alter. And turning now to the word we probably are all sick of, but it keeps coming up, the word unprecedented. But exactly what is the history of presidential candidates facing criminal allegations? And what happens if the former president does get convicted? That's where things could get even weirder. Remember, the U.S. Constitution only requires 3 things to run for president. First, you got to be a natural-born citizen of the United States. Second, be at least 35 years old. And third, be a resident of the United States for at least 14 years. And it turns out running for president from jail is not unprecedented, with one possibility on what could happen that took place over a century ago. In 1920, Eugene V. Debs ran for president as the nominee of the Socialist Party while he was in prison for violating the Espionage Act. Now, this was a time when the U.S.'s threshold for what was free speech was very, very, very different than it is today. And after giving this anti-war speech during World War I, Debs was arrested and convicted under that Espionage Act. He was known as convict number 9653, which he proudly used on his campaign items like this pin. And Eugene V. Debs lost, but he still ended up getting nearly 1 million votes, which was almost 3% of the popular vote at the time. Presidential historian Michael Abetschloss joins us now. Michael, does it feel odd that we're talking about Debs and then Trump in the same story because of how radically different we see free speech today?
I think you put it perfectly, Gotti. What happened with Debs, as you know, is that 1918, during World War I, Debs gave a speech to possible people who might be going to fight in World War I and said, you know, resist the draft. This is a war that shouldn't be fought. And under the Espionage Act and the Sedition Act of the time, he was prosecuted, went to jail, ran from jail, and just as you're saying, you're doing great. Got more than 3 million votes from jail as a Socialist Party candidate. in 1920. But the thing is, he did not mishandle classified documents or obstruct justice, any of the things that Donald Trump is accused of. But just as you're saying, under our Constitution, Donald Trump can run for office even if he's convicted, can even serve as president from jail.
Are there any charges that would disqualify a candidate to run for president?
Well, the one thing, and it's never happened before, but under the Constitution, after the Civil War, there is an amendment that says that if you supported an insurrection or rebellion, which would certainly be true in the Civil War and might be true legally if you're thinking about what Donald Trump may or may not have done on the 6th of January 2021, I guarantee you that if Donald Trump runs for the office in the fall of 2024, and certainly if he is elected, there will be litigation that says that under that amendment, Trump cannot serve.
So aside from that case, what happens if there's a conviction from one of these other cases against Donald Trump before the elections?
He goes on with his candidacy, and assuming that he's okay under the 14th Amendment, for the first time, sadly, in American history, we could see an American president who is serving from prison.
And we're expecting to hear from the former president tonight in just a few minutes here. This is also going to be his first major fundraiser. A little while ago, you noted on Twitter that as an item for future historians, this is what's going to happen tonight. What are you going to be watching for in that speech and going forward?
Well, what I meant by that, Gotti, is that years from now, if people are going to look at this period and say, what was unusual about this period that we never saw before in American history, you know, with all due respect, yes, he is innocent until proven guilty, but he was the first president today arrested and arraigned for a criminal federal charge that had to do with some pretty big national security infractions if he is guilty. Anyone would have handled this in his or her own way. Donald Trump, as this former reality TV star, has turned this into a reality TV show today. You saw that motorcade that went to the courthouse in Miami. His visit to the restaurant in Little Havana, Miami, the Versailles restaurant, then comes back. This looks more like a reality show than like the sad day of someone being under serious charges who is the front runner of one of the two great parties for president.
Yeah, Michael Beschloss, thank you so much. You know, as journalists, we think we're busy until you talk to a presidential historian. Thanks again.
No, you're doing terrific. You want to be a historian, Gotti? You're perfect tonight. Thank you.
I don't know. I think you're doing a fine job, and that looks like quite a few
We'll both keep our day
sleepless
jobs.
nights. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Be well. Bye-bye.
And we are keeping an eye on Donald Trump's upcoming remarks at Bedminster, but we're going to be right back with a lot more, including 2 officers being disciplined in Kansas. And it all started after police accused a man of stealing a pizza. That story is next, so stay tuned.
lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey there, welcome back. There is a lot of other news happening today that we're keeping an eye on. In Denver, the Nuggets NBA basketball championship victory was marked by a mass shooting close by. 10 victims, including one suspect, were hurt. All are expected to survive. Police say it was likely a drug deal that went wrong. And actor Treat Williams has died in a motorcycle crash in Vermont. Williams was known for the musical Hair, Steven Spielberg's 1941, and the TV show Everwood. He was 71 years old. And 2 police officers in Kansas have been disciplined after a man was pinned down at Walmart last week. The charge against the man held down has also been dropped, and police originally accused that victim of stealing a pizza. Some good news about the economy. In May, inflation rose 4% from last year, the lowest rate in 2 years, and it's also the 11th straight month that inflation has cooled, with some investors predicting that the Fed could skip an interest rate hike when they meet a little bit later this week. And believe it or not, but the Beatles, yes, those Beatles will release a song later this year. It'll feature vocals from John Lennon? How? Well, all you need is AI. It'll be the first release since the mid-1990s, and Paul McCartney says it'll be their last. And we are learning a lot more about that tanker explosion in Philadelphia that shut down part of Interstate 95. The body that was pulled from the wreckage was identified as tanker driver 53-year-old Nathaniel Moody. Now, Moody was a father and an Army vet. He delivered gasoline to Wawa gas stations across the Philly area. And his family says Moody was very familiar with that I-95 route, as he has been driving trucks for about a decade. Meanwhile, cleanup and construction continues. NBC's Emily Akeda has more.
Hey there, well, the rush to rebuild continues as crews are working around the clock on this critical thoroughfare behind me that was essentially torched to pieces when a gas tanker collided and burst into flames on Sunday morning. What you're seeing behind me, crews on the ground, they're really shifting their attention, focusing on the southbound lanes and demolishing that section because investigators found that section to also be unsound. The Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, on the ground earlier today surveying what will be a massive undertaking. I posed the question to him, what is his level of concern when it comes to the ripple effects from a road closure like this, pointing out how economists today warned that we could see an increase in prices of some goods as a result. He acknowledged that to be the case, saying when trucks have to reroute, drive additional distances, those types of things can be translated into prices, into goods, and that really underscores the importance of rebuilding a critical thoroughfare like this quickly and safely. I talked to a delivery driver who typically drives this stretch of I-95 5 to 10 times a day, so he is really feeling the impact. Take a listen here.
A lot of traffic, extra traffic. If you're going to get somewhere on time, you better leave an hour to 45 minutes earlier than you usually would, or you ain't getting there on time. Every main street from Tarzell Ave, Frankfurt Ave, the Boulevard, all the main streets are blocked up. If you don't know the back roads, good luck.
And we're still waiting for more details on the crash investigation, but family members tell us that the man behind the wheel was Nathaniel Moody, a beloved father and longtime experienced truck driver, and they say he died in the accident on Sunday. In terms of when we could see this interstate completely rebuilt, well, officials say we could learn more details on that timeline tomorrow. Back to you.
Emily Akeda, thanks so much. And tonight, millions of Americans from Texas to the Carolinas are facing the threat of severe storms. Those storms are expected to bring super strong winds and hail. And while one part of Texas is dealing with a severe thunderstorm watch, another part of the state is being threatened by severe heat. NBC's meteorologist Bill Cairns has more.
Gotti, we've had an incredible amount of large hail reported, especially in Texas, and it's not going to stop. It's going to go through the night tonight, and we're going to get new storms tomorrow that are going to do the same things. This is like 3 days in a row in the same locations dealing with really large hailstones. So you can see the areas of storms. Over Dallas earlier today, we had about 1-inch size hail reported there. That's not enough to do significant damage, but we did have some reports coming in from areas in East Texas and also in areas to the south of Dallas that had up to almost tennis ball size hail. So that's like, pretty much make a fist, and that's the size of the ice chunks that were falling out of the sky. Mostly small hail and a little bit of wind damage with these storms in areas of North Florida. So you see our wind reports, that's the areas in blue. That's where we had wind damage reports, a lot with these. Not so much wind damage, just a little bit here in Northeast Texas, but all the white icons you see there, that's all people that have reported large hail. And you can see it was all those storms that were around the Dallas area and now through East Texas, and then a few here in southern portions of Alabama. And I should mention a few there in North Texas, too, just north of Amarillo. So for the rest of tonight, what are we watching? Well, 18 million people potentially with storms and maybe even severe weather. Some of these people have already experienced the storms, but we'll continue that threat pushing south into North Florida, and we'll still see some isolated strong storms southern Oklahoma and there in North Texas. And that's our best chance of seeing that large hail threat, especially areas north of Amarillo. So for tomorrow, the thing we're going to change tomorrow is that we have a larger area of orange that's enhanced risk, and we may have just enough spin in the atmosphere for isolated tornadoes. And we're mostly going to be focusing in on areas here of eastern Alabama and the southeast section of Georgia. That's the best chance of isolated tornadoes. In all, about 17 million people at risk, including Atlanta and areas there just around Jackson, Mississippi. Large hail, if we don't get the tornadoes, the hail will be the big story, and we could see large hail with any of these storms as we go throughout tomorrow afternoon. The other story, rainfall. You get 3 days in a row of thunderstorms in the same spot. Of course, we're going to get the chance for some flash flooding locally up to 5 inches, and that's those storms that'll be tracking from Montgomery towards Albany, Georgia as we go throughout tomorrow night. And then the other story, if you're in South Texas or even Central Texas, it feels like the middle of summer already. Heat alerts are up. It's been hot. It's going to stay hot. And not only is it hot, but it's really humid too. Heat index values up to 114. So we do have some heat warnings in effect here in areas from Corpus Christi to Encino. Everyone else is under heat advisories, including San Antonio and the Houston area. So how hot is it going to be? San Antonio near 100 tomorrow. Waco 98. Houston 99. And then if you add the humidity in on top of that, that's when you get those heat indices of 110 to about 114. And if anything, it gets even hotter as we go into this weekend. Waco Friday 103, Saturday 102. Look at San Antonio, a pair of 103s on Friday and Saturday. Pretty brutal stuff. And then Del Rio, an outside shot of heading up there near maybe 110. And compare that to the Great Lakes and areas in the Northeast where temperatures are cool. So really, summer's just sitting there baking in South and Central Texas. Gotti.
Hey, welcome back. And let's take a look at the news making headlines around the world tonight. 22 U.S. service members were hurt in a helicopter crash in Syria. Military officials there say that there was no enemy fire during the, quote, mishap, and they're looking into whatever caused it. Now, about 10 service members have been moved to higher care facilities. U.S. forces have been in Syria fighting terrorism. Search and rescue teams are desperately looking for survivors in Nigeria after a boat capsized in the Niger River, killing at least 100 people. Many of them were coming back from an overnight wedding when it sank. And thousands are fleeing their homes in the Philippines because of an active volcano that's spewing red-hot lava and ash. The Mayon volcano, one of the country's most popular tourist spots, is surrounded by mostly poor farming communities, and authorities say people living further away from the volcano should also be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. And a nightmare of a story out of Ecuador. Bella Montoya's loved ones were gathered at her wake when they started to hear banging noises coming from inside her coffin. It turns out that Bella was still alive. She had suffered a stroke and a heart attack just a few hours before the wake, and that's when a doctor declared her dead. Bella was rushed back to the hospital. She remains in intensive care, and Ecuador's Ministry of Health is looking into how a premature death declaration happened in the first place. And overseas, just as Ukraine's counteroffensive seemed to be picking up some steam, Russia strikes back in a deadly way. And they have killed at least 11 people in a missile attack on a residential building in Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's hometown. NBC's Ralph Sanchez has the story.
Tonight, a Russian missile strike bringing devastation and chaos to President Zelensky's home city of Kryvyi Rih. At least 11 people killed when cruise missiles slammed into this apartment block and other civilian targets, Ukrainian officials say. Their bodies laid out by the playground. Just hours earlier, President Putin, champagne glass in hand, accused Ukraine of targeting residential areas. The attack comes as Ukraine's counteroffensive gains momentum, liberating a string of small villages from Russian control. Near Bakhmut, close quarters combat in trenches and bunkers. 1 week after this dam exploded, water levels alarmingly low around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, raising fears its reactors could overheat. Dmitry Orlov is the exiled mayor of the neighboring city.
How worried are you about a disaster at the nuclear plant?
There are such worries and fears, he says, but we're ready for the worst scenarios. The UN's top nuclear official hoping to shield the plant from fighting nearby.
There is active combat, so we are worrying that there could be, obviously, mathematically, the possibilities of a hit.
A risk growing worse as the fighting intensifies.
And President Putin today saying the only way this war will end is if the West cuts off weapons to Ukraine. The White House going in the opposite direction, announcing a new $300 million military aid package.
And so long, Pat Sajak. It has been a wonderful ride. After more than 40 years, this next season of Wheel of Fortune is expected to be his last. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has a story.
For more than 40 years, Pat Sajak invited players onto the show as Americans welcomed him into their homes.
Man, it's our 40th season. Can you believe it?
But now the iconic host of Wheel of Fortune says it'll soon be time for someone else to take the wheel. I've decided that our 41st season, which begins in September, will be my last. It's been a wonderful ride.
Can you use $1 million?
As one of the most familiar faces on television, Sajak and Wheel drew more than 40 million viewers a day in the mid-'80s. Wheel and its lexicon became part of pop culture.
You'd like to buy a vowel?
A 3-time Emmy winner, Sajak took over for Chuck Woolery back in 1981, the start of his 4-decade run at Wheel of Fortune, but not in TV.
The surf forecast for the weekend.
A weatherman at CNBC in Los Angeles, Sajak also hosted a short-lived late-night show in 1989.
Sajak and Vanna White.
But it was here, alongside Vanna White, where he became a household name.
Neither Sajak, White, nor Sony Television have hinted at who will take over the show next, which still draws 26 million viewers a week.
Give the wheel a final spin.
Soon, it will be time for someone else to take a spin after 4 decades of good fortune for Pat Sajak. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And that does it for us tonight. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We'll see you here tomorrow, but until then, stay tuned for more from NBC News Now.
Hey, good evening. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. We are coming to you live with an NBC News Now special report. Former President Donald Trump speaking from his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, just hours after he pled not guilty to charges related to his handling of classified material. This is the first extended remarks we're hearing from Trump on camera since he was arraigned on 37 felony counts at the federal courthouse in downtown Miami. For the first time, in depth, the former president is outlining what his defense may be. Let's take a listen to a portion of what he said just moments ago about being charged with the Espionage Act.
2 papers, which just about every other president has done, is one of the most outrageous and vicious legal theories ever put forward in an American court of law. The Espionage Act has been used to go after traitors and spies. It has nothing to do with a former president legally keeping his own documents. As president, the law that applies to this case is not the Espionage Act, but very simply the Presidential Records Act, which is not even mentioned in this ridiculous 44-page indictment. Under the Presidential Records Act, which is civil, not criminal, I had every right to have these documents. The crucial legal precedent is laid out in the most important case ever on this subject, known as the Clinton Socks case. You know what that means? After leaving the White House, Bill Clinton kept 79 audio tapes in his sock drawer. They included discussions of U.S. military involvement in Haiti, discussions of U.S. foreign policy, both defense and offense, against Cuba, recordings of President Clinton's conversations with all of the many foreign leaders at the time. Think of that. Sensitive facts about trade negotiations taken from presidential briefings, discussions with the Secretary of State about conflict in Bosnia, and much, much more. Very big stuff. Not only was Bill Clinton never even considered for criminal prosecution based on the tapes he took, but when he was sued for them, he won the case. Judge Amy Berman Jackson's decision states, under the statutory scheme established by the Presidential Records Act, the decision to segregate personal materials from presidential records is made by the president during the president's term and in the president's sole discretion. You're surprised to hear that, aren't you? Any normal administration, even an opposing one, would consider that to be the end, but not the corrupt Biden administration. The SOX decision, as it's known, also states, quote, the National Archives and Records Administration, or NARA, does not have the authority to designate material as presidential records. They don't have the authority. NARA does not have the tapes in question, and NARA lacks any right, duty, or means to seize control of them. This is law. The president enjoys unconstrained authority to make decisions regarding the disposal of documents. That's unconstrained to make that decision. Neither the archivist nor Congress has the authority to veto the president's decision. The Presidential Records Act does not confer any mandatory or even discretionary authority on the archivist to classify records. Under the statute, this responsibility is left solely to the President of the United States. Think of that. That's the decision. Think of that. Now, just think of that. In other words, whatever documents a president decides to take with him, he has the right to do so. It's an absolute right. This is the law. And that is something that people have now seen, and it couldn't be more clear. They ought to drop this case immediately because they're destroying the country. And this is why no other president, even those who kept far more documents than I, has ever been even investigated, let alone charged with a crime. Because the sham indictment put forward by the Biden administration included staged photographs of boxes at Mar-a-Lago, many people have asked me why I had these boxes. Why did you want them? The answer, in addition to having every right under the Presidential Records Act, is that these boxes were containing all types of personal belongings, many, many things, shirts and shoes and everything. As can be seen in the picture where someone, not me, I wonder who it might have been, dumped one of the very neatly arranged boxes all over the floor. They were full of newspapers, press clippings, thousands of pictures, thousands and thousands of White House pictures. The White House photographers, some are with us today. They took so many pictures, and we saved all of them, and they were in those boxes. Clothing, memorabilia, and much, much more. I hadn't had a chance to go through all the boxes. It's a long, tedious job. It takes a long time, which I was prepared to do, but I have a very busy life. I've had a very busy life. They make it more busy because you're always fighting. And under the SOX decision, there seemed to be no rush. I wasn't in a rush because that decision was a law. The other picture that was so vile, you remember that one? It was angry and corrupt, was the photo staged by the FBI. And those that raided Mar-a-Lago, they were putting documents all over the floor. Remember that famous picture? All over, said confidential, said presidential, said all sorts of things. And it was supposed to be there like it was that way when they raided. It wasn't that way. They put them there, took the picture, and released it illegally to the press. They took my medical records, my passport, my birth certificate, and apologized. They even brought a safecracker. This is a professional safecracker they brought into Mar-a-Lago. And they broke into my safe, and you know what they found? Nothing. There was nothing there.
We've just been listening to former President Trump speak at Bedminster tonight. This was just 4 hours after being arraigned in South Florida in a federal courthouse where he was charged with several federal crimes. And for the first time, we are hearing what President Trump's defense may be in federal court. Again, he's not a lawyer, but at least he's telling us where he may be going with this. And his biggest defense so far, saying these were all his records, that they were his personal records. And if he's guilty of anything, it's just being in a rush, and that's not criminal. I want to turn to NBC legal analyst Danny Savalas, who joins our panel tonight here on this special report. Danny, for the first time, we're hearing from the president, and he's talking about President Clinton and a Sox case, which was very different than what we have in this indictment right here. Explain to our viewers.
Yeah, very different. It's called the Clinton Sox case. Generally, what happened was Judicial Watch found out that President Bill Clinton had given a bunch of interviews, and he had kept the tapes of these interviews while he was president, apparently in his sock drawer. So what Judicial Watch wanted the court to do was order NARA, order the archives to go out there and go get these records. And the court concluded that NARA didn't have an obligation to affirmatively go out there and get the records. And in so ruling, Judge Jackson did say essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, that the president, if the president is able to determine what is a presidential record, it follows that he can also determine what is a personal record. So there is some support for the idea that a president can decide what is presidential and what is personal. Now, at this point, I'm going to draw a large figurative wall. And that wall, that Maginot line, whatever you want to call it, is the moment when Trump receives a subpoena, for example. When and if he starts engaging in acts of deception, concealment of documents, and in addition, these are not just presidential or personal records. These are now, we're talking about classified records or records that deal with NDI, national.
And as you say that, I'm going to ask our director, Brett Holy, to put up some of the charges he's being charged with right now so our viewers can understand what you're talking about here, where that line is being drawn.
And so here's where Trump may have a point. Had this dispute remained on the front end, in its inception, which was National Archives says, hey, we want our documents back. We think you have some documents. And Trump says, well, no, I disagree. I've made them mine. They're personal. If those were the only facts at issue in this case, Trump may have an argument. And in fact, I think there is something to that defense. I don't know that it's going to be successful. I think there's too much else. And those something else things are, for example, that the documents were classified. The documents involved national defense information, that there was a subpoena, and that Trump may have deceived the government. Here's the bottom line. Take all these records, forget them for the moment. Anytime a person, a civilian, lies to a federal agent, whether or not they're under oath, they commit a false statement crime, Section 1001, which Trump is which appears in this indictment. So forget presidential records, forget all of that, classified everything else. Just lying to federal law enforcement, lying to a federal agent is a crime.
And even the story's a little murky here, right? Because I know the number one piece of evidence for you from the indictment, and we have a graphic of this too, was the conversation former President Trump had with the publisher of a book, along with some key staff members, where he's talking about a war plan. And he says this is classified, and then the staff gets a little nervous, and they say, we may have to change that. He says, I can't change it. I'm not a president anymore. So clearly he understands what he's holding in his hand.
I'm so glad you bring that up, because factually that kind of seems similar to the Clinton interview situation, but it's totally different. The Clinton interview situation was an interview when he was president, and it was some tapes that he took home. There's no indication that it involved national secrets, top secret war plans, any of this incredibly sensitive material. So that's one prong that majorly distinguishes this from the Clinton Sox case, which, again, the Presidential Records Act deals with presidential versus personal records. This is much more complicated than that.
I do want to talk about this, so if we can also get to that picture. This right here, Brett, if we can hold it right here. So he's claiming that someone knocked this over. He's claiming, look, there's newspapers, there's all kinds of stuff, there's beautiful photos. I was in a rush. I'm a busy guy. I don't know what goes in these boxes. In this picture right here, the feds claim that you can see a redacted classified document there among those newspapers. Will that hold up in court, Danny? I was in a rush. I didn't know what was in the boxes.
Well, the fact that the boxes turned over is really just more color. It's the idea that, look how haphazardly these were stored. But make no mistake about it, I don't know nothing and other people handle this for me are going to be major themes of Trump's defense. They have to be. That has got to be one element of his defense, which is, look, there were other people handling this. I wasn't as involved as you may think. One of Trump's chief defenses has always been ignorance. He uses it very well. He doesn't know stuff. That's for other eggheads to know. I just know the stuff I need. Punctuation, grammar, that's for nerds. What I know is what I know, and that's business, and text messaging and email, that's for other people. He has made a career out of not sending emails, not being accountable.
But will that keep him out of prison?
Oh, in this case, I mean, look, it has insulated him to date, but once you go smack up against the federal government, they don't get around. I mean, look at the indictment. They've talked to everybody that can provide them information. They've gotten all the communications. They've gotten recordings. This is something that Trump just can't claim that I knew nothing at all if there's evidence that he did know stuff and may have directed people to remove documents, move boxes, and generally conceal and deceive. That's where the problem is. That takes it out of Presidential Records Act land.
Kristen Welker, Chief White House Correspondent. She joins us now. Kristen, I want to go to some reporting that happened inside the courthouse. Our Garrett Haake reported this, several other reporters who were in there, and they described a president who was very serious, somebody who was taking what was happening around him in a very serious manner. He never looked at the special counsel. He stayed quiet the entire time. And for someone who sort of likes to always be in control and does whatever he wants, he couldn't in that federal courthouse. And this speech is much different than what we heard after Manhattan. After Manhattan, he just came out very hard, typical Trump. Here he's actually trying to lay out a legal case. You've covered the president, you covered his campaign. How do you read what's happening tonight?
Well, I think, first of all, you're absolutely right to start with the reporting from what happened in court. I think that this is yet another moment where the president is absorbing the gravity of this moment, the gravity of the political threat and the legal threat to him. He was chastened to some extent in the New York indictment, but you're absolutely right. He was far more, I think, emboldened on that day. Here he's trying to make a real attempt, as you say, to lay out his defense. And also, Tom, to energize his base. I mean, you saw him. Where was his first step? He stopped after court. He went to this restaurant that is a very popular spot for politicians to stop, a Cuban-American location. And he basically said, food for everyone on me. And so you're seeing that push and pull with the former president, where he knows that this is different. He knows these are federal charges, and yet he also sees the political opportunity here to energize his base. And what happened after New York, you saw his Republican challengers really rally around him. We are seeing a bit of a difference this time around, Tom. You are seeing Nikki Haley, for example, break with former President Trump and say these are serious allegations, although today she said she would potentially consider pardoning him. No surprise, Chris Christie has gone after him with an immense amount of force. Notably, former Vice President Mike Pence, his former vice president, tonight telling the Wall Street Journal, quote, "These are very serious allegations. I can't defend what's alleged, but the president is entitled to his day in court." So still trying to walk a fine line, but Tom dipping his toe just a tiny bit further into this water of joining the chorus of those who are starting to criticize.
We got a little bit of more news in. We understand that former President Trump just attacked the special counsel, Jack Smith. Let's listen to that.
The prosecutor in the case,
Mike,
I will call it our case, is a thug. I've named him Deranged Jack Smith. I wonder what his name used to be, Jack Smith. It sounds so innocent, doesn't it? Jack Smith. What's his name? Jack Smith. He's a very nice man. He's a behind-the-scenes guy, but his record is absolutely atrocious. He does political hit jobs.
I want to bring in Hallie Jackson. Now, we got out of that soundbite a little early, but Hallie, you got sort of the gist of where the president was going with this. Yeah. And it was interesting. Kristen touched upon this, right? We got the descriptions of the former president inside the courthouse, right? Somber, if you will, composed, not making a spectacle. As soon as the moment he gets out, he heads to, and we call it in Miami, Versailles. I know it's Versailles, but in Miami, that's what we call it. He holds court there, huge spot, seen all over the world, glad-handing, smiling, looking like someone who's not worried. And now we have him back in Bedminster. He's bringing up an old foe, the Clintons, talking about somehow that will help in his defense, and now going after the special counsel. I mean, he's playing with fire here, and we'll go back to Danny later about attacking the special counsel. But this is Trump Playbook 101.
And the fact that there is even a Donald Trump playbook as it relates to an indictment, Tom, I think is notable. You're looking at these images from Cafe Versailles, and you talk about felt more like a victory lap than anything else. And this is just 12, 13, 14 minutes after he left the courthouse where he became the first ex-president to be arraigned on federal charges. They sang him happy birthday there. He said, I'll buy everybody food, essentially. I mean, this was what we would see. I know you know this place well. I've been there for many a campaign trip. It is what you would see on the typical course of a candidate out in the stump. He is making a political play here, far more than a legal one. And that is what you're seeing in tonight's speech as well. Much of this is in some ways his Truth Social account come to life verbally here, because Donald Trump has been going after Jack Smith online now for days, if not longer, for weeks. So you are hearing when he calls him deranged and a thug and all of these insults, you are hearing Donald Trump echo the attacks that he's been pushing all along. Think about what an interesting moment, though, Tom, in that courtroom. Not clear that Donald Trump knew that Jack Smith was in there, but the special counsel was not presenting for the prosecution, not speaking on behalf of his team, but there present as I think the way that a lot of people see it, as a symbolic message that he has the back of the prosecutors who are bringing this case, the prosecutors under him, that he is there in a sort of show of united force for the Department of Justice against the attacks of Donald Trump. We heard that in the one time that we heard from Jack Smith himself when he delivered those remarks at the DOJ last week, when the word of the indictment first came out, when we first learned all of these, frankly, extraordinary details here, was Jack Smith backing up his people at the DOJ. That matters, Tom, because of the other political component, the political context here. You and Kristen have talked about it. The idea that there are many Republicans, when you look at polling, half of the Republican electorate that has no faith, they say, in the Department of Justice, that sees this agency and the FBI in an unfavorable light. The shift that you are seeing from Republicans who are now attacking law enforcement, attacking the Department of Justice as weaponized, as politicized, is a shift away from the law and order mentality that Republicans had for a long time, Tom. So a lot of layers to this. I understand that the former president is also talking about Mike Pence, pointing out that Mike Pence was absolved of any issues related to the classified documents that he had in his possession. Keep in mind the key difference when you talk about any of these cases, when it's Mike Pence, when it's Joe Biden, and again, there's plenty of details we don't know still about the Biden case in particular, is the issue of cooperation, Tom. Danny can speak more to this, but when you look at the indictment, all of the counts, all of the charges come after January 20th. You're like, why do you care about January 20th? Remember what happened 3 days earlier. Walt Nauta handed over, Trump aides handed over 15 boxes of documents. Multiple legal experts have told our team that if Donald Trump had just handed over everything then, we wouldn't be here today, that this would be almost certain to not be an issue.
Yeah, Pence, of course, turning over the documents back, the main difference there. I want to bring in Gabe Gutierrez. He was outside the federal courthouse down in Miami. And Gabe, the former president sort of getting treated a little differently, probably because he's a president, probably because the entire world knows what he looks like. He's going to be able to keep his passport. He's going to be able to travel. He's going to be able to essentially campaign here. Somewhat unusual for someone who's been charged with federal crimes and high-profile federal crimes. But that's what the judge ruled on.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Well, federal prosecutors said that they did not believe that the former president or his alleged co-conspirator were flight risks. And this is something that, yes, is certainly unusual. But again, this is a very unusual defendant. Now, I was in the courthouse today watching a video feed in the media overflow room of what was going on inside that courtroom. And as we heard from my colleague Garrett Hake, who is also inside the room, the former president was there, did not say a word during these proceedings, which is different, you may remember, Tom, from that arraignment in New York several months ago, where the former president did get up and utter the words "not guilty" himself. This time, his counsel, which is in that courtroom sketch, sitting to his right, Todd Blanche, he uttered those words, "not guilty." And I can tell you, Tom, hearing the former president inside that courtroom, or hearing the proceedings underway inside that courtroom, with the former president sitting there with a scowl on his face, with his arms crossed, you could tell he didn't seem very happy to be there. But as other colleagues have mentioned, this was a situation where former President Donald Trump did not control. Now, it was incredible to see the special counsel, Jack Smith, just several feet from him in that first row, standing or sitting right behind his prosecutors. And also, Walter Nada, the alleged co-conspirator here, former President Trump's body man, sitting to his right, just several feet from him as well. Should point out, Nada was not officially arraigned today. He just had his first appearance. He was booked and processed, but he is now set to be formally arraigned and enter a plea later on this month. And Tom, it is just, if I can tell you a little bit about the scene here today, just a surreal atmosphere here at the federal courthouse here in South Florida. They were expecting, or law enforcement officials, I should say, were preparing for potentially large crowds. That did not materialize. There was one incident here as the motorcade was speeding away where a demonstrator was pushed aside from that motorcade as it was getting out of the courthouse here. But overall, no major security threat. There was no major clashes. Just a very bizarre scene here as the former president of the United States being arraigned on this sweeping 37-count indictment. Many questions right now as how this case plays out over the coming months. And again, just incredible to witness here as the former president left here, then went to that stop near Cafe Versailles, as you call it, before heading to New Jersey, Tom.
As I call it, as you call it. You're from Miami, too. All right, Gabe Gutierrez, we appreciate that. We understand the former president has just wrapped up his comments. We're going to check in with our correspondent, Vaughn Hilliard, who is there in Bedminster in just a moment. We're going to get him up and in front of a camera. But we do want to play one more soundbite because we know that Vice President Mike Pence is now running for the GOP nomination as well. And former President Trump just mentioned him. Let's listen in.
He totally exonerated Mike Pence. I'm happy about that. Mike did nothing wrong, but he happened to have classified documents in his house. But they exonerated him, and
So the former president, they're trying to draw a comparison, as we mentioned before, with him and the former vice president's case. Clearly not the same issue at all. Former Vice President Mike Pence, from what we know, has cooperated completely with federal authorities. Chris, I want to bring you back in this conversation because a lot of Republicans have pointed to President Biden, saying that he's been charged with similar, or he's been investigated, not charged yet. He's been investigated for similar crimes, and yet nothing has happened. But the cases are very differently. Though, clearly, President Biden and his staff were not forthcoming when they first started dealing with federal investigators. There were documents found in his garage. That's all true. But the case is still very different.
The case is very different. They were not forthcoming with the public. However, they were cooperating with investigators, according to law enforcement officials. What's happening right now is that there is a special counsel investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents. But the biggest difference, Tom, is part of what Hallie was just talking about. Former President Trump was subpoenaed to turn over the documents, and he still didn't turn over the documents. In this case, President Biden complied with requests by investigators, opened up these various spaces so that they could come in, search them, get the documents, still under investigation. So we have to see what happens. But at this point, that's the critical difference. That's why Trump was charged.
Hallie, I want to go back over to you because now Republicans, and you touched upon this in your original comments, right, are trying to balance the line, right? And you have a gulf, I would argue. You have Chris Christie on one side of that gulf, and he is going hard into the former president, saying this is his fault, this is not prosecutors' fault. Then you have Nikki Haley, former governor of South Carolina, somewhere in the middle, starting to say if this is true, he shouldn't have done it. Then you have other people like Senator Tim Scott. Vice President Mike Pence, we're sort of hearing from him today. Governor DeSantis, who's the toughest competition for Trump, is attacking the Justice Department but not attacking Trump. It's sort of a strange line because I think everyone's trying to make that political calculation, right? Can we peel off some of the MAGA support and maybe win this nomination?
And when is the right time to, if they're going to go hard, do that, Tom? I like how you call it a gulf. I've been thinking of it as a kind of spectrum here, because it is a spectrum when you look at the way that the former president's rivals in the Republican race are talking about this. Yes, Chris Christie is absolutely on one end. He has staked, Tom, as you well know, his whole campaign on being the anti-Trump voice in the Republican Party. We are just hearing from Mike Pence, even late tonight, Tom, and new remarks to the Wall Street Journal in an editorial board meeting where he apparently said, I can't defend what Donald Trump did, but the former president deserves his day in court. This is to the Wall Street Journal ed board there. And again, as you talk about, it is, Pence has a unique perspective on this because of his own classified documents that were in his possession that he then handed back when asked. Then you have the other end of the spectrum, right? So you're right. Nikki Haley's sort of in the middle there because on the one hand, she says that if this indictment is true, she's talking about the substance of the allegations, it is incredibly reckless. But then she says today, well, I might maybe pardon Donald Trump if I got elected because I think that is what's best for the country. I'm paraphrasing here. Then on the other end of the spectrum, right, if Chris Christie is here, maybe Nikki Haley's here, here you've got House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, for example, one of the former president's most powerful allies in Congress, who essentially said, actually did say, well, bathroom doors lock, a reference, of course, to that photo of the classified documents in a bathroom at Mar-a-Lago that raised concern, of course, among national security experts. So it is a variety of responses from the GOP that I think fall in like three different buckets here. But the bottom line is this, and I'll tell you what I'm hearing behind the scenes from sources that I'm talking to at rival campaigns, that at this point, you have heard a lot of them echo his calls, echo his critiques of the Department of Justice, saying that it is weaponized, again, because that's where the Republican base is. The substance of the indictment is going to be the next piece of the puzzle here. You're hearing some of these candidates now come out and talk about how serious the allegations are, how concerning the allegations are as laid out in this indictment. When will they sharpen those attacks? Will it be before the first debate? Will it be, as I've heard from some, let's see what happens in Georgia, where Donald Trump is facing other legal issues, maybe a potential third indictment. We don't know if it happens. It would probably come down in early to mid-August. That is going to be a key point here because, if there is no sharpening of the attack line, if you will, then this is, at least for Donald Trump in the Republican primary, not an issue that's front and center in a way that is threatening to Donald Trump. Right now, he's owning this. As one Republican said to me, he is never stronger than when he is able to play the victim of political persecution, in his view.
And on that
that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, Hallie, it's a perfect setup for this next bite. What would former President Trump do if he's reelected? He just told us. Let's listen in.
I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America, Joe Biden, and the entire Biden crime family. Name a special prosecutor. And all others involved with the destruction of our elections, our borders, and our country itself. They're destroying our country. And when I'm reelected, and we will get reelected, we have no choice. We're not going to have a country anymore. I will totally obliterate the deep state. We will obliterate the deep state.
Kristen Welker, it's sort of ironic here, right? He campaigned in 2016 on lock her up. He's now fighting for his innocence here and now saying he's going to go after Joe Biden as well. When Hallie was mentioning, you were signaling over to me that you want to kind of get in this conversation with the Republicans.
Well, and I think one of the key points, and Hallie raised this, will there be more indictments? And taking a step back from that, is there going to be a fatigue factor?
With voters?
Voters.
Yeah.
Will voters start to feel it? And will his Republican challengers start to raise this as a potential argument? I'm told there are discussions about this inside some of his competing campaigns, raising the issue that here he is yet again asking voters to fundraise for him around this issue, to defend him on this issue, instead of, they may argue, laying out what he's going to do for the American people. That's a potential vulnerability, Tom, particularly if there are more indictments. So we'll have to see what happens. But I think that's where the wagons are circling.
Danny, explain something to our viewers, because I read this. I want to make sure it's right. The president, former president, potentially has the ability in court to keep delaying this until after the election. Is that possible? He could keep filing motions to delay this even after 2024?
Yes, it is possible. Generally, in federal court, judges are not as inclined to let defendants delay as much as they are in state court. And that's really just a volume issue. State courts are absolutely packed with cases, so it's very easy. With one continuance, a case can get spun out for months and months and months. You're not going to get the same thing in federal court, but when you consider, and I'm anticipating, there are going to be a lot of motions filed by this defense for a couple different reasons. Number one, there are a lot of different evidentiary issues at play here. There are some suppression issues at play. For example, they'll try to suppress the tapes of or the communications by the lawyer. So there are a lot of different motions that are going to be filed. Those will all have the effect of delaying the case. And then there's just that intangible, because this is the most important federal criminal defendant in the history of our country. Anytime that happens, you got to add time on because unanticipated things are going to happen.
On that point, briefly, because I want to get over to Vaughn at Bedminster, why does the former president not have the greatest legal minds, the greatest legal scholars assembled a la the O.J. Simpson dream team? He's a billionaire. He has the money. Well, why is it the sort of same cast of characters with lawyers, and why is he having trouble finding other lawyers?
Respectfully, I'm kind of an amateur OJ historian, and actually the dream team, when you look at it, wasn't as dreamy as you might imagine. And some of Trump's
they got the verdict,
but they got you're right, and exactly. Sometimes a broken clock, right? A couple times a day. But the point about this is that Trump does have good lawyers. Jim Trusty, Tim Parlatore, who are no longer on his team. Really, really good federal criminal defense lawyers. They were a major loss to Trump now that they're no longer on his team. Trump is able to get good counsel, but here's the challenge for Trump. Number one, conflicts. Any reasonably sized law firm is going to have a conflict. If they've had any decent sized client, there's going to be a conflict between Trump and that client. So he's mostly going to be looking at smaller firms, maybe even solo practitioners, and then a lot of attorneys. I think about myself. If I received that phone call, and I doubt I ever would,
they just put your telephone number on the bank.
I know, I understand that, right. If I did, then I think a lot of lawyers' major concern is the legend of not getting paid, the conflict, the fact that he may turn on you later on and blame you for his problems. So, yeah, there are a lot of different reasons. Trump has had very, very able lawyers. It's a shame for him that he's lost them. I mentioned two of them that I think he really could have used right now that he no longer has in his arsenal. But
the most famous client in the world, but a very complicated one.
Yes, exactly right. Yes.
All right, Danny, thanks. I want to get to Vaughn Hilliard. He joins us now live from Bedminster, New Jersey. He was there for the entire speech, for the arrival and everything else. Vaughn, you've been covering Trump throughout this new campaign and speaking to Republican voters. Talk to me about what stood out for you tonight.
You know, for Donald Trump here, it's kind of deja vu from 2.5 months ago when instead of Bedminster, it was Mar-a-Lago after his hush money payment indictment in Manhattan. He flew back to Mar-a-Lago property and delivered a very similar speech in which he questioned the prosecutors bringing the cases against him, in this case, special counsel Jack Smith. But I think it's important to note, he didn't deny the obstruction here. He didn't deny the underlying facts that classified documents were at his Mar-a-Lago property. He didn't deny the facts that he had essentially hid them from the Department of Justice that led to the raid. And so when you're looking at this from Donald Trump's standpoint, he had 3 of his legal team here and very much his message from the teleprompter was one that we should expect to see play out in the courtroom. And that was focused on the Clinton Sox case here, which I will let Danny and others really be the ones to hone in more on. But Donald Trump makes claim that it was within his right in the final days of the White House to take whatever documents he wanted, and that they would therefore be personal records, not presidential records. But for him, there is a political angle to this, and he told this crowd that it is necessary that he wins the White House again. Of course, the necessity really stems from the reality that he could, if he were to be found guilty, face a potential prison sentence, and that extends much more into the political repercussions of somebody who is running for president of the United States at the same time as these legal proceedings are likely to take place.
Vaughn, a few hundred supporters there at Bedminster. Did you notice a change in his tone and his demeanor at all in delivering this speech versus what we heard after the Manhattan trial?
Not much, honestly. You know, somebody, an ally of his, that told me after that first indictment, she called it an indictment party, and this very much had similar vibes to it. It's a similar playlist. It feels like a rally to a certain extent, and largely that's because Donald Trump has been untouchable politically. I mean, ever since he was first arrested in Manhattan 2.5 months ago, his poll numbers, he has increased his lead over Ron DeSantis by double now, about 30 percentage points. And so for him and for his allies here, yes, there are going to be the legal hurdles, and they're not naive to that, but in real time, they see support continuing to work in their favor here, at least among the Republican electorate.
Vaughn Hilliard reporting for us from Bedminster. I want to thank our entire panel tonight, all of our reporters, Kristen Welker, Hallie Jackson, Gabe Gutierrez, the great Danny Savalos. We thank you all, the best reporters and analysts in this business. That concludes our special coverage of this historic evening. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. We want to return you to top story now in progress.
Congress. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the backlash surrounding Pride Month. A transgender activist now banned from future White House events after appearing topless at the Pride celebration hosted by President Biden over the weekend on the White House lawn. And NBC News is also now confirming bomb threats called into Target stores across multiple states over their Pride merchandise. NBC's Stephen Romo has more on the ongoing controversies.
Tonight, the White House at the center of the latest Pride Month controversy.
Welcome to the White House.
Thank you. Saying transgender activist Rose Montoya is now barred from future events. It all happened at what was the largest Pride celebration in White House history.
Happy Pride Month.
Montoya posting a reel on Instagram showing her at the event, shaking hands and posing for selfies with the president.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor.
Then, after Biden moved on, Montoya standing next to two transgender men who had surgically removed their breasts, all posing topless on the White House lawn. Critics taking to the internet in outrage. The White House then responding, saying the behavior was inappropriate and disrespectful.
It was unfair to the hundreds of attendees who were there to celebrate their families. It really does not reflect the event that we hosted.
Adding that those in the video will not be invited to future events. But Montoya taking to TikTok to defend her actions.
I would just like to say that, first of all, going topless in Washington, D.C. is legal. Why is my chest now deemed inappropriate or illegal when I show it off? However, before coming out as trans, it was not. I had zero intention of trying to be vulgar or be profane in any way.
It's just the latest flashpoint surrounding Pride Month. Target has been in the spotlight with conservatives complaining about its Pride merchandise, and then after pulling some of it off the shelves, citing the safety of its employees, the store found itself under fire from LGBTQ advocates. The controversy now going beyond debate as NBC News has confirmed bomb threats related to LGBTQ issues to multiple Target stores in at least 5 states, according to the local police departments involved in these incidents.
There's something going on, but they're not telling us.
Customers confused as some were evacuated over the weekend from this location in Oklahoma City after a threat was sent.
Some of the workers don't even know what's going on.
Police said no explosive devices were found, but a message sent to local news outlets, including NBC affiliate K4, had the date of the Oklahoma City bombing included. In Louisiana, police saying the threat stated it was, quote, due to Target betraying the LGBTQ plus community. It's not clear what the motive was behind the other threats. Target telling NBC News, quote, the safety of our team members and guests is our top priority. Law enforcement investigated these claims and determined our stores are safe. Our stores are currently open and operating regular hours. And Target, not the only company in the middle of a Pride firestorm. Bud Light's sales struggles are well known now after a promotional post from a trans influencer.
I got some Bud Lights for us.
Now, country music Hall of Famer Garth Brooks addressing critics after he said his bar will serve Bud Light.
We're going to serve every brand of beer. We are.
Some upset with Brooks's remarks vented online, but the music star not backing down, defending his decision on a Facebook live stream.
So here's the deal, man. If you want to come to Friends in Low Places, come in. But come in with love. Come in with tolerance.
And with that, Stephen Romo joins Top Story Live. And Stephen, some people who may not know Garth Brooks may be a little confused, but this is actually very on brand for him.
Yeah, it sure is. Some people were surprised that Garth Brooks took this stance, but if you paid much attention to him at all the way back in 2000, he performed at a concert called Equality Rocks with George Michael, advocating for equal rights for LGBTQ people well before many politicians who champion it right now were on board with it. He also had a late sister, Betsy, who was a part of the LGBTQ plus community, may give some insight into his point of view on these issues.
Okay, Stephen Romo for us. Stephen, we appreciate it. When we come back, victory celebrations ending in gunfire, a shooting erupting in Denver as fans celebrated the Nuggets championship win. At least 10 people hurt here. What we're learning about the investigation next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories news feed, and we begin with a mass shooting in Denver following the Nuggets win in the NBA Finals. Authorities say gunfire erupted as a large crowd celebrated the victory in Denver's downtown. At least 10 people were hurt, including 3 in critical condition. So far, 2 people are in custody. Police believe several people were fighting when the shooting happened. New video captured the deadly tanker explosion that caused Interstate 95 to collapse. Take a look at this surveillance footage from a warehouse nearby showing the moments the truck crashed, you see it there, into the bridge and burst into flames. Massive plumes of thick smoke billowing from the wreckage. The truck had been carrying more than 8,000 gallons of gasoline at the time of the explosion. Officials say reconstruction will likely take several months. And this is a truly bizarre one. A couple in Atlanta coming home to a surprise visitor. A doorbell cam capturing the moments the pair spotted a vulture. That's right, a vulture inside their living room. The bird perched on an armchair after the homeowners say it got inside through a doggy door. It eventually flew out a back door. Good to know. Okay, turning now to some more serious news. The war in Ukraine, where Russian missiles rained down on President Zelensky's hometown, killing at least 7 and injuring dozens more. This attack as Ukraine's counteroffensive is intensifying. NBC's Raf Sanchez has this report.
Tonight, a Russian missile strike bringing devastation and chaos to President Zelensky's home city of Kryvyi Rih. At least 11 people killed when cruise missiles slammed into this apartment block and other civilian targets, Ukrainian officials say. Their bodies laid out by the playground. Just hours earlier, President Putin, champagne glass in hand, accused Ukraine of targeting residential areas. The attack comes as Ukraine's counteroffensive gains momentum, liberating a string of small villages from Russian control. Near Bakhmut, close quarters combat in trenches and bunkers. 1 week after this dam exploded, water levels alarmingly low around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, raising fears its reactors could overheat. Dmitry Orlov is the exiled mayor of the neighboring city. How worried are you about a disaster at the nuclear plant? There are such worries and fears, he says, but we're ready for the worst scenarios. The UN's top nuclear official hoping to shield the plant from fighting nearby.
There is active combat, so we are worrying that there could be, obviously, mathematically, the possibilities of a hit.
A risk growing worse as the fighting intensifies. And President Putin today saying the only way this war will end is if the West cuts off weapons to Ukraine. The White House going in the opposite direction, announcing a new $300 million military aid package. Tom?
Raf Sanchez from Ukraine tonight. Coming up next, a living nightmare, a family gathering to mourn the loss of a 76-year-old woman when they heard noises coming from her coffin. What they found when they went to check her pulse. Stay with us.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. The miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? there's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Back now with Top Stories Global Watch, and we begin with the deadly street attack in the UK. Police say a 31-year-old man driving this white van you see here ran over several people in the city of Nottingham. At least 3 people have been killed. The suspect was taken into custody. It's unclear if the attack was random or terror-related. Local police say they are working with counterterrorism officials to investigate this. A real-life nightmare in Ecuador where the family of a woman realized she was alive inside of her casket. The 76-year-old woman was pronounced dead after suffering a suspected stroke and cardiac arrest. She was taken to the funeral home the same day, but when the family gathered at the wake, they heard noises coming from inside the coffin. She had a pulse and was rushed to the hospital immediately. No word yet on her condition or how this even happened. Okay, the Beatles will release a new track with the voice of John Lennon. So how will they do that? All because of AI. In a radio interview with the BBC, Paul McCartney said that artificial intelligence was used to take Lennon's vocals from an old demo tape that was recorded before his death. McCartney says the recording will be released this year, adding it will be the, quote, last Beatles record. Okay, coming up next, final spin. Pat Sajak announcing he's retiring as the host of Wheel of Fortune. When we come back, we'll show you some of the most iconic moments, some of the funniest moments, some of the moments you just can't believe from his 40-year run. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
This is it, right?
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Finally tonight, Wheel of Fortune host Pat Sajak announced he's going to be leaving the show next year. Valerie Castro now with a look back at the more than 40-year reign of the game show legend.
Pat Sajak, the iconic game show host, announcing he's stepping away after more than 40 years of Wheel of Fortune.
Want some money?
Yes!
Yes, she does.
The news spelled out in a tweet saying, quote, "Well, the time has come. I've decided that our 41st season, which begins in September, will be my last. It's been a wonderful ride."
Okay.
Before his game show gig, Sajak took a spin as a TV weatherman for the NBC station in Los Angeles.
Civic Center, 68 degrees. The overnight low tonight, up to 95 again tomorrow.
Later taking over hosting duties on Wheel of Fortune for Chuck Woolery in 1981.
My name is Pat Sajak, and I've been fortunate enough to wander onto the set of a very successful program.
Over the years, Sajak interviewed thousands of contestants, quizzing them about their lives.
What else we should know about you in your life?
While Vanna White graced the puzzle board as his longtime co-host.
Vanna White. Vanna!
Celebrities played the game too, like actor Jack Black.
Deluxe full-time leg lamp.
And NBC's own Al Roker, alongside his mom more than 20 years ago.
I want to say hi to Al Roker, Weatherman Supreme on the Today Show.
Sajak sitting down with Roker years later, telling him the show was all about the contestants.
People are not tuning in necessarily to see let's see how clever Pat is tonight. They like the game, and the game's the star, the players are the star.
The show and Sajak were staples in pop culture.
This guy's so stupid. It's Count Rushmore!
Hey, hello everyone. I'm Pat Sajak. Happy to welcome you to Wheel of Fortune.
Sometimes patient with the contestants.
You know, when that happens and you're sitting at home, you're saying, how in the world can that? But you know, sometimes it's a word that just doesn't want to come into focus.
But his interactions with them weren't without controversy, criticized from time to time for dismissing guests.
That may have been the most pointless story ever told. Great, I'll take it. And you told it, Scott.
His relationship with Vanna, closely scrutinized over the seasons.
It's heat activated, if you will. And if anyone could heat up a board, you can. Are you an opera buff at all?
Yes, I'm not a buff, but I like opera.
Have you ever watched opera in the buff? I'm just curious.
No.
Fans more recently calling the off-color comments into question as possible Me Too movement moments. Vanna tweeting today, "I couldn't be happier to have shared the stage with you for all these years with one more to come. Cheers to you." Sajak went on to win 3 Daytime Emmy Awards and a Lifetime Achievement Prize. Sony, which owns the show, saying it draws in more than 26 million viewers each week.
We'll see you next time on Wheel of Fortune. Bye.
Now, a replacement for the 76-year-old, the final puzzle to solve. Perhaps Tom Hanks, who took a spin at the job on SNL.
Nice, tight, friendly group hug because I'm going to be leaving soon.
All right, with that, Valerie Castro joins us now. So the big question is, who's next? Who's going to be the next host?
So the first name that comes to mind is, of course, Vanna White, as she has filled in for him in the past, including in 2019. He was out for a medical issue, and his daughter Maggie was actually her co-host at the puzzle board. So she may also be a contender. There are lots of other names being floated out there: Wayne Brady, Tom Bergeron, Ryan Seacrest, but nothing official yet. So we'll just have to see.
got one more for you. Valerie Castro. How about that?
How about Tom Yamas? You looking forward to doing this?
Wait, Tom Yamas? Okay, thanks so much for watching. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay with NBC News now for the latest on the historic arraignment of former President Trump.